And a warm welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. Ali Najad joined by Henry Kilbane as we dive directly into our action. Day 2 coverage of the 50K 7 Max from the Landing Casino at Jeju Shinhwa World. Coverage today brought to you in part by Club WPT Gold. And well, Henry, to put it lightly, the crew had itself a late night last night.
Late night, early morning, depending on which way you want to look at it. The good news is, if they're still awake from when the stream ended, they can watch the Canelo fight.
Silver linings. And by the way, if you're wondering, well, what's going on? Why is it that everyone has had a late night? Well, perhaps for the best of all reasons if you're a poker fan. Ossi Katola, Monarch, who has just turned the poker world upside down, was here and played a $4 million heads-up cash game against Victor Malinowski. Won't ruin it, won't spoil it if you want to go back and take a peek at things in terms of things here in this 50K. Getting a glimpse around the room. Lines will be 15, 30, and 30. Hence 21 bigs in front of Malaysia's Kiat Lee. 32 remaining of the original 146 entries. And indeed, the dojo's been open as Sensei Bryn Kenny sits atop the leaderboard. 2.6 million, good for 87 bigs. 24 clear of Brandon Wilson, who sits in second. Yaroshevsky caffeinating to get the day started. 38 big blinds, more than enough to operate off of for the Ukrainian. 23 are going to get paid. Henry, we're 9 away from the money. Soft bubble, is that a fair way to kind of describe where we find ourselves? The influence of that 9 away from the money impact going to be felt in terms of the poker?
Yeah, I mean, I'm scanning through the field as well, and there are a lot of people that get after it. This man right here, Punat Punsri, chasing the Ivan Liao leader board points. Look, a cash here for him, a final table here for him, puts him in a 3-way battle with Alex Foxen and Artur Martirosyan. Yeah, 9 away from the money. There's some short stacks out there, man. This bubble could burst pretty quickly. We've got, what, 5 sub 10 big blind stacks?
Including Ike Haxton and Kanapang Tanaratakul. KT, haven't seen him in the mix for some time now. Such a beloved presence. The warmest of all souls from Thailand.
Recently married?
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Congrats to him.
Congrats, KT.
Jean-Noel Torel here at this feature table, by the way. Just one feature, as we had to let some of the crew hit the rack after the marathon. But rest assured, we endeavor to bring you non-stop coverage of every one of our events.
Looking forward to this, Ali. You know, this is the second day in a row we've had the chance to share the booth.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you smell a little bit, but, you know...
Yeah, I confess I had to do the math on shower versus, sleep. Ike Haxton doing a little calculus from the cutoff, 240 declared.
You decided that the the 15 minutes extra sleep versus shower was worth the trade-off. Yeah, I can get behind it.
Well, I wouldn't get behind it just given that I chose not to shower. I would maybe stay in front of it if I were you. You want to be upwind. As the uphill climb begins for Ike. Had himself a decent performance.
Yeah.
Already earlier.
In the short decks.
Still 58 cashes and no titles. Finished third in the 100K short deck. That one was not broadcast.
Swap already there.
Kenny Shi
5 seconds.
of Hong Kong.
You been to Hong Kong, Ali? I know you love food. There's quite a few Michelin star restaurants out there.
Yeah, no, big culinary hotbed of the Far East. I've not left the airport.
Okay.
So I don't say yes to it.
I know what you mean,
know,
yeah.
Doesn't count.
It's like when people ask me if I've been to China. It's like, well, sure. I mean,
Yeah,
Shanghai Airport.
Airport.
Yeah. But I know what you mean. Nice to see Clemens Reuter in the mix here. Another deep run. This 50K. A couple of mint cashes for him so far this series. Someone we haven't seen, Ali, is none other than Mr. Triton himself, 12-time champion Jason Kuhn, with a very healthy stack to kick things off.
And a very healthy hand here. So we will be seeing and hearing from him. 3 bets to 180,000.
That should get rid of Clemens. Doesn't want to be picking a battle out of position. With a hand like Queen 9,
Gonna take a moment, but I'll tell you where I don't want to find myself all that often. It's out of position in a 3-bet pot against Jason Kuhn.
I was ready.
Jason was ready to snap him off.
Ready to go.
Yeah, that would have been a poor time to grab a cape for Clemens.
I think I wanted you to have 2 picks more.
It's actually been...
I love that. It reminds me of, I saw this like Instagram reel recently where this massive dude in like a supermarket in America, he's like, you better leave me alone otherwise I'll knock you out. And the guy that he says this to turns around and goes, yes, please. Been waiting my whole life, buddy, for this. Like, let's go.
Wow.
It's like similar in poker,
Picked
you know?
the wrong one.
Exactly. It's just like some people are just ready, bro. Like they're praying that you bring the heat. Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Yeah, I don't
Full
know.
bet me.
I don't know if Kenny's ready. With 8-5 off. And sure enough, he bins it.
Glad to see that Clemens' luggage has finally arrived. You've had that, right? I've had that.
Only once, and it was on my way home, so it wasn't
That's
quite
not
as
bad.
big a deal. When you're going somewhere, then it is
Dude,
an issue.
mine was on my way to Dubai. Middle of the summer, it's like 40 degrees Celsius. And I travel in my sweat stuff. So like my hoodie,
'Cause it's always
my
cold on a
sweatpants.
plane.
Right, exactly.
And that's all you have.
So I rock up to Dubai and my suitcase isn't there, bro. And I've just got a full-on tracksuit, like one of my heaviest tracksuits as well. And they're just like, oh, yeah, your luggage never left Thailand. I'm like, what do you mean it never left Thailand? Like, what?
Didn't even load onto
Like,
the plane?
what's going on, man? It's just going through my luggage, bro.
It's time to throw some air tags into your luggage.
No, that's how I
the
knew.
play. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's time to defend our big blind. And for KT with Jack-6 suited, Lord Vogel getting after it with the 10-9 off. Fairly standard fanfare, King-Queen-8. Failing to connect in the form of a pair, but Vogel saying does link up for a gut shot.
Yeah, this hand's over, unfortunately, for KT. Came with the defend, wanted to go for a stop and go. Just not able to flop a piece, and Volksang likely to just ask for all of it here, 10-9.
$115 back.
Yeah, nice. You got 2 overs against the 8, and you're likely to hear from like a king or a queen
Ace-8?
pre-flop. So.
Good ace-8?
None of the cards are correct.
It's a natural 9, baby.
For one.
For one. I had a king. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks, I had a king.
King would have been good.
Pretty good one, not a great one.
Ike having to pass up 9-3 under the gun. It's so brutal when you're on the short stack. You know, you just look down, you're praying for a spin, especially when it's these guys. None of them are scared money. They'll happily run the spot if it's presented to them. JNT.
Queen 9 suited and the button.
Feels like it's been a while since we've seen a JNT deep run. A couple of big final tables under his belt. Number 1 on France's all-time money list.
By the way, he got, dare I say, robbed by Tim Adams.
Oh, yeah.
Who thwarted his bid to pick up a title.
Yeah, it was a
in
main
London.
event. Came second in the Jeju main event as well last March. Final table, the 200K Invitational in Monte Carlo. Knows how to get it done in the big stuff.
And here he is with a two-way straight draw on an ace-high board against a gutter, backdoor clubs, and bottom pair.
195 in the middle. JNT is the effective stack. I like the C-bet. It's a sizable one as well. Makes it very uncomfortable for Kenny. Middle pair. It is a button range that he's up against, so I think that takes off a little bit of pressure, but against the size up, you're not loving life. I mean, you know, if you stay unimproved on the turn, it just gets really uncomfortable.
And staying unimproved is she. Can't say the same for JNT. 8 rolls off and gives him the queen high straight. Second nuts as it stands. Wonderful developments for the Frenchman.
We'd like to see him go on the smaller size. Just has the board so locked, targeting, you know, like a jack or a weak ace. If your opponent has 2 pair, you're just getting on. Oh, love it.
Check back, naughty stuff, and not sure how uncomfortable JNT is going to be about the arrival of an ace. I don't imagine Kenny Shee's got designs on barreling at this 395.
Yeah, I don't think JNT is worried about this ace. If anything, he kind of likes it because now a hand like ace-4, ace-5 that defended is going to be forced to put more money in. 395 in the middle. I mean, JNT snap checked back. He almost checked before Kenny did.
But what are we hoping for if we did decide to barrel at this? It would just seem like such an absurdly unnecessary
Who,
approach.
Kenny?
Yeah.
I mean, you could potentially come with block.
Just to set the price for showdown because you're
price.
feeling like a bluff catcher is...
Oh. I mean, that's not block. That's 250 in his hand.
No, this is a pile driver. And JNT doesn't look like he's going to hesitate to call, aware, of course, that the board pairing is bad.
This might just be how JNT gets it done. Like, people just, their perception of him is, you know, older gentleman, could just push him around. He's just here with the goods. Someone barreling into him with a hand that doesn't really need to barrel. Like, what, you trying to get a jack to fold?
He doesn't look thrilled, Henry.
No, I think he just wants to double check that he has a straight.
Oh my goodness. From not looking thrilled to piling. JNT leaving Kenny breathless. I don't think he anticipated that response. And she is asking for a count. What on earth?
I almost shipped on you, actually, which is the 6 part.
By the way, I wonder if shipping would have caused JNT to maybe rethink the merits of Queen 9. By the looks of what we've seen here, doubtful, but only he knows.
Peculiar hand, Ali, if being perfectly honest. Like the speech play, it seems genuine. I'm not sure why the Queen 10 would ship all in. Like overbet jam river just doesn't make sense. The big bet on the river to me doesn't make sense. I mean,
You check the turn.
Boy, that turn check back is what's living rent free in Kenny Shee's head right now. He's befuddled. But I mean, listen, some ace X. It makes sense. We check back. What maybe doesn't make as much sense is his willingness to jam, though, with a hand like that on the end. There's a lot of incongruence.
I mean, look, J&T can have some pot-controlled two-pair. Not many, but some. I think this is just a bit of saving face and TV time.
You to fold a jack.
Yeah, there we go. He's trying to get him to fold a jack.
Well,
Okay, so now we understand that he was turning the queen 10 into a bluff, in which case that makes sense.
You see the TV.
Ah, yeah.
J&T not going to give up any intel.
Didn't have anything?
I have 10. I have 10.
Oh, you had a 10. Okay.
I'm trying to get him off a jack.
Jace is like, he didn't have anything? Okay, I had a 10.
That block.
JK's like, oh,
Queen 9.
so you didn't have anything then?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe hero calls me with an 8.
Oh, I thought you just had a straight or something.
Oh, straight would be. I don't know.
Straight would be a little tricky to navigate, is what it would be.
Turn my hand into a bluff. I should check. I should check.
Well,
But
we've all been there.
I'll tell you what, if that pot there is any indication of what's in store on the day, based on the ingredients in the crock pot, buckle up.
Bryn Kenny, chip leader with 31 left. Daniel Dvoris elsewhere in the room has doubled up. His kings holding against Alex Ponakov's pocket eights. Check that out with the updates tab over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Yeah, you'll know soon.
Just one elimination so far. Ju Song
You will see, you will see.
getting it in against Ibinger.
Before that, I was really curious about a hand where they had
With ace
two
deuce.
tables and it wasn't covered, and I thought
Ibinger with the eights, holding.
Sometimes I'm glad whenever I'm in those hands, I'm glad they don't air.
I sold that, and I don't know. I have nothing to hide. I just wanted to know.
Kuhn, Jack 9 suited, early position.
I hope that's not
All stack behavior.
that'd be embarrassing.
But it's one table, I think.
Currently third overall in the field is Jason.
Yeah. Oh man, brutal.
Kenny, by the way, is still dwelling a bit on that last pot, which was fairly costly. Sees him down to 435,000 here at his first ever Triton Festival.
It could prove costly. That's exactly what I'm thinking right now, is just how important that 250K is going to be for him. You know, closing in on the money bubble. Big difference between playing 20 bigs
Oh, sorry.
and sub 15.
Okay, sure.
And also, it's soft hand for hand, so you don't have to stall.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
soft hand for hand. They won't let us get ahead of people.
Yeah, if we get like 2 hands ahead, we'll pause for the other tables to catch up.
Yesterday, but I didn't
It's a very polite way of
Yeah, they
asking
keep it
someone
on.
to
Oh, it's amazing.
not stall.
Well, Jason, very much a diplomat, hence being selected to be a Triton ambassador. Pocket Kings, KT. Jamming to 100,000, just north of 3x. Ike chewing on an ace-9 here, not exactly
Let's go.
stacked.
Let's go again. Ike Caxton, Prince of Darkness. Ace-9 for 3 bigs against the cutoff jam. Wow, Ali, call me clairvoyant.
Yeah, well, I don't think that was the toughest psychic reading you're going to do on the day, but well
It's a
done.
big 3.3 big blind hand.
Yeah.
Very big find.
Could be all done for KT if an ace pays a visit to this board.
Let's see what kind of day it's going to be.
Yeah, is the deck going to choose violence?
Yeah. After yesterday's violence, maybe it's decided to just, you know, chill out a bit today.
Well, Jack 8-5 suggesting
Not the
things will
worst.
be chill.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
10 on a 10?
Yeah, there's gonna be a little something, right? No fun if there isn't.
That 9 dangler relevant, and now there is a gut shot. 10s and aces. That would spell the end for KT. Anything else? And he lays claim to 260.
Oh. Yeah.
No club in hand either, and the dreaded ace magnets prove once more true to form as Haxton showers the Thai national.
It's been a violent series. I knew it was coming.
It's so funny because I was like, oh, this is docile, you know, and then I got ahead of myself.
Does he have 5 singles blues over there? If he does, I'll buy him. I don't know if they're 5 or not. I'm up. Yep.
Jeez, KT. 7 off the money now. Man, pretty sick turnout in this 50K. 1.7 million up top. So casual 35 bigs.
King Queen now for Haxton. Up to 415,000 and on the button. Still shallow enough to jam, or do we have just an open? There's your answer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure, to be honest with you. I think King Queen suited, we may be in juice on the button. King Queen O. Just going to rip it in. Icon, a bit of a spin.
Back-to-back pickups for Haxton. You know, when you get involved in conversations with him, as we talk so often about perhaps the best not to hold a Triton title, especially given how long he's been pursuing one, he doesn't accept any sympathy. He's like, don't feel bad for me. First off, if you look at his track record, he's won plenty.
Yeah, he's like,
in terms
no
of
worry.
the cash.
I got all the money. It's okay.
15 million plus, nearly 16 million over the course of his career there. But then he's quick to point out that he does ply his trade beyond our borders and to great success as well. He's like, I do just fine outside of here.
Well, I think it was last year, right? Ike won the most money in the calendar year, so like 16 million or whatever it was. I mean, like, I know you and I have made more than that in a year, but well done, Ike.
When you say you and I, you mean collectively, and still no is the answer.
Oh, I meant in like Farmville coins.
You're not still grinding Farmville, are you?
Is that 3 in a row?
Indeed. There's a little
What
crab
else can
bisque.
you do when you get dealt Queen Jack suited? Gotta go all in.
That's very true.
See Vinny Lingham in the mix.
Yeah. He's made his way out here.
Henrik Hecklin as well. Haven't seen much from him the last couple of years at Triton.
I think I finally got enough. I'm going to stop doing that.
Please stop.
He's being brought over. The
Oh,
young
Sam.
Samuel Muller.
Well, young in years, but not in poker acumen.
Please restart play in the no limit 700.
Such a solid player, Mueller. Ace trace suited. Not played. Well, let's see how naughty Jason is feeling. Taking a look around, 10-5 of diamonds. No, thank you. Apologies, by the way, as my voice, I'm sure many of you have picked up on, is failing me a little bit. I'm grinding the jasmine tea and the honey and doing my best to restore a non-pubescent tinge.
I'll be honest with you, it makes you sound kind of sexy, bro.
Are you into it? Because, I mean, I can put the tea away.
It suits you.
Queen 9 of clubs, JNT. Holding over the queen tray. Miller takes his first flop, king 8-8. Not a lot to get excited about.
So if Muller got brought over here, okay, so no, we're going to have a rebalancing when we get down to 28. Okay. Yeah, so still some ways to go.
Check, check. Blank looking turn. Some dampness, of course, in theory, with respect to the heart and some coordination. And I love this stuff, Henry from JNT. It shows that he's not bringing the ABC approach that I think many have been ill-fated to assign him throughout the years. He is wily.
I mean, is this a value bet? Just trying to get some clearance.
Where are you from?
Oh no.
Grew up in California, but live in Hong Kong.
Whoa.
Oh, really? What part of California?
Muller.
Sam peeling with queen 3 off. Ace on the river, not supposed to be hitting either player. Note, by the way, that it bails Sam out.
So Muller just thinking he has the best hand on the turn. Thinks that JNT has some cards wrapped around the 7-5. 7-5, sorry, the 8-6. Hands like 7-5.
Spent some time in Hong Kong.
Look at JNT's face.
I heard it's changed a lot.
There's no
The only thing that would make it better is if he turned to the left and looked directly at Sam.
And went, put on.
You ever been that way in a cash game or something? Showdown comes and
It's like, okay, buddy.
guys hauling the pot in and you're just like, wait, what? What were you thinking? Were you even thinking?
It's like poker, not your strong suit. Hey, buddy.
I like this guy I play with who at those showdowns will look over and be like, so what do you do for a living? Because we know it ain't poker.
That sounds like something Bob would say. Bob's
Sure.
Bob's great with those.
Are all of us?
Yeah, those like quirky one-liners.
Little dry slice.
Yeah. The thing is, as well, I mean, you've seen it as much as I have when we do like the post-production stuff. Is he's so good at it that a lot of the time it will go over people's heads.
Oh,
like
sure.
They're just oblivious to it.
Yeah.
They don't even realize that they're just getting showered.
Right. So
Yeah.
after the carve up, JNT back at it from the button. Ace 3 raising.
JNT just trying to piece people up today.
Do you ever make it over to Macau anymore?
No takers.
Used to a lot back
Yeah.
in the day, but not as much anymore.
Yeah.
Sounds like
A lot private games in Hong Kong.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
It was good. It was good. I mean, just
Cool. It's a good poker scene there.
it's decent. I mean, just amongst friends, right?
Yeah.
Friendly games.
Oh yeah.
Jason and Kenny might be somewhat familiar with one another from some Macau adventures. I confess, Henry, I was quite taken by this unexpected influx of super VIPs, as they were being described here at this particular Jeju festival. They weren't around last time, but just a huge kind of back in the days level of capital influx and nosebleed cash game activity.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say as well, like people getting super excited about the heads-up match between Aussie and Limitless. Just go take a look in the back rooms to see what kind of stakes are being played. Like, not to shower Aussie and Victor, like we appreciate the stream, but there are bigger stakes being played elsewhere at the Triton series. We had that 200K short deck. Saw Stevie take that out and like 3.6 million up top. Yeah, it's a lot of wealth in this room.
A lot of hand here for Ike. And he's going to pile over the top of JNT's A7. Not exactly a durable enough hand to go with, but we've seen JNT do stranger things.
Spike call. Just call and drill the ace like Ike did.
Well, he's asking for the count. Another 460 would be pretty significant. And well done. JNT.
Those Macau games, by the way, Victor, a regular in those, as is Henrik Hecklund, and a few of the other guys that are here at this Jeju stop.
And I would imagine that Green with Envy are some of their fellow peers who maybe don't get the call or the invitation to partake in what are largely regarded as some of the best opportunities, let's call them, in poker.
Such as playing Aussie, heads up.
I mean, Aussie decides who he wants to play against.
That's true. That is very true.
And I wonder what his decision-making centers around. You know, why this guy and not that guy?
He just wants to play against legends, man. Jungle Man, Limitless.
Well, it could get to become an expensive hobby, as he is deeply in the red so far, but still early in the adventure. As once again, JNT adventures forward, this time with King 9 suited. Talk to me, Henry.
If you keep doubling the stakes, though, eventually you have to win.
Yeah, eventually.
What's that strategy called? Martingale.
Yeah. You can, A, go bust, although rumor has it Aussie's going to be just fine. But also you can run out of people that can say yes. Queen 8 here. Jason contemplating. Let's play one.
Never thrilled about defending Queen 8 offsuit for 2.5 bigs, especially against an early position open.
And a lack of thrill here for Kuhn on a King 9 deuce board. Unfortunately for JNT, who's found top 2.
Oh, he goes Milky. Just caught a pot. I think playing his hand rather than playing his range. Wouldn't mind seeing something a little bit bigger there on this two-tone texture. I guess he just felt like he had way too much of a hand.
Well, if ever there was an opponent that you need to take great care not to establish any sort of pattern that would tip your range or leave him pouncing upon you, Jason Kuhn is definitely the character. It's very easy when you're watching these streams to overlook the sheer volume, I mean dizzying amount of information that is being taken into account on every street, with every bet sizing, by these sort of top brass world beaters that call Triton home are regulars.
There's been a lot of arguments as well around what's a fair amount of time like for pre-flop decision making. And I understand it because when you think of all the different information points that these guys need to kind of break down on the fly, a lot of calculus being done, man. I mean, high stakes. We've seen so many people come from like cash game backgrounds, for example. Very well versed, very well experienced high stakes cash game players have meltdowns, absolute meltdowns on the Triton stage because they're used to playing in a cash game environment where they can take kind of as long as they want for their decisions.
Biggest boxing match in the last 10 years.
And then you come over here
That happened in 5 minutes.
and you're playing for millions of dollars. You've got a few seconds to figure things out.
Like Mexico's greatest fighter ever, Canelo Alvarez, against one of the United States' best fighters of all time. This guy named Bud Crawford, Terrence Crawford's never lost. And there's been like for the last 10 years, they've been trying to make this fight happen since they were in their 20s. And it finally happened.
Jason keeping an eye trained on that big boxing match taking place in Vegas as we train our eyes elsewhere in the room upon Yaroshevsky hauling in tokens. Ferdinand Pucher there. There's Vinny Lingham. Dan DeVoris.
Rocking his dive watch. That's massive.
That's Ponikov's there along with Dylan Lindy. You think, does DeVoris do diving? Is he like a scuba enthusiast?
Would it surprise me if like Forrest is one of those guys that just kicks through the ice and the ice lake and dives in and goes spearfishing.
Who are these nutbag like Nordic Instagram dudes that take a battle axe and like run off the top of a snow-capped mountain and then directly into a lake like that? I mean, just savages. You seen this?
I've seen Voris post some stuff on IG, like out in Canada, in the wilderness, ice lake fishing. Dylan fishing for Ponikov's ships over here.
Ponikov's has rolled it face up. Trying to get a glimpse here at who's got what. I'm looking at the same images you are. No RFID at the outer tables and no more Alex Ponikovs in the event, it would seem.
Good game, sir. Been a rough series for him so far.
Held claimed by Lindy. I'll tell you what, Ponikov's, he wasn't not in a hurry to get out of here.
Seemed like he was, I don't want to say steaming, but I kind of do want to say steaming.
It did feel like maybe some unsavory things had transpired, leaving him less than thrilled. Uncharacteristic of Alex, by the way. I confess I've not seen him exude that sort of energy.
We'll see.
You know, everyone's got it.
Like, fuck it, I'm gonna open Netflix.
You just like this pigeon calling me with whatever it was, Queen 10. Jungle beats. So down to 28 players. Gonna have a quick rebalancing. 4 tables of 7. Jason Kuhn making a run on the hunt for title number 13. Bring Kenny, I can't believe it. Literally called his shot when he was in the booth. He was like, yeah, you know, in Jeju, but I have a thing for 50Ks.
Did he really say that?
He literally said that, bro.
Wow.
Because if you look back to Jeju earlier this year, he came second in this very event for 1.9 million. And then literally 2 days later, he shipped the 50K turbo bounty.
How about that?
Now he's chip leader with 28 left on the hunt for title number 6.
You know, Bryn, Alex, Foxen, perhaps you have some other submissions with respect to characters that we often find if they're going to be down here making a run, they're not going to be doing it nursing short stacks. You know what I mean? It's like they're either out of here because the way they play the game, they're not looking to chisel and grind, or they're just going to be in the conversation for the W.
I feel like Foxen and Artur, those are the two that come to mind.
Right.
They're either
Aye, aye.
out of the tournament like 2 or 3 tables before the money because they're playing really aggressively. They're trying to, you know, lean on people,
Right.
or they just have a big chip lead because of that aggression. There doesn't seem to be much in between. Like, you never see like Artur trying to sneak his way into the money with like 12 bigs.
No. And it's a stylistic thing. There is still some measure of, call it, range is not the right word, but a spectrum within which our pros will play and be playing optimally. There's some latitudes there. And of course, that's what makes the game interesting. There's interest on display here from Kenny Shi, courtesy of this Ace King. Perhaps he ventured off the resort into a local gift shop.
I was about to ask, what is that?
It looks like a
Wooden.
rocket ship. What were you going to say after wooden, Henry?
Stop it.
Go on.
Yeah, rocket ship is.
Yeah, it looks like someone's in a wooden rocket, right? I mean, I hope. And there's the response, nearly all in. Is Kenny?
I mean, I'm assuming Muller gets out the way here. This is just over and done with. 12 bigs. Has to respect the jam, especially as we find ourselves, what, 4 or 5 off the money?
And this is where kind of those characters emerge. The aforementioned Alex, Artur, Jason even to an extent, Bryn most definitely. Especially if they get the sense that they're surrounded by people who are maybe more apt to try to slip into a min cash, exploitative kind of reactions to that sort of energy. Blinds up.
I don't want to call anyone out.
Alan Kessler? I guess I just did.
Min Cash Allen.
That should be his nickname, MCA. I wonder who has the most min cashes all time in poker. He's got to be
He's got to be up
in
there.
the conversation.
I mean, he's top 5 of most cashes
yeah, just period.
ever, period. So, yeah, he must be up there.
There's Javid Ismailov.
Do you know where the name Chainsaw came from?
I don't. I
feel-
think it was like one of those facetious things. I mean, the guy's more butter knife than chainsaw, so you call him Chainsaw. That's my read.
Do you think he came up with it by himself? Or he's just like spreading the rumor of, his own nickname because it sounded cool?
Right.
Well, nines. Cool, calm, collected, and delivering a 3-bet. I don't think he came up with it. I think somebody was having a laugh. And nothing funny about getting 3-bet. With King 6, concedes, gets back to streaming the fight. Canelo Alvarez, Terrence Crawford, as Jason put it. Biggest fight in the last 10 years. And in consideration of that, not that we can't have multi-screen
See
action.
that hand.
Nice job.
Those of you who are joining us right
Can't
now,
wait to see that fight.
good on you.
I block everything.
Fairly safe to presume you're not fight fans.
I feel like a lot of those biggest fights in recent times have been somewhat
Dusty.
Yeah, I mean,
Pacquiao, Mayweather,
yeah,
12 rounds, 9 punches. I get it. But you know, modern day boxers are more clinicians than they are sort of what I grew up watching, which is wildebeests with gloves. Super heavyweights just out there. George Foreman, Vander Holyfield, these types of characters. Tyson, of course, was just a panther.
I liked the Tyson Fury against Wilder fights and Usyk. I mean, Usyk's just a legend, isn't he?
I just love the super heavyweight stuff. The, you know, couple of big dudes out there, someone land a haymaker and let's all go nuts. Make this man's head spin around like an owl.
Have you ever been punched before?
Yeah, not like that. Not by a heavyweight fighter. But
I can. Your head goes cloudy, man.
sure. Seeing stars. It's a real thing. Seeing middle pair. It's a better vista than Sam Muller's 5-4, although the 8 of clubs being flirted with. 220 in the middle. Kuhn. 55 is the follow through.
I think Muller just using the time that's allowed. I stand corrected. He's coming in with float here. This is very cute.
And this is not the kind of card we have in mind when we do float. Let's see. Second over card to our 8-5 with no diamond in hand. And a straggler who didn't go away on the flop. 330 in the middle. Check back. Feels nice. Fourth diamond does not. And 5 highs, never winning at showdown. And when we say this, Henry, we tend to anticipate an effort.
Yeah, I mean, stone bottom of rage. I'd like to see Muller in my PLO game. The guy's seen that he has 60% of a straight flush on the flop. You know? He's just like, okay, I'll flick in the check call.
Yeah, the thing is, in Hold'em, you only have 2 cards working, whereas in PLO, the ambition maybe comes in a little bit more often with 4 cards.
I'm curious to see if Muller does bluff, which we feel like he is going to, how big he goes, and how deep into the value range would he go? Would he turn a hand like 8-7 with the 8 of diamonds into a value bet for half pot? That's the question that's being asked here. 135k, so around 40%. Would he bet 2 pair for this size? It's so impressive. Like, to find the float out of position against the 12-time champion, you have to be a bit gone in the head.
You have to appreciate that this is not posturing from Jason Kuhn. This is unpacking an opponent who he knows is capable and putting the puzzle pieces together to determine whether or not a pair of 8s with 3 overs and 4 diamonds out there could haul in this 465 by clicking call.
I think Jason's thinking of turning his hand into a bluff. Does think better of it. I mean, it's a tough ask.
Yeah, you're right about that, by the way. I don't think if he was going to get after that one, it would have been in the form of a raise. This call just seems really ambitious. You know what? It's the worst when you think you're picking someone off, but you actually didn't have enough hand.
Yeah.
to pick them off and they accidentally value bet you because you forgot to raise instead of flat.
That's one of the most tilting things.
You're like, I was right, but I'm losing the pot. So impressive stuff there from Sam Mueller. Jack 7 eventually sent where it belongs.
Eventually. Go on, J&T. Piece him up, mate. Come on. I'm telling you, I'm calling it now. Someone give me odds. J&T just wins the thing outright.
I'll tell you what, I think for now, let's focus on whether or not he's going to be able to work his way to the final table, which he has such a nose for. He's king of diamonds, though, looking to thwart the effort. Miller now plays 1.1.
We could just play a 2.2 million chip pot here. This is button versus small blind.
Well, Sam just comes for all of it. Kenny Shee's king 10 is not really worthy of consideration.
Yeah, just posturing here.
Perhaps also addressing some distress in the tendons.
We do have masseuses hanging around the room. Some of the best in the business as well. Take care of some of those issues. You do get it, you know? You play poker long enough, chips, cards, all of that stuff.
It's, for me, the forearms on those elevated rails that, you know what I mean? Kind
Yeah.
of, it ain't great for your posture, let's say. Let's see whether or not these two eights are deemed great enough by JNT.
We're about to find out what kind of mood JNT's in.
Oh, and there's your answer. Not the gambling mood.
What's the add up? Add to that #1 on France's all-time money list with a min cash. I think inside the money, maybe he flicks in the call.
What about you? If I park you on the button there against a Muller jam and you've got two eights, we're
Snap, I've beaten him to the pot. Just like, snap call.
just accepting that maybe best case it's a couple of overs? Or is there some frequency with which the underpair to the eights, and that's a real thing, is what Sam's jamming with?
That's true, yeah. You are, that's a great point. I think 6s and 7s are sometimes just ripping it in.
And it's important to make sure that's in range because that's such a big add to the value of calling in that spot.
Yeah, for me, it's a mandatory call. Also against someone like Muller, an opportunity to eliminate a very, very tough opponent. And I think precisely because of that, because it is Muller. Look, if it's me 3-bet jamming out the small blind, sure, maybe fold the 8s. Maybe I'm not finding the right frequency of bluff to value jams there. Like maybe I'm passing up the Jack 10 suited 30 big blind 3-bet jam. Whereas Muller's not. He's going to be locked in on those. I'm image building in the booth, by the way, if anyone wants to play me heads up.
11 gapper with a deuce.
All the building in the world is worth nothing unless you can find a harvest.
Candidate.
We need to do like a commentator square off.
That's more than one way to tell me you think I'm dust.
No, not you. Not you.
You don't want to play Rabbit Chow, do you? Heads up specialist?
Yeah, that's true. Well, it depends on which game. We all get to pick our own format.
So wait, are we going to play mix?
Well, yeah.
And it's a 4-game mix and each of us get to...
That's the only way to keep it fair, right?
Yeah, except for the fact that you guys are going to pick big bet games, and those are disproportionately bigger than the limit games I would pick.
What limit game would you go for?
I mean, I'd really want to throw... Well, hang on a second. going for JNT's chips once more is going to be Sam Mueller with aces versus ace 5.
110.
And this time he's not piling, but rather inviting. An ace 6 of clubs behind for Kenny Shi, who has had the look of a man that wants to find a spot to go with.
Yeah, it's just not the spot though. You got hijack open, cut off 3-bet. Yeah, nice fold, Kenny. It can be tempting, but like the reality is, even if Sam is up to no good, he could have like a hand like ace 9 offsuit here, ace 10 offsuit.
JNT once more releasing, so a second data point suggesting that he is going to fight clean here as we approach the money.
That is the thing I like about JNT, is you rarely see his ego take over in these spots. I don't think I've seen a JNT implosion before where pre-flop he just gets stubborn because someone's 3-bet him a couple of times. By the way, Yoni Ukamayan out in 27th in pretty brutal fashion. I mean, getting 2-outed by Brandon Wilson's pocket 6s. Yoni holding the pocket jacks. JJ's for the JJ. No good.
Ace deuce of spades. And once more into the fray will come JNT. It's been fruitless on the prior 2 occasions we've borne witness of late.
It's 3 off the money.
We're soft hand for hand. You don't have to stall. Well, why are you stalling?
Okay. Oh, okay.
You're not allowed to do it.
Okay, I'll just time it. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Stern from Jason there,
Like so close.
as he is picking
You
up
have a real
on
decision. Take your time on this.
Oh,
Yeah, but
Kenny,
I doubt
maybe.
you've had a real decision
yeah.
15 hands in a row.
Fair enough.
taking a little bit more time than could possibly be warranted, and
Yeah,
you know,
I'm glad they're calling it out. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
well,
Make it count.
ace 7 of diamonds, and the jam is deemed necessary, and just look at the spot Jason Kuhn finds himself in now. Ace king in the big, raising jam in front. We know he's not going anywhere.
All in. Yeah.
And JNT must be sick of this. This is the 3rd hand in a row, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
that he's opened and there's been jams behind.
Well, it's always reassuring when you look up and you realize that it wasn't as though somebody was simply targeting you light.
Well, I mean, Ismailov kind of was. Javid taking a spot that perhaps he wouldn't take against someone else.
You think?
I think so.
No,
I think so.
Not
He's
yesterday.
got 13.5 bigs in the small blind.
And
Like,
he's also seen the guy open and fold
exactly.
to a 3-bet.
Yeah, Javid's kind of unfortunate here to run into ace king.
My goodness, look at what JNT would have flopped. Wheel draw, not flush draw. Instead, Jason Kuhn sits very pretty. Things looking ugly for Javid, however.
If you stand up really quick, you got 20% more equity.
End up equity.
7 of diamonds.
All right.
Taking the
Picked up 2
advice.
more outs at least.
Oh no, would be dirty.
Nah. GG's.
Thanks.
As the Azerbaijani won't find the money in this one, but Jason Kuhn will find more tokens, up and over 2 million in the aftermath.
That's rough for Javid. Came 3rd in the 200K Invitational in Montenegro for 2.8 million. Famously lost aces against kings for like 92% of the chips in play with 3 left. And then here in Jeju, it's been tough. You know, he had the chip lead in the 60K with 16 left. ended up busting in 16th.
That is bitter pill. And now absent Javid, we get a look at the chip counts here. Jason Kuhn putting runway and daylight between himself and Sam. Activation on the button. 9-7 offsuit.
Who won the fight, Ali? It must be over, right? How long ago did it
Oh,
last?
don't spoil it.
Oh, okay. Do you know?
No idea.
Okay.
But the intention, whenever we're done, at least on this end, if you want to join me, is to go back and watch it without any knowledge. As Vogel's saying, wags his finger from the small.
Out of nowhere.
We're getting told in the chat that apparently it's not Jeju,
The dark shadows.
it's
and
Jeju. And to you I say, F you.
Listen, they're not wrong. It is C-H-E, Jeju. But
Then why have we been saying it wrong for 10 years, bro?
Okay, listen. I'm going to explain this, and as an imperialist yourself, hailing from the UK, you'll be able to appreciate this. You know,
Come on, man.
come on, the British were unbothered. It's not as though they were looking to say Kolkata instead of Calcutta.
It's too early in the
know.
day to talk about imperialism, mate. Come on.
But I don't, I'm not at home in the States saying Los Angeles. I don't say San Francisco. Anglicizing things a little bit. Because it almost feels like you're trying a little too hard. You know,
Oh, man.
Jeju, you know.
That's brilliant. What's up, chat? Glad to have you all with us, as always. Yes, we're saying, Henry, hypothetically, if you were forced to play Monarch heads up in a similar format as the previous matches, but you can sell as much percentage as you prefer, how much you're selling, it would depend on the buy-in, mate. It would just be... well, I'd like to pretend that I have really good bankroll management. I was about to try and lecture you guys and be like, oh yeah, relative to like net worth, I'd probably take like, maybe risk 10% net worth. But I know deep down that I am lying,
really
and I like to gamble. So maybe I'll take a bigger piece of myself. By the way, Pocket 8's folding by Kenny for 10 bigs, which is just incredible because it would have ran into kings.
I am shocked. I mean, he's been sitting back, and I'll tell you what, that's very informative with respect to what it's going to take here on the march to the bubble for Kenny Shi to put himself on the chopping block, and 8s doesn't cut it. Well timed, of course, given that we can see Vogel saying had medicine.
Oh no. No, JNT.
The cauldron bubbles, doesn't it? He just got his hand smacked 3 times after opening a pot. Now he feels like a pound of flesh, even if it wasn't Vogel that was snacking on him. Ace-10 offsuit, small blind.
Oh, he's announced raise.
Salivating, as
back
Vogel's
on that.
saying. And perhaps
Vinny. It looks like Vinny had Dylan covered. I'm not sure by how much. It doesn't look
Not
like
tons,
much.
no.
Yeah, I think Vinny's going to be down to just like, what, 200K?
yeah, and it looks like Queen for Dylan and Vapors in the aftermath for Vinny. All right, back over to see what JNT's brewed up. 295. And Vogel's saying, stuffing it.
Who's that laughing? Is that Jason laughing on the side?
I'm pre-rolling already.
No,
no,
it's
it ain't.
Kenny.
Seems unlikely it was getting through.
Yeah, he and Ike engaged in conversation.
About
I think
the pocket
Kenny's-
eights,
Yeah,
yeah.
tipped his hand.
like correctly deducing from the action that it probably wasn't getting through.
I know it's not the focal point, but I'm deeply nervous about Jason hitting us with a spoiler because his eyes are trained on that fight that I'd love to soak up without knowledge of the outcome later. And I suspect he's going to offer up some breaking news at some point here. As Christoph has offered up all of his tokens. Ace 10, 695 more. Yes, we hate to bid adieu to even more chips, and yet JNT appropriately does just that, does he not?
I think inside the money, again, it's another one of those spots where, similar to the pocket eights earlier,
What?
King, king.
Oh, fuck
maybe
yeah,
he
yeah,
flicks
yeah.
it in.
Good fold.
Oh. Avoided a disaster for the time being. God. Once I flop a six.
I didn't use one.
No, 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 I know. I need one time bank. The blue one. Do you have red time box?
Yeah.
Okay. So I needed to put it on top. Thank you.
Nice little pick up there for Christoph. We got some of the legends.
We're ahead. They're waiting. Yeah.
Out in
this
front. Yeah, Brinkeni
leaderboard?
in first, Pun Up Punsri in second, Jason Kuhn in third, Christoph Vogelsang now moving up to fifth. We got Kiat Lee, seventh in chips. Sorry, sixth in chips. Got 30. Just saw Ferdinand
Yeah.
Potra. I'm surprised to see him in a 50K, to be fair. I would have thought that the cash games on offer here would be too enticing for him to pass up on. Or maybe he's like, you know, 50K. Keeps me out of trouble.
What else am I going to do?
It's like, well, the worst that can happen is I lose 50K.
80.
Safer than the cash games.
50K is a straddle in some of those cash games. As Haxton, under the gun, ace 7 of spades. Clicks it. Lingham, by the way, in the aftermath of that altercation at the outer table, officially the shortest stack behind Manuel Fritz with 25 remaining and 23 paid. 2 away from the money.
Picking on me, picking on me. I would ship though if I have anything. Like
Oh, I
top,
don't
top,
doubt
top.
it.
Top, I would do it. Top win.
I don't doubt it.
But that's not top.
I was not picking on anything. I just had a pretty good hand.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thanks. Thank you. I would pick on me there. Still?
Do I have a good hand now with 3 cards?
That's a good one.
Not really.
Pineapple, pineapple.
Man, if Pudak can final table this, it's going to have some huge Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard implications. Let's not forget, Dan Voris is currently sat in 12th as well. I called it. I said at the start of this series, you know, I think this one's going to come down to the wire. I mean, Dan Voris is currently 3rd on that leaderboard.
Ivan Liao, Player of the Year?
Yeah, he's 1,000 points behind Artur. But if Dan gets like a top 3 here, if Punak gets a top 3, it just becomes a 4-man race.
And that race has a clock that ticks, just given that this is the final stop of the season. That POY leaderboard locks in once the final event is over, and $200,000 will go to the champ. So some real pursuits.
I honestly think it's going to go down to the last event. It's that close. Unless someone just wins like back-to-back tournaments, I think it's going to come down to the last event. I think all of them are going to be flicking in the PLO. I mean, we know Boris is, we know Artur is. I don't know if Foxen is much of a PLO player, but if it makes sense EV-wise because of that 200K, he'll be in there. Punat Punsri, of course, 2-time PLO champion.
I'll tell you what, that's the kind of drama that you hope to have an opportunity to see is it does create interesting subtexts right down to the granular level, potentially, right? Top 2 guys on the leaderboard find themselves at a feature, and you know that there's that overlay of kicking a guy out of the event that might cost you $200,000 if he performs. And, you know, it's kind of like cross-booking, you know, when you got added kind of
Have to.
concerns.
Bottom.
Don't
bottom
say that.
range.
Every time, every
Bottom
time I
range.
hear somebody say that, they get all in with a really bad hand. So
No, I'm smarter than that.
one time
I mean,
one time I was deep in the Aussie Millions, and I was chip leader on the bubble, and I opened the button, and this guy who hadn't played a hand in 2 hours shoved all in for like 8 big blinds.
Yeah.
He said, "I swear I have aces," and I called with deuces, and he had ace jack offsuit, and I stacked him.
Oh.
So be careful saying these things.
My action speak louder than words.
Oh.
Action.
Well, JNT's been a part of the action, but not this time with the ace-5. It hasn't been going well for him. 17 bigs now. Sort of a slow bleed.
Only premium.
But yeah, I have to agree. Flashbacks to this man taking down that leaderboard race. I think that came down to the final event in Cyprus.
Yep.
If you recall, Chidwick had made the final table of the last event of the
Yup.
series. I think it was a 20K short deck. Needed to win it. Gets down to final 3, if I'm not mistaken. My Triton trivia is on point.
Danny Tang, also a former Ivan Liao Player of the Year award winner. The reigning champ.
Raining.
10-9 deuce. 2 overs and a gut shot for Kuhn, who chose to limp. Gutter for Vogelsang as well.
Yeah, the covering stack on the bubble. I don't hate betting this. 2 overs, queen of clubs to go along with that gut shot. And similarly for Christoph, don't think he'll be folding. Just getting laid way too good of a price in terms of direct odds, and probably has what he perceives as clean outs.
So another 80 into the purse. Seven is a weird way to improve for Vogelsang, but he is now in the lead. Once we've been called after that little 40K on the flop, the check here does feel sound.
Mandatory. Just want to try and get your king, queen to showdown. I think the same for Christoph with this jack 7, or maybe like set the price for yourself, but betting to then get check raised, kind of vomit. What's J&T got going on? He's got the fight on over on the iPad.
No, I think the Triton Poker Plus app is what he's grinding right now as we close in on the bubble. Check back from Vogelsang. I think he'll decide, contingent upon whether or not Jason puts him to a decision, which he doesn't.
Yeah, Jason very content. Let's just check this one down.
Sure.
It's one of those like fake showdown things as well, where you never really expect to see anything come back your way. But maybe, just maybe, you're up against Queen 8, Queen Jack. Value bet from Christoph is pretty sexy.
And that is what it is at half pot sizing. Make no mistake.
Yeah, no, this is really cool.
Targeting rather a deuce or maybe a high card hand such as this. You see Jason stroking the chin.
Weaker 7, had like 7-8, 7-6 that stabbed.
Yeah, that's a thing. Less likely, but obviously in range. And that one ends uneventfully.
Manuel Fritz has gone on a bit of a spin. At the right time, managed to find the double up. His pocket sevens holding against Eibinger's king 10. And Vinny Lingham down to 4 bigs. Pretty dire stuff for him right now. I think he's about to be in the big blind as well.
By the way, King 10 got into the mix against 10-10. Brandon Wilson against Punat Punsri. Those are 2 big stacks that ended up colliding. 66 big blind pot.
Place 80,000.
Kuhn, suited king, plus button equals min raise. Wow, JNT, 2 aces, 615 back, Henry.
All in.
All in.
He jams it. Was there an opportunity to do something a little cuter than this?
I don't think so. Not on the not on the bubble. I know what you're saying. Yeah, maybe come with like a small 3-bet, but I just don't think you're supposed to have many 3-bets off of that stack depth. 2 off the money. And even if you are, I don't think enough people find them.
So a bit more straightforward. The choice, understandably.
He did jam pretty quickly, though.
Mm-hmm. Dare we say too quickly? Still 2 away from the money. Here in this 50K, where Kenny Shee is holding on for dear life. Only 1 stack shorter than his. That belongs to Vinny Lingham. Every orbit going to shave 100K off that stack, though, so eventually push will come to shove.
Yeah, he's about to be in the big blind as well.
Place 80,000.
Small push from the button. Brought on by ace-5, which is in a good way against jack-5. Not that Sam was interested. And a lot of the action that we anticipate seeing right now is going to be kind of pre-flop concluded, isn't it? It's a raise and take, or it's a raise 3-bet and take, or if the 2 hands involved are good enough, we get it in pre, right?
I'm not so sure. I think there are probably some pre-flop hands that once the bubble has burst, we
Well,
would
sure.
Right.
But until then.
Until then.
Yeah.
Until then, I think.
We're just waiting on that thing to pop.
I think that's what makes the likes of, you know, Bryn Kenny, Punat, Christoph, all of these guys at the top, they just relish in this stage of the tournament.
It's an opportunity for chip accumulation if you have the taste for a little bit of gamble and aggression.
Yeah, Christoph is just loving this right now.
80,000.
Acting pretty fast as well, for Christoph standards. Keeping an eye on Vinny, because he's just been through the big blind and folded. And he's now down to 85K, just north of 2 bigs.
300.
Place 300,000.
Muller is just a sick pup. Recognizing that Vogelsang's going to be very loose here.
Three betting to 300,000. I mean, these aren't the light stacks. 31 bigs, 47 bigs coming into that pot. And Vogelsang, I think, taking note of that.
Oh my. Just looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app, the updates. Dai Ming is out in 25th, and he wasn't one of the short stacks. He had 15 bigs. It went Bryn Kenny open on the button to 100K. He shipped ace-queen offsuit out the small blind, and Kiat Lee woke up with kings in the big. So we're on the stone bubble. Vinny Lingham with just 2 big blinds. Kenny, who's at this feature table, is perhaps going to sneak his way into the money with 6 bigs if he can just outlast Vinny. And it looks like Vinny is all in.
So in short order and quick succession, might this thing go pop? You can see some interested parties hovering, making their way down from other tables, invested in the outcome here, include Ibinger in that conversation. Although, I think he's seen enough. No, went over to grab a drink. Ferdy here, awaiting authorization to turn him face up. He opened to 100, Vinny, all in. Covered just 80K. Less than the min raise. And you know, Vinny would have had, granted, shortest stack in the field, so not like he can outlast anyone else. Generally, most people will be attentive enough at his stack depth to not risk busting before him, but could have taken a pass and then waited for something else with a few free hands.
I know what you mean. Yeah, he had a couple of opportunities, but look, Vinny's not scared money. Okay,
No.
he's going to take the spot. If he has to stone bubble, he has to stone bubble.
And I bring it up to suggest that his hand should be fairly good here.
I'm going with king, queen of clubs.
So if it's diamonds, does that mean you're wrong?
It means I'm wrong. We're just waiting for all the hands on the other tables to conclude. Good luck, sir.
Pucha off of 22 bigs, by the way, with a couple of other stacks at this table right in his neighborhood, and then Yaroshevsky with 43 bigs, willing to open off of 1.1. Where do you range him?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, opening into Daniel Dvoris's big blind, and Dvoris actually covering Pucha, so I think maybe tied, same kind of stack. Yeah, I'd put him on something healthy, like ace 10 plus. Maybe chuck in some king queens. Oh, there's a hand going on over here between Eddie and Pun Street. So, that hand concluded. Man, Pun Street is just
ascending,
he's on one.
man.
Yeah.
His game is just so razor sharp. Let's see if we're dealing with steak knives or butter knives. Back here, is that a pocket pair and an ace? Ace 10?
And it's been called by ace 10. Ace of spades and the 10 of clubs.
Against 8-9 suited.
That's exactly what I said. I called both of those hands.
Flop is 3 ace 9. Turn card.
Oh. Ferdy.
Turn card is the 10 of spades.
Moments away here if he can fade trips for Vinny.
And the river is a 7 of clubs.
And he's done just that. So Lingham, the unfortunate designation, the honor of being the bubble boy.
You lose one player on table 3.
Shrug of the shoulders.
Congratulations to all 23
That's the way the cookie would ultimately
players
crumble.
in
You surprised that
NLH?
8-9 suited was the one he chose from the small with.
I kind of am, yeah. Because
He had free hands coming.
that's what you pointed out, yeah, beforehand.
I mean, that one felt
It's just
unnecessary.
You're just like, well, you know, spin the wheel.
Here's the one thing I know. Vinny's not going to lose any sleep. He'll be just fine.
Maybe calls up the pilot to fuel up the jet. I don't know. How much would it cost from Jeju? You should know better than me. From
Where are we flying?
I mean, West Coast.
Gonna have to do a tech stop in a Gulfstream. You can get there in a global. You know, ping me and I'll give you a quote. You know? But here's the thing. If the flight's one way, you're paying for both legs. Because you got to get the jet back home, or you got to have it fly out to pick you up, and that's the wrinkle in private aviation. Whether you're on the jet or not, you're paying any time it moves in association with you.
That's why you get some of these like cheaper routes offered, right?
The empty legs.
Yeah.
So when that jet's coming to pick you up, somebody can hop on the bus. Queen 10. Vogelsang starting the bus.
That was the quickest bobble we've
Like
seen.
550 behind.
No less.
Okay.
It just came together in a hurry, didn't it?
Bubble
490
went pop.
behind.
85K guaranteed for these final 23.
And the Queen 10 goes top pair. Shouldn't be a whole lot of reason for Ike to espouse King 9.
Man, I love that there's 2 people registered in the 150K. It's Jesse Lonis and Artur Martirosyan.
It would be even cooler if the two of them were like, deal. As they're sat there waiting. People walk up, they're like, is there a heads up event? No, no, no. This is the 150. We're just the only 2 that registered, so we decided to play. Rest assured, by the way, I don't have any concerns that we'll get more registrants in that one. You know, producer James, being the av geek that he is, quietly went to work trying to determine whether or not there is a private jet that would make it from Jeju all the way to the West Coast, and he has stepped in to advise that we're just shy of range, especially given Russian airspace is closed, so some circuitous routing. Nothing makes you feel less luxurious like having to land in Alaska real quick for a top-up. Unless, of course, you step out, harpoon a polar bear or something, and then, you know, make a rug. Which feels like it's, you know.
I feel so sorry. The polar bear's just catching strays out here. Just out of complete boredom.
You don't have to kill them anymore. They're drowning, so you just kind of fish them out of the ocean.
Yeah, that is true. Yay, us.
Yeah. Humanity. Sam with ace-8 here. Haxton giving this king 10 a chew, and he's going to rip. Versus the cutoff. Sensing Sam might not be able to proceed for 390 more.
This is like
Cuspy.
1 pip below. Yeah, I think ace-9 is really close. Ace-10 we call. I mean, Ike's gonna have some weaker ace-X that jam. So yeah, this is close. There we go. Cards on the back.
Well, not quite as close in terms of equity. 15% disparity for Haxton. $1 million plus. On the inside of the bubble, of course, we're far more comfortable taking a spot, as all parties now guaranteed that $85,000 min cash. 3 of those payouts are available, and well, the nuts also available to Ike. A couple of clubs and a pair.
8 of clubs for a sweat.
What? That is from just the writer's room right there, Henry. That is disgustingly accurate.
Say it enough times, mate. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
That's true. Promise Henry had no idea that card was coming. Threats. And my goodness.
Good luck.
That is nasty. What did we just see? You flop the joint on ace, queen, jack, and it comes 8 of clubs for flush draw, boat draw, and then the other ace, and it's good night, Ike.
Sick flop.
Can I be that guy?
Oh, God.
They got it in pre, Harley.
Everything's over.
The run-out's irrelevant. 60-40.
I wouldn't go saying that too loudly, just in case you're in earshot of Ike. Not that he's... But first thing producer James steps into our headsets to say is, how bad does this guy run? When it comes to Tritons, not life, not poker overall, it does feel like Ike runs like rancid bologna.
Right. I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier on. Not too much empathy from us here in the booth. Because, you know, Ike's like, hey, guys, I'm good. The balance is good. You know?
I just need you to understand, my balance is not good enough to do anything other than peel me off the ceiling on the back of that pot.
That was worth a lot.
Because I will have launched myself. That is the dirtiest beat that I can remember.
Ninox Neko saying calling 8 of clubs is crazy. Hey, listen, I try.
Calling the 8 of clubs as impressive as it was, I don't think was as crazy as runner boat. I mean, that's just ew.
And there's 5 behind, right?
King Jack. That's Kenny Shee's 285 in a way, and over the top comes Christoph. The extra nickel is in there, and this is where Kenny might be looking back on some of the other spots that were available to him prior to this one. But mission accomplished as far as the Hong Kong National here at his first ever Triton is concerned. In the money. Guaranteed 85,000, but definitely not guaranteed to be able to continue in the event. As you can see there, 23%, nothing more.
I think he did exactly what he wanted to do, which was get the monkey off of his back in the form of his first Triton cash. Was nursing that short stack. I think it all kind of boiled down to that unsuccessful bluff against J&T's turn straight, where Kenny bluffed with third pair.
Well, hang on now. Gut shot for both players. We could carve it up with a 10. We can haul it in.
Would be fine with it then.
No, no longer can haul it in. Forgive me, the pair of Jackson. There's the 10. A stay of execution.
Good jam, see? Good
Yes!
Pick up half the small blind in the end.
I'll tell you what, I love to see the emotion.
Yeah, same.
You know.
Final 3 tables, 50K. First ever cash at the Triton Series. Will allow the celebrations. Final 3 tables. This one shaping up to be something special. Bring Kenny, runaway chip leader. He's up to 4.4 million now. Punat Punsri in second, Kiat Lee in third. Jason Kuhn in the mix. Dan Voris, he's also here. Yeah, this could be a fun day.
Wanna watch some Netflix or?
I think Christoph gets like condensation in his glasses. You know, have you ever wore like a ski mask when you're out like snowboarding or skiing, and then your goggles get all?
Yes,
yeah.
I don't think that we have the thermostat turned down that low out here.
I'm just talking, you know, like, yeah. I don't know.
Because when you're breathing out,
Thank
it's
you.
kind of, yeah, all right, I see what you
Okay,
mean.
See what I mean, yeah.
J&T meaning business here with the 2 kings, jams, and snacks on Sam's Open.
95, 97.
Oh, break. Oh, break. Yeah.
Redraw, yeah.
Good timing.
With the departure of Vinny Lingham, Kenny Shee is shortest stack in the field. Manuel Fritz continues to keep him company down there. Only other sub-10 big blind stacks belong to Zhongxian Yang and Alexander Zubov. So you get a look there at the chip counts. Time for a little redraw. Here in Jeju, back at the desk, Ali and Henry with you, and I'll tell you what. I know there was a lot that went on in that particular frame, namely the bursting of the bubble, but how on earth are we going to talk about anything other than just the nastiness Oh, Sam Muller with top pair against the joint, finding the 8 of clubs that Flopstradamus over here called out, and then the ace on the end. I mean, you know, before those of us who play poker go, oh, I run so bad, I run so bad. This is a 50K, and that man got showered with King 10 on an ace, queen, jack board versus aces.
I'm doubling down. They got it in pre. It's 60-40. I don't care about the run out. You know, the best hand won.
Don't be that guy. Don't do it, Henry.
No,
I'm upset on Ike's behalf. Come on now. You're not wrong,
brutal.
of course, but it
brutal.
is brutal. And, of course, it is something that the likes of Ike Haxton are going to be able to shrug off and get right back in the saddle. So, with that, we're going to step aside, but we will be back in the saddle with a new shuffled deck, 3 tables, and let's see how it all plays out on the backside of about a 10-minute break. Stay close.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
They'll happily run the spot if it's presented to them. J&T.
Queen 9 suited and the button.
Feels like it's been a while since we've seen a J&T deep run. A couple of big final tables under his belt. Number 1 on France's all-time money list.
By the way, he got, dare I say, robbed by Tim Adams.
Oh, yeah.
Who thwarted his bid to pick up a title.
Yeah, it was a
in
main
London.
event. Mm-hmm. Came second in the Jeju main event as well last March. Final table, the 200K Invitational in Monte Carlo. Knows how to get it done in the big stuff.
And here he is with a 2-way straight draw on an ace-high board against a gutter, backdoor clubs, and bottom pair.
195 in the middle. J&T is the effective stack. I like the C-bet. It's a sizable one as well. Makes it very uncomfortable for Kenny. Middle pair. It is a button range that he's up against, so I think that takes off a little bit of pressure, but against the size up, you're not loving life. I mean, you know, if you stay unimproved on the turn, it just gets really uncomfortable.
And Staying unimproved is she. Can't say the same for JNT. 8 rolls off and gives him the queen high straight. Second nuts as it stands. Wonderful developments for the Frenchman.
Would like to see him go on the smaller size. Just has the board so locked, targeting, you know, like a jack or a weak ace. If your opponent has 2 pair, you're just getting on. Oh, love it.
Check back, naughty stuff, and not sure how uncomfortable JNT is going to be about the arrival of an ace. I don't imagine Kenny Shee's got designs on barreling at this 395.
Yeah, I don't think JNT is worried about this ace. If anything, he kind of likes it because now a hand like ace 4, ace 5 that defended is going to be forced to put more money in. 395 in the middle. I mean, JNT snap checked back. He almost checked before Kenny did.
But what are we hoping for if we did decide to barrel at this? It would just seem like such an absurdly unnecessary approach.
Who, Kenny?
Yeah.
I mean, you could potentially come with block.
Just to set the price for showdown because you're feeling like a bluff catcher is...
Oh. I mean, that's not block. That's 250 in his hand.
No, this is a pile driver. And JNT doesn't look like he's going to hesitate to call, aware, of course, that the board pairing is bad.
This might just be how JNT gets it done. Like, people just, their perception of him is, you know, older gentleman, could just push him around. He's just here with the goods. Someone barreling into him with a hand that doesn't really need to barrel. Like, what, you trying to get a jack to fold?
He doesn't look thrilled, Henry.
No, I think he just wants to double check that he has a straight.
Oh my goodness. From not looking thrilled to piling. JNT leaving Kenny breathless. I don't think he anticipated that response. And she is asking for a count. What on earth?
I almost shipped on you, actually. This is the 6
By the way, I wonder if shipping would have caused JNT to maybe rethink the merits of Queen 9. By the looks of what we've seen here, doubtful, but only he knows.
Peculiar hand, Ali, if being perfectly honest. Like, the speech play, it seems genuine. I'm not sure why the Queen 10 would ship all in. Like, overbet jam river just doesn't make sense. The big bet on the river, to me, doesn't make sense. I mean,
You check the turn.
Boy, that turn check back is what's living rent-free in Kenny Shee's head right now. He's befuddled. But I mean, listen, some ace X, it makes sense. We check back. What maybe doesn't make as much sense is his willingness to jam, though, with a hand like that on the end. There's a lot of incongruence.
I mean, look, JT can have some pot-controlled 2-pair. Not many, but some. I think this is just a bit of saving face and TV time.
You to fold a jack.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, he's trying to get him to fold a jack.
Well,
okay, so now we understand that he was turning the Queen 10 into a bluff, in which case that makes sense.
You see the TV.
Oh, yeah.
JNT not going to give up any intel.
Have anything?
I have 10. I have 10.
Oh, you had a 10. Okay.
I'm trying to get him off the jack.
Well, Jason, very much a diplomat, hence being selected to be a Triton ambassador. Pocket Kings, KT. Jamming to 100,000. Just north of 3x. Ike chewing on an ace-9 here. Not exactly stacked.
It's going in. Ike Haxton, Prince of Darkness. Ace-9 for 3 bigs against the cutoff jam. Wow, Ollie, call me clairvoyant.
Yeah, well, I don't think that was the toughest psychic reading you're going to do on the day, but well done.
Big 3.3 big blind hand.
Yeah. Very big find.
Could be all done for KT if an ace pays a visit to this board.
Let's see what kind of day it's going to be.
Yeah, is the deck going to choose violence?
Yeah. After yesterday's violence, maybe it's decided to just, you know, chill out a bit today.
Well, Jack 8-5 suggesting things will be chill.
Yeah, there's a lot of
10 on a 10?
Yeah, there's gonna be a little something, right? No fun if there isn't.
That 9 dangler relevant, and now there is a gut shot. 10s and aces. That would spell the end for KT. Anything else? And he lays claim to 260.
Yeah.
No club in hand either, and the dreaded ace magnets prove once more true to form as Haxton showers the tie national.
It's been a violent series. I knew it was coming.
It's so funny because I was like, oh, this is docile, you know, and then I got ahead of myself.
Does he have 5 singles blues over there? If he doesn't.
Such a solid player, Mueller. Ace trace suited. Not played. Now let's see how naughty Jason is feeling. Taking a look around, 10-5 of diamonds. No thank you. Apologies, by the way, as my voice, I'm sure many of you have picked up on, is failing me a little bit. I'm grinding the jasmine tea and the honey and doing my best to restore a non-pubescent tinge.
I'll be honest with you, it makes you sound kind of sexy, bro.
Are you into it? Because, I mean, I can put the tea away.
It suits you.
Queen 9 of clubs, JNT. Holding over the queen tray. Miller takes his first flop, king 8-8. Not a lot to get excited about.
So if Muller got brought over here, okay, so no, we're going to have a rebalancing when we get down to 28. Okay. Yeah, so still some ways to go.
Check, check. Blank looking turn. Some dampness, of course, in theory, with respect to the heart and some coordination. And I love this stuff, Henry from JNT. It shows that he's not bringing the ABC approach that I think many have been ill-fated to assign him throughout the years. He is wily.
I mean, is this a value bet? Just trying to get some clearance.
Where are you from?
Oh no.
Grew up in California, but live in Hong Kong.
Whoa.
Oh, really? What part of California?
Sam peeling with queen 3 off. Ace on the river, not supposed to be hitting either player. Note, by the way, that it bails Sam out.
So Muller just thinking he has the best hand on the turn. Thinks that JNT has some cards wrapped around the 7-5. 7-5, sorry, the 8-6. Hands like 7-5.
Spent some time in Hong Kong.
Look at JNT's face.
I heard it's changed a lot.
There's no.
The only thing that would make it better is if he turned to the left and looked directly at
By Brandon Wilson's pocket sixes. Yanni holding the pocket jacks. JJ's for the JJ. No good.
Ace deuce of spades. And once more into the fray will come JNT. It's been fruitless on the prior two occasions we've borne witness of late.
It's 3 off the money.
We're soft hand for hand. You don't have to stall. Well, why are you stalling?
Okay. Oh, okay.
You're not allowed to do it.
Okay, I just timing. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Stern from Jason there.
Like so close.
As he is picking
You
up
have a real
on
decision. Take your time on this.
Oh,
Yeah, but
Kenny,
I doubt
maybe.
you've had a real decision.
No, yeah.
15 hands in a row.
taking a little bit more time than could possibly be warranted. And
yeah,
you know,
I'm glad they're calling it out. It's just it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Well,
Take your count.
ace-7 of diamonds, and the jam is deemed necessary. And just look at the spot Jason Kuhn finds himself in now. Ace-king in the big, raising jam in front. We know he's not going anywhere.
545.
All in.
All in.
Yeah.
And JNT must be sick of this. This is the third hand in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That he's opened and there's been jams behind.
Well, it's always reassuring when you look up and you realize that it wasn't as though somebody was simply targeting you light.
Well, I mean, Ismailov kind of was. Javid taking a spot that perhaps he wouldn't take against someone else.
You think?
I think so.
No,
I think so.
Not
He's
yesterday.
got 13 and a half bigs on in the small blind.
And
Like.
he's also seen the guy open and fold
Exactly.
to a 3-bet.
Yeah. Javid's kind of unfortunate here to run into ace-king.
My goodness, look at what JNT would have flopped. Wheel draw, not flush draw. Instead, Jason Kuhn sits very pretty. Things looking ugly for Javid, however.
If you stand up really quick, you get 20% more equity.
Stand up equity.
7 of diamonds.
All right.
Taking the
Picked up 3
advice.
more outs at least.
Oh, no. Would be dirty.
No. GG's,
Thanks.
as the Azerbaijani won't find the money in this one, but Jason Kuhn will find more tokens, up and over 2 million in the aftermath.
That's rough for Javid. Came third.
They were looking to say Kolkata instead of Calcutta.
It's too early in the
know.
day to talk about imperialism. Mate. Come on.
But I don't, I'm not at home in the States saying Los Angeles. I don't say San Francisco. Anglicizing things a little bit. Because it almost feels like you're trying a little too hard. You know,
Oh, man.
Jeju, you know.
That's brilliant. What's up, chat? Glad to have you all with us, as always. Yes, we're saying, Henry, hypothetically, if you were forced to play Monarch heads up in a similar format as the previous matches, but you can sell as much percentage as you prefer, how much you're selling, it would depend on the buy-in, mate. It would just be... well, I'd like to pretend that I have really good bankroll management. I was about to try and lecture you guys and be like, oh, yeah, relative to, like, net worth, I'd probably take, like, maybe risk 10% net worth. But I know deep down that I am lying, and I like to gamble. So maybe I'll take a bigger piece of myself. By the way, pocket 8's folding by Kenny for 10 bigs, which is just incredible because it would have ran into kings.
I am shocked. I mean, he's been sitting back, and I'll tell you what, that's very informative with respect to what it's going to take here on the march to the bubble for Kenny Shi to put himself on the chopping block, and 8s doesn't cut it. Well timed, of course, given that we can see Vogelsang had medicine.
Oh, no. No, JNT.
The cauldron bubbles, doesn't it? He just got his hand smacked 3 times after opening a pot. Now he feels like a pound of flesh, even if it wasn't Vogel that was snacking on him. Ace-10 offsuit, small blind.
Oh, he's announced raise.
Salivating, as Vogel saying. And perhaps
Vinny. It looks like Vinny had Dylan covered. I'm not sure by how much. It doesn't look
Not
like
tons,
much.
no.
Yeah, I think Vinny's going to be down to just like, what, 200K?
yeah, and it looks like queen for Dylan and Vapors in the aftermath for Vinny. All right, back over to see what JNT's brewed up. 295. And Vogel's saying, stuffing it.
Who's that laughing? Is that Jason laughing on the side?
I'm pre-rolling already.
No, it's Kenny.
Seems unlikely it was getting through.
Yeah, he and Ike engaged in conversation.
About
I think
the pocket
Kenny's,
eights,
yeah, tipped his hand.
Like, correctly deducing from the action that it probably wasn't getting through.
I know it's not the focal point. And welcome back to Jeju Landing Casino Resort. Ali Najad alongside where have you been, Henry?
Well, I have to keep adjusting my chair for the different height ranges of you, Kevin, and Randy, and I thought I'll just, hide under the table this time around.
We can't all be Bigfoot. We can't all be 6'3". What is it, 6'3", 6'4"?
Well, I just said to producer James before the break, get some stilts for you guys,
No, you said hobbits. All right, listen, fun and games aside, the fun part of this tournament is now upon us because the money bubble has burst and we get to get the chips flowing again.
We do, and look, I don't want to make too big of a statement, but this, for me, looking through the final 21, is one of the funnest kind of final 3 tables. We've got a lot of potential storylines brewing here.
Sure.
I guess the biggest one being that Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race. Punat Punsri currently in second. A deep run here, like a top 4, top 3 finish, really puts him in contention for that one. Let's not sleep on Dan Voris, currently in 11th. He's currently 3rd on that leaderboard. So again, for him, a top 4, top 3 finish here could be huge.
I mean, we're talking about a lot of little storylines that are starting to develop. Average stack right now is 1.4 million, 28 big blinds. Bookending that is Jason Kuhn, who is down to 1.6 at present. Then you got Allison Miguel Pikowicz down in 9th, below at 1.285. Bookending things, of course, Sensei Bryn Kenny up top, Punat Punsri in second, Kiat Lee in third. Down toward the bottom, we find Kenny Shi and Xiongxian Yan as we get set to get back down there. And we'll talk a little bit about this redraw once we get our eyes fixed on how it shook out, because this is where run good and run bad takes shape in a way that is beyond what the deck has on offer.
In terms of table redraw, yeah. I mean, talking of run bad, Punat Punsri, second in chips. You know who he has on his direct left?
Don't say Bryn Kenny.
None other than Sensei himself.
Oh. I mean, to be both at his table and then in the worst seat, if you are going to be at his table, is a double dose of run bad. But if there's anybody, Henry, that we know is going to be able to navigate proficiently, no matter how rough this sort of outcome is, it's Punsri.
This could be pretty special. Final 21, Sensei on the hunt for title number 6. Would love nothing more than to separate himself from that 5-time champion club. Punsri looking for his 5th title. Long old ways to go. I mean, if Jason made it title 13, I don't even know. Just sign him over the deeds to the Empire, really. Just rename the company.
I mean, listen, I don't think either of us are betting against the idea that Jason Kuhn is going to continue to compile titles.
Little can opening. ASMR for the fans. Enjoy. Oh, that was clean. That was a clean can open. Tinny with the boys. Day drinking's a thing.
Rest assured, he's rocking a Coke Zero, boys. Bryn Kenny rocking Jack 8 in the small blind, and a boat rock for the shorty, Chongshan Yang, who's obviously not wanting to orphan two bigs, as lean as he is on tokens, and yet he is forced to relinquish the 10-8. Was underperforming, of course, as we can see. Would have been quite displeased with the revelation were he to have gotten stubborn there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now listen, spots like this are what the good folks at GTO Wizard live for. Whether you're grinding micro stakes or battling on $1 million Triton final tables, GTO Wizard gives you the exact same tools that the best players in the world use. If you want to start your journey to becoming a crusher, now's the time. Visit GTOWizard.com today and go ahead and follow them on X and Instagram for a chance to win free subscriptions to the best poker training app.
Yeah, I'm really fortunate to know the GTO Wizard crew. Matt, I get to speak with Kevin, our co-commentator, Espen Jorstad, and yeah, the stuff that they're doing over there really is phenomenal. Very proud to have them as a sponsor here. Sam Muller, a recent signing, by the way.
Yeah, you see the patch. Deuces, binned with ease. Kenny will give the blinds a break. Yaroshevsky, 40 bigs. Obviously having a little something to do with that. And now's the time, says the Jack 7, a suited king, and Yaroshevsky says, let's play roulette.
I think he looked at one. He just saw King of Spades.
Well, it'd be weird if he saw deuce of spades and then just flicked it in, wouldn't it?
I'm not going to call the cards on this one.
You definitely called them and called them well last time around. Unfortunately for Chongshan Yang, he's not doing well.
Perfect.
Jack 7, middle pair, needs help, doesn't find it on the turn. And could this be the end of the road, or will the 5-outer come in?
Okay.
There's your answer. GG's to the Chinese delegate. First joined us earlier this year in Jeju. Did have himself a third-place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty. Picked up a cash in 5 efforts during Triton 1, and cash number 2 now upon him here. 85,000 will go his way. His bust out coming on the heels of David Yan's elimination. And of course, we saw Ike Haxton savaged, but at least savaged in the money. Third and final 85K pickup means the field has now enjoyed their first ladder, 7,000 up to 92K. 3 of those payouts before we go up to 102.
The bomb in the chat asking, could Yang have let this one go since he just had the blinds pass him? Maybe check a few more hands instead of Jack Kai. I think we're being a bit results-oriented here. You know, Jack Kai is performing really well. I mean, I say really well. It's performing well versus a blind hand. So, you know, had Eagle looked down at 9-3 and folded, and Yang just picks up the blinds in the big blind ante, he'd still be here. And you know that classic saying, Ali?
Tell me.
Very live.
If my auntie had wheels, she'd be a bicycle.
Not very good.
You know, I've always heard it differently.
Go on.
Well, I'll just leave it at that.
Leave it at that. But, no, you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Jack Kai was a profitable jam for less than 5 big blinds. And just, you know, yeah, GG's. Random Banane saying, I don't know how you can be as good as Bryn Kenny. What is he doing differently? Well, we had the pleasure of having him in the booth. For me, I like to call it card sense. He just Just has sick card sense.
He's a street poker sorcerer, is Bryn. Not to say that he lacks appreciation or kind of fundamentals.
Yeah.
But I think he's one of those guys that's just willing to get his hands dirtier than some of the other players out there. And here's Punsri with nothing soiled about his kit. Ace, king, outperforming Yaroshevsky, who's decided to lean on him on the button with king 4 of clubs.
I mean, this is how people like Punat, like Foxton, like Bryn, they just build stacks because people don't believe them. Pretty light 3-bet here from the king 4. Feels unnecessary, but maybe I'm being results oriented now. But I feel like the reason I feel like it's out of line is because Punat has the chip leader on his direct left. He has Igor, who's third in chips, on the button, which leads me to believe that Punat would be a little bit snugger than he normally would from the hijack.
750.
Raise 750,000 total.
Punsri recognizing that this 3-bet isn't a declaration of war whereby he can assume Yaroshevsky is obligated to get the rest of it in behind. 4 bets to 750, and that will be a costly misstep there
Over there?
from Igor. I say misstep, and yet Henry, the king 4 of clubs on the button versus an active player off of the depth of Punat Punsri. You can understand him asking questions, testing the veracity.
I'm feeling very violent today, as is Igor apparently. Might be one of those days. We just see people really trying to get after it. Got Dylan Weissman in the chat saying, boys, I need some booth run good. When I get to Triton, it's been too long. I'm calling it now. Dylan Weissman, Triton champion, Jeju 2025. Which event, Dylan? Tell me which event, and I will send you the blessings. But just
I'm guessing it's PLO.
No, I know that. There are 6 PLO events this series.
See. Which specific PLO is what you're asking?
I'm calling out cards. You know, I'm calling out champions.
Yeah, you're farting. You're firing on all cylinders, and you know why I said that.
Slip?
No, it's not, because we got farty towels in the chat.
So, a Freudian slip. Ace King being dished out for fun.
Fritz gonna have plenty of fun with it, as he has been waiting for an opportunity. Lee providing it. Ace-8 off under the gun, off of 2.2.
Yeah, he's laughing.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, he's laughing because of the shallowness of Fritz's stack, and maybe he just feels inclined to flick this in. He's getting 2-1 on a call. Need like 33% equity in terms of direct odds. Doesn't have it.
No, just 24 given the domination by Fritz, and he's going to be quite all right with this.
Chop?
Chop, chop. I'll tell you after the flop.
Cat calling for a chop. See if Fritz obliges.
Now I don't want to chop.
Seems good. Chop's good.
5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Open ender. Clubs working.
50, 50. Wow.
Lighting up the outs graphic is Kiat.
Okay, chop.
I don't think it's possible.
On the turn, chop isn't possible. 4 on board, and Kiat's got the 8 high straight. 4s, 8s, and 9s. Those are the wicked witches that would down Fritz.
Chop it up.
And instead, an ace. King kicker plays, behave.
Very easy.
We got a 100 Thai baht donation over on YouTube saying make some noise for PP.
Hiya.
What kind of noise do we need to make? Like an animal noise?
Wait, hang on. Who's calling? Is it the police?
If they are, I think it would be weird because that was FaceTime.
FaceTime in the booth.
Right.
Are you guys behaving?
The answer is, of course, no.
Yeah, I see a lot of Thai fans in the chat rooting for Punat Punsri as he looks for title number 5.
I mean, he's a legitimate superstar on the order of, like, you know, Kuhn in the U.S., Chidwick, Kenny, these guys, the top of the all-time kind of list.
I mean, is it any surprise the guy's won 4 titles and $22 million since joining us for the first time in Vietnam? Well, sorry, Cyprus 2022. That's when we first saw him ship the 100K main. So what, 3 years ago? That was September 2022.
I mean, it's not that long. Just 3 years for him to accomplish what he has.
7 million a year.
The density of success is staggering.
That's more than some like football players. Like,
you're right.
Yeah. We'll give a little pum mi kwam suk makrab to the Thai fans out there. Sabadi mai.
See, you picked up a thing or two while you were out in Phuket. For me, it's just culinary. That's the extent. There's a little kapun ka, but mostly I'm just looking for a restaurant back home that'll serve lad na.
Dude,
The noodles and the gravy.
I love how every time I order a dish in Thailand, they see the pasty white skin and they're like, spice? And they're like, nit noi? Like a little bit? And I'm like, no, my dai. No spice. And they're like, just a little bit. And you're like, no, auntie, no spice. And she's like, okay, no spice. Comes out, still the hottest thing you've ever had in your life.
It's offensive not to actually have some spice in Thai cuisine.
And they're there on the counter, looking at you, taking your first bites.
Yeah.
Just relishing in the beads of sweat dripping down my face. And she's like, is it spicy? And I'm like, no, auntie, it's perfect.
I used to do this sports show, and my producer, given where we were shooting that particular week, decided to film a segment whereby me and my co-host were going to try the 666 chicken wings, the spiciest in the country at the time. And she threw up, and I ended up hospitalized. But, you know, all in the name of good fun.
Did it make for good TV, though?
They didn't film that part of it. Queen Jack versus Ace 9 here is Kuhn. Opened here. JNT defending. And he wants to tear one off on this all-7 board. Ace 9 in a great spot. 5 of diamonds now.
That's a cheeky little float from JNT, isn't it? I mean, he's just like, you know what? I got 6 ounce. I want to try and turn a boat. See if Jason finds a double barrel. Yeah, I think we can. Jason knows exactly what's up. He's played plenty of JNT. Oh. JNT's like, I got boat outs.
Another 100K investment. And look at this river for Jason Kuhn. 7's full as the unassuming 9 rolls off. I gotta say, I don't love this 100K call on the turn from JNT. The float, maybe we allow it just given the sizing. But I think these are little leaks.
250.
Holes in the hull that we can maybe plug. And now 250, says Jason.
I mean, the same way a 9 rolled off, it's the same way a queen or a jack could have rolled off, Ali.
Fair. I suppose that's the logic.
Felt like he was drawing live and could have earned some chips had he found some paint. As it stands, the 12-time champ continues to chip up. Mehdi, #1 on Morocco's all-time money list. Came second in that mystery bounty just the other day.
I'll tell you what, as impressive as the second place finish to Jun Obara was, I think that pot he played against Shirzat Hisu on stream, where he gave Shirzat all he could handle, an astonishing number of time banks it took, where for value, Mehdi had jammed aces and threes on a board that had a couple of deuces, blind versus blind pot, and trip deuces for Hisu. Almost hit the muck, but in the end he would find the call. Putra finding the jam with ace-10 of spades, and unfortunately for him, he's found the covering stack of Manuel Fritz with ace-king.
Chop.
No.
Sure.
Chop. No chop. I don't
No
want
job?
spade.
Wow.
Gamble. Gamble. Spade coming.
I like the confidence, Ferdy. Ferdy's like, no chop, spade's coming.
Take your money back.
Queen of spades window card for a sweat.
I thought you were done calling cards.
What are these glasses, by the way? Is that like a camera on the side, or is it just the way the lighting?
No, I don't think there's, is there a third dimension?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm.
Yeah, right. There's some sort of like angular, beveled. Those are Pradas, it looks like, from here. Oh, yeah.
Looks like something out of the future.
Well, into the future we look. And it's one that isn't looking particularly great on the ace-9-6 board for Putra. Just 13%. Can't find a gut shot on the turn, nor the 10 that he now needs so desperately in order to retain his hopes and prospects. Instead, the 3 and the GGs shortly thereafter for Putra.
GG, bro. You bluff? You bluff him?
Finding the money.
Ace queen?
Was down toward the lower portion of the leaderboard. No immediate ladder. He will collect the $92,000 payout for 20th place.
Yeah, that's going to be the case until we get down to the final 17. Everyone will get a 10K ladder and a 6-figure guaranteed prize payout. Someone asking when the Triton series is going to be held in Thailand. I could see it. Well, Triton, Phuket. Triton, Bangkok. I don't know, Bangkok's tough. I'm trying to think which one I'd prefer. Yeah, I like some like beach resort in Phuket Convention Center. That'd be cool.
Krabi? What about
I was
Koh
thinking,
Samui?
No, Koh Samui is too small.
Pocket 4 is not exactly big, but enough.
Much?
1-4 busy in Zubov's hand. Gonna come back around to Kuhn here. More than enough in terms of chips if he really wanted to gamble. 440 required. Queen Jack, not exactly a powerhouse.
No, and he's open from under the gun as well. This is close for JK. I think we fold it against JNT. And lets it go. JNT lives to fight another day.
No, no, no.
Small helping of chips. Zubov, by the way,
I
just
hope I was
7
behind.
bigs.
I might not have been.
Situation somewhat critical for him. Kenishi still at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Bryn Kenny still at the top. Nothing interesting brewing.
Get another chance.
One chance. One more chance.
Zubov just looking for anything.
Believe.
Suited Jack. 6 bigs, I think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, remember the Jack 7 offsuit.
Oh, and it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ace high.
Flippy,
Snap.
Jack 9. Oh, Jack 6 suited. All right. All right.
Fair fight. 50-50.
50-50. Everything's 50-50.
Oh, this coin is
Shot
not
like everything is 50-50.
on the square.
Yeah.
Tell you what, empires were built on smaller edges than this.
Well, you know, Jason Kuhn
Good luck.
has been the empire
Yeah,
builder
maybe chop chop. Maybe like
here at Triton.
6 there. Yeah. It's
big straight on the board.
5 that,
Quite
I
some
need a
time.
jack.
6 to ace.
700.
Jack for my son.
Oh yeah? Is that his name?
You like playing short?
Nice.
It looks like.
And there
That's
is
for your
Jacob.
son. You use the powers of the gods.
Strong, very strong.
I don't have a son named Ace, sadly.
I'm surprised you don't actually.
For my
Trips. We'll lock it up.
How much?
Yeah.
345 or something? 340?
Really? For my 2 sons. Jacks.
Can't tell if he's trolling or not.
I don't think he is.
Power.
I don't think he named both of his sons Jack. That'd be tough to navigate at the household.
Don't be giving out all this new information.
I thought you were talking to him.
He's got to learn.
I know. I know. You. Sometimes you fold when he have a full house.
No, I don't think so either.
8-9 suited, piquing the interests
Oh
of
my God.
Punat Punsri.
Please.
Button open, Bryn flatting ace 10.
You mean please full house?
Yaroshevsky, yeah, okay, nice. I like to see it. It's so tempting. You're getting laid like a 6-to-1 price.
Fold, okay?
You don't want to be in a Punat Punsri Bryn Kenny sandwich with 8-6 offsuit.
Give up.
Jack 7 tray. Got shot straight draw on the monotone board. The developments for Punsri, 10 of hearts. That which Kenny focuses upon as he slips it over. Big stack collision. Number 1 and number 2. Punsri content to check back. Now a second pathway to a straight.
Curious to see if Bryn's just content to try and get this one to showdown.
There have been so many occasions on which you kind of look at the spot he's in and you think there's supposed to be some mutual deference. Neither of us here at 1 and 2 in chips overall are looking to get messy. And then Bryn will just do things. Things you don't expect. Things that if you're in Punat Punsri's seat sometimes you're looking at and thinking this is just somehow reckless, but that's not the way we would describe this 110 with the ace high and the 10 of hearts.
Punsri needs an offsuit 10 or a 5 to make a straight. Anything else wouldn't be the most comfortable situation.
Well, instead, it's the offsuit 4. Are you surprised at all that Punsri would call, or is it not just on the hunt for the best hand, but also a window of opportunity, perhaps, in the face of a Kenny shutdown?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mandatory pill, in my opinion. Like, you've checked flop, turn, you pick up a straight draw. You're getting, what was it, 4-to-1 on a call, and you're in position. And like you said, there are some rivers where Kenny just gives up, and you get to try and fold out an ace high, a king high type hand. So Brinny now Try and get this one to showdown. I don't think he's going to be given the opportunity.
Punsri's not come this far with 9 high. To simply knuckle back is our suspicion, and I think it's well-founded. Sure enough, in comes the barrel, 275K. 4-liner on board.
Bro, the fact that this is a genuine tank from Brent, it's just, it's pretty sick. It's like how thin into the value range would Panat go here for half pot? 2 pair, story doesn't really check out.
Right.
1 pair hands, think we can remove those. That is a sick call, bro. That is so gangster. Bryn Kenny, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, you guys can't see this, but Henry is up and out of his seat, pacing behind the booth, and for good reason, because while it might have looked casual on the surface, that is a stone-cold gangster call as Punsri's left slapping his own wrist.
That is some shit. Damn. Jeez.
Sensei Bryn, just the one chip flicking as well, man. Sniffed it out, half pot, doesn't make sense. Flop, check, check. The guy's repping a flush, repping a 5.
Told me that he had 8-9, so I just believed that.
Or 8-9.
8-5,
8-5.
I'll tell you what, if you're Kenny Shee here at your first ever Triton, you get a front row seat to that stuff there, you start to realize what kind of brass you're surrounded by.
Only 8s and
the
9s.
guy has
maybe a check back jack, but probably not because they'd be good jacks pre-flop.
That's some shit, dude.
wow, giving us the breakdown as well behind the thought process. You'd love to hear it.
Yeah, you got to appreciate that he's not concerned about peeling back some layers on his onion.
Oh,
At least you're live.
I can't look. The other one is
No, you
verified.
can fold.
The other one was 10-5.
Kenny has taken a stand, and
You're under
he's
the gun
doing
hammer,
so
10-5?
No, earlier. No, under
weak
going
legs.
Same man.
Oh, yeah.
I do. Same man.
Yeah, I
Double
can't
down?
do anything other than get it in here.
Double up is what he's looking for.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like your chances still.
You've not been
yeah.
out there playing blackjack, have you?
I wish. They had a baccarat tournament the other day without me.
Where's the 10-5?
How did they not know the legendary
Find the
Baccarat whale
pair.
Henry Kilbane was in the building? King 8, holding.
Let me find a pair.
The pan out suits it though.
Chop.
Deuce of spades.
Not this
6 outer. No one home.
GG, brother.
Kenny
Take care.
Well, guys.
finding his first Triton cash. Henry in his 3rd effort.
Love to see it. You really do. That's
And
what
he
Triton's
fought
all about.
hard to get to that cash.
He grinded. He really did grind for that. Always love to see people come into Triton for the first time, just enjoying the moment. Being on the big stage with the entire poker world watching, it's
I think we get
not for the faint of heart. It can be quite a daunting experience, especially when you have Bryn Kenny at your table flicking in the call with ace high.
That call, man, it's easy to kind of miss just how replete with confidence and command of craft, I mean, just steeped in the stuff, is that ace-10. And by the way, if you're in Punsri's seat, right, it's easy to look at that and think to yourself, this is disrespectful. But I would submit, Henry, it's actually a respectful call, because what it says to Panat is that I know you're capable. And that's kind of a, you know, in these echelons of the game, it's reassuring to know that you're giving me credit for being able to come with that.
Very much so the case, yeah.
If there's any way to soften kind of the disappointment. Maybe I'm reaching. Trying to see the glass half full.
I think it's a good way to view the world.
If only I could bring that view to my own life.
No, I mean, I think you can. It's. I would much rather go through life with a glass half full kind of attitude. I mean, especially, look where we are. Everyone
My
here
favorite
is just
Ukrainian Buddha.
done incredibly well.
You need a patch, GTO Wizard.
GTO Octobi, GTO Lab, Going Poker, everything. Street poker, guys.
Street poker.
Let's make it poker great again. Street poker.
Sensei, bring Kenny. We had him in the booth. Told him he needs to release a
For sure, I like
masterclass
it. Street
on
poker,
street
make poker great again.
He just released one on Punat, didn't he? King Queen, by the way.
You should start the brand.
Could be unleashing more harm. Flatting.
Ace 5 suited fold. That's the name of the brand.
Dominating Punsri, but dominated in turn by Kenny. Interference with all these Broadway hookups.
You know what?
His hands could collide on certain board textures.
Exhibit A, Your Honor.
Wow.
Queen 10-9, the joint for Reuter. Punsri the razor, top pair, and an open ender. And he checks it, just given the dampness and Kenny's presence to his left. Now for Bryn, 350 in the middle.
Would love to see a flat call here from Clemens. He's just always getting the money in against top pair on most turns. And you also have Punat behind left to act. Hang on a minute, we're going to be jumping back.
Surely it must be with good reason.
Yeah, there's something big going down here. Looks like a lot of chips went flying in on the turn. Oh no, sorry, pre-flop, a ton of chips have gone flying in.
Is this Ibinger and the Singaporean Ho Bao Xiang? Ace King 9.
Yeah, this was button open, small blind 3-bet, button 4-bet. Ibinger leaving himself with just 100K.
And now it's being
All
demanded.
in and call.
Ibinger does make the call. What's he showing us? An ace?
700 new blind level. Small blind 30,000, big blind.
Ace 10 against ace queen?
I believe so. And did the board go running eights?
It did. No, wait, what?
Hang on now.
Well, they have ace
it must
king.
have been ace king. It must be top two then.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah, ace king of diamonds. Okay. They had me sweating there for a minute.
Yeah, I thought maybe.
Okay, so Clemens jammed. That allowed Punat to get out of the way with his top pair and open ender. Bryn's drawing to a chop.
Just the nuts.
Just the nuts. Wow.
8 of clubs on the turn as 585 a man flowed freely into the middle. And on the end, the ace to seal it up for Reuter.
Nice flop.
Boy, that is a healthy haul there for Clemens.
Lucky one.
585?
Unlucky.
Is that a fruit cup he was working?
Yeah, it looked like chia seed pudding.
The queen jack?
Big fan, personally, especially if it has like the mango slices in there.
So you get the good mango down there in
Oh, yeah.
Southeast Asia.
Yeah.
By the time it makes its way to U.S. shores, it's not the same fruit.
Definitely not.
Dude, I was in the UK, unfortunately,
Yeah,
this summer, and
not the hotbed of mango production.
let me just say, some of the pineapple that I was getting served for like £7 for half. Yeah, I don't even want to.
A bland, just.
It's like, this is like cardboard that you've soaked in sour juice overnight. If anyone ever wants to know why British people are so miserable, just go and try our food. And
Yeah, or just go outside and try to find the sun. You know it's up there somewhere. It's just hiding behind permaclouds.
I think it's meant to be around there in the sky. Haven't seen it in about 732 days.
Well, hasn't been that long since we've seen Clemens Reuter get involved, and he rates to do more of the same here with pocket eights. Small blind deliberations versus the Punsri Open off of sixes.
I think we just flat call here. Although blinds have gone up now. I do apologize.
Flat call, nevertheless.
No, I think. What? Is that flat call? That looks like a couple of black chips. Am I going mad?
Well, it's 160, isn't it?
I thought the raise was to 120. Oh, okay, so
Oh,
it's 4
sorry.
blue chips and a black chip. My bad.
Yeah, there we are. Sam, by the way, ambitions with 9-3, and just look at what the deck has in store for him. 2 pair, although a single 9 would have done it.
All right, what's like the most action turn card? That's what we're looking for. We want max entertainment value today.
6.
Check.
No action in front of Punsri. You know, 6 is above average on this board texture, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Shouldn't be too much 9x. I mean, I guess from the big blind, that's your main concern.
Yeah. Small blind flat not supposed to contain.
But you also want to, I feel like you want to try and get some clarity on where you're at in the hand.
Well, this is interesting because Punat as the pre-flop aggressor, checking back flop and now looking up at an ace. You could see a world in which he seeks to lay claim and represent. See Clemens not liking sort of the deteriorating value of these eights. Muller, this is not concern that causes him to check, but rather some induction.
Yeah, after the flop check through, Muller's now praying that Punsri is connected with this ace of diamonds. The strong ace, ace-jack plus. And it looks like Punsri is going to come with the delayed c-bet. Goes somewhat big. That should get rid of eights. It's tough for Clemens. Heads up, it's a different story. With the big blind lurking. Oh, he's got the Kiwi in there as well. My man.
280 in there right now, and I'm not sure we're going to stay static at that level. This is a two-tone board texture. 9s and 3s, obviously vulnerable to a 5 or ace on the end, or if we're up against an ace, whatever that kicker is.
Oh, you think we raise it up now?
I don't
Little
know.
620. Oh, he's just going to jam.
Keep it simple. And Punat knows this man means business. At 1.5, 6s. Mucked with ease. And Muller did well there to earn himself that barrel.
Muller has been very, very dominant.
700 players, please retake your seats.
Yeah, sure, I take it. Thank you.
Dealers, restart play, please.
Now let's flip it back over to the other feature table, to the dismay of the Thai fans that are here en masse.
Whoa.
To root Punat Punsri on.
Don't be falling over in the booth, Mr. Najad.
You know, the camera cut wasn't quite that discombobulating. I'll be all right. queens. Kiat's going to be feeling all right. Button, 1.6 in front of him. And just about 2 of those 33 bigs.
Oh, this could be GG's.
Slipping in. King 10, JNT, 14 bigs.
Raise 250,000.
3 betting to 250.
Oh, okay. This could be GG's. Ace 10 is tough to get away from, but he finds the fold.
Didn't make a meal of it either.
Okay, so JNT has 3-bet more than a third of his stack. With the King 10-0. We know what Lee's going to do. Hopefully find a better football team to support.
350.
I'm a big Barcelona fan, by the way. It was low-hanging fruit. It was there. JNT rips it in. Cat snaps it off. Number 1 on France's all-time money list is looking for a cowboy.
Well, situation critical for the man that we suspected would get down into the money and perhaps even make a run at this one.
Chin chin.
The light flickers, though.
Chin chin.
No cowboy. Just 17%. 3 outs twice. The queens holding, commanding.
There you are.
Oh,
Yeah.
hang on.
Interesting.
Put 8 outs up there to go with the 3 before him. 11 in total. JNT knows that's an above average turn if we're not going to find that king we seek.
Ooh la la.
Oh, wow. Allez.
Oh.
Viva la France.
Merci beaucoup. Boy.
Elle est belle. Elle est belle.
There's Fred.
685,000.
685.
JNT's bud that he travels with to all these Tritons. Man, Kiat's taking that one in stride. That one hurt. Not an insignificant bite taken out of his stack. Do you have a nemesis hand, Henry, like one that throughout the course of your career you feel like every time you look down at it, you know you got to play it, it just doesn't end well?
No. No, I'm not superstitious.
Nothing like that. What about one that just always seems to, you know, end up biting you? Not because you're playing it, because you end up against it. Nothing like that?
Aces.
You run into aces a lot? Maybe
I mean,
you should play less hands.
play 5-card PLO predominantly at the moment. And there's a couple of guys that when I'm all in against them, so every now and then, depending on how I'm running that day, but like it's just like this guy always gets there against me kind of thing. But I'm normally pretty good at just kind of getting rid of those thoughts. It's all pointless superstition.
For me, it was jacks. Anytime I look down at jacks, I was always like, well, this isn't going to end well.
Yeah. Trouble hands like ace, queen, jacks.
Look at this. Kiat normally might be thinking, I'm running so good from queens to kings, but the queens cost him.
It's about to run into aces in the big blind.
Well, hang on now.
Okay.
Not quite. He won't be getting any action from Zubov, I would imagine. Never know.
And Zubov is on the short stack. But yeah, queen 3 feels
so dusty.
I think queen 8, maybe we defend.
5 seconds. Oh, 23 shots.
Not that one, though.
Thank you.
Another lifetime. Oh, in fact, no, not even another lifetime. Say in this current lifetime. Money, not an object, family set for life.
Okay.
You could pick up any profession in the world that you wanted to do.
All right.
Something that you've always thought in the back of your mind, man, that would be really cool to pursue, but, you know, just didn't really make
Don't put a
sense.
diamond there, otherwise I might need to.
Would it be? You becoming like a
Oh no, he's got fucking.
deep sea spear fisherman?
Yeah, right. No, chef for me.
Yeah?
I think chef, and then maybe pilot. Although I prefer to fly, not as a job, but just kind of as a hobby.
I was about to say, I think the reason you enjoy it so much is because it is as a hobby.
Yeah. Producer James, by the way, has his pilot's license. And if we grind him any harder, he might just fly himself right off the island, is my guess.
Back on over here. We're all in for Bao Kwang's final 125K.
Ace 10 did the bulk of the damage to him. And Ace Queen is going to finish him off as a 10 rolling off and rolling out of here. It's Bao Xiangho of Singapore. Boy, that was rough. Take the worst of it, can't get lucky. Take the best of it, get unlucky. And that's the 1-2 punch that will clear him out of the field.
Dylan running well in all ends. Yeah, I could see you as a chef. For those that don't know, we have the pleasure of traveling to Latvia, Riga, the HQ of Share Hands, which are responsible for this incredible production here at Triton. It's there we film some post-production, and yeah, we got a pretty cool kitchen there that Chef Ali always steps into, at least on a couple of times per trip, to whip us up all some breakfast.
It's my love language.
It is, yeah, I can tell. You're always like sliding out the different sauces where you're like, hey, look, try it with this, try it with this. I'm like, I normally just eat my eggs raw.
Plain, you mean?
Yeah, plain.
Not raw. What are you, Rocky? Punsri. 7-8 of diamonds. 130.
I didn't hear no bell.
Duck hunt underway. And you can just see the inconvenience and the annoyance that is this brutal table and seat draw for Punat. It's a sticky sensei. Seems to be in all these pots we're opening. Not going to be an issue here, presumably, given Bryn is completely whiffed on the Ace-Queen-10 board. Same story, by the way, for the big blind of Yaroshevsky, and for that matter, Punsri himself, although flirting with the 10 of diamonds and able to represent this board texture, should he so choose, which he does not. And how's that for a turn? It pairs Yaroshevsky, but gives Punsri the gut shot straight flush draw.
I don't think Yaroshevsky can face any form of aggression here. Even something small like 1/3 pot, you're just speculating. Fourth pair on this board texture. Curious to see. Yeah, Punsri's just going to check it. Wants to see a free river, and what a river it is. The third nuts backs in to the 10 high straight.
Two rounds of knuckles. And you can just, you feel it, don't you? This percolating desire for Bryn Kenny to just get after what he thinks is an available 450. And 145K bet. Quickly sheds Yaroshevsky, who's not proud of sixes, but it will not get rid of Punat Punsri, this we know.
Bryn just playing his range, recognizing that out of the small blind, he's going to have a lot of two pairs. Even some hands like ace-jack offsuit, maybe, at some frequency.
What size raise do you prefer here? Do you like something milky?
Something like 500K, but a snap fold from Bryn. We don't even get to
Yeah.
find out. Like
once the word raise was said, those ducks got barbecued. You know, the other day, there was some barbecued duck over at the player buffet, as I understand. But I made it there too late to
at the
to
what?
partake.
The player buffet.
Yeah, we're allowed to kind of go and scavenge once the players are done with their dinner break, you know, on the remains.
Where is the player buffet?
It's at the Shanghai Bund.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I accidentally stumbled onto it, so don't feel as though I was somehow in the know and you weren't.
That's right, I'm not much of a scavenge hunter myself.
Yeah, but listen, it's kind of Hunger Games out here sometimes, so I was right in there.
Oh, man.
Punsery in there as well. Jack 10.
Oh, vultures, that's right.
Yeah. Jasper saying, Ali, maybe a nice ginger tea with some honey. It's a great idea, Jasper. I'm right behind the stage if you'd like to deliver it. Pocket fives. Once again, Punsery is like, can I just enter a pot absent Bryn Kenny? Why is this guy all over me?
Well, they both, I think they've traded blows on 2 occasions, currently 1 apiece. This one's all put at.
Once more, the baby pair failing to flop a set.
Typically expect to see a snap fold. Yeah, okay. You never know with Sensei.
That's so true. There are those players where you kind of hold your breath and you're not sure a line that you think might just be a foregone conclusion. And then he deviates, and this is in part what makes the man as dangerous as he is.
Sitters.
Did I just hear my own voice in the stream?
What are you talking
about? Someone's got the stream up, that's why. I thought so.
Oh, I was going to try to make you think you were going mad.
I feel like we have to be pretty mad just to be sat here, no? You think a sane person would choose poker, high-stakes poker at that? Tournament poker at that?
Yeah,
with
that's the modifier.
Yeah, where the ROI, you know, that you're expected to extract could take like more than a lifetime.
Yaroshevsky on the button. Going to take the blinds here after opening with these 2 kings. I really, you have to have armadillo armor. You know, I mean, just the thickest of skin. To put yourself into the meat grinder of self-doubt that tournament poker is just ready to dish up around every corner. And just wake up and do it again and again and again, because more often than not, you just bust out of the money. Maybe you eke into a min cash where you haven't even broken even based on the investment.
You have to be a bit gone in the head, in my opinion. You have to have a delusional amount of self-belief and belief that it's all going to work out. And like you said, you have to go to work, try your hardest, get no result, go to bed, show up the next day, and do the exact same all over again, even though you got no result the day before.
Well, listen, I don't know whether or not Zubov's going to be able to do anything all over again if this ace-king of diamonds from Kiat Lee does what it's supposed to do and hold, but hang on, JNT with jacks. And look at Kiat Lee, he's like, uh-oh.
4 play all in.
I mean,
So
I like my hand.
Zubov has a shot at a triple. That's the good news. The bad news is he can't do it by hitting a jack or a king.
What do you have, Zubo?
A million on the side between JNT and Kiat.
Not good shape, beautiful.
Tough to get it in worse than this.
I suppose clubs.
Please, clubs.
Yeah, you hear Zubov.
Okay, queen 10 deuce.
Looking for some sort of draw. Open ender. Flush.
Yeah.
2 clubs. Queen 10 deuce 2 club.
Yes. Okay. Queen 10 deuce.
Huge pot. If JNT can just hold here, she's set to do 47% of the time.
He was 1 foot out the door a moment ago. You remember that?
Yeah.
King 10 against 2 queens. Found runner straight. Now he might find himself 2.56. So the flop will bring the focus. Queen, queen, 8-1 club. Jacks. Sitting pretty.
Yeah. It'll be for everybody. I don't see
Yeah,
my diamond there.
yeah. It's not so great for me.
You're sleeping on the backdoor queen, queen.
Oh, the backdoor queen, queen is a strong call.
I mean, but come on. And the 6 doesn't change a thing. Zubov drawing dead. GG's to him. Cantorel, hold, and haul. Yes, indeed.
Man, tournament poker, it's just brutal. Like you pointed it out, JNT had 1 foot out the door. He was all in with the king 10 against queens, 1 card to come. River to straight, fast forward no more than an orbit.
You're flying too much.
Final nail in the coffin of Kiat Lee's stack. And eliminates Zubov as well. He's up to 2.9 million. Good for what? 3rd in chips? Yeah.
So a double KO as Zubov and Kiat Lee will finish 17 and 16 for 102 apiece. In doing so, they will leave behind 15 players and a pay ladder. 11,113K now. The assurances.
Il va faire top 3, c'est sûr. Je te jure, je l'ai senti.
3rd in chips overall now is JNT.
Allez.
Non, même si je suis en heads up. Je love.
Allez.
And you can hear Mehdi getting on with JNT in French. Morocco
We picking
steeped.
somebody up, or what's the deal?
French influence.
Sure, man.
Yeah, we're getting somebody, right?
I just looking up at the chip counts here.
Oh, Punsri's been moved.
Punsri relieved to be rid of this Bryn Kenny dilemma as he denies JNT the opportunity to be the big boss stack at that table, but I don't think JNT's going to mind as he's not too far south. 4 big blinds separating the 2 of them. Jason Kuhn just kind of been hovering. Midfield stack along with Fritz, shall we? 19 bigs and no nerves. As we pause for the rebalancing efforts. Tell you what, Henry, that parlay of King 10 looking dead, runner straight, putting the first dent into Kiat, and then finishing him off with jacks against the ace-king. You know, I'm not not a man that reads scripture or anything like that, but, you know, perhaps the Frenchman being ordained into the final table with the momentum afforded him there. A little early. Still a number of bust outs between now and then.
I think he's been, like, praying to some ancient Indian Sanskrits. Before coming in today, like, to go from 1 card away from elimination to 3rd in chips with 15 left is crazy work.
You're so right about it. I don't know if it's ancient Indian.
You know what I mean.
You know,
like,
but some sort of
shout out the Dharma.
Right. If he is, by the way, he's going to be tight-lipped about it. You know. Not gonna share secrets.
Found myself reading the Bhagavad Gita on Kilimanjaro.
The what?
Bhagavad Gita is a dangerous rabbit hole to kind of dive into.
Sort of a dangerous sounding couple of words to try to tackle as well. So we see the ace-queen doing some tackling here for Fritz. What now then, pray tell, is the Bhagavad Gita? Henry, is it demonic worship sort of book? Is it...
No, but it's just like, you know, you delve into any kind of like ancient kind of work, and you start questioning
Sounds like 8.
a lot of things.
Puna is locked in.
Ace queen off, yeah.
I'm sure you've dabbled. You ever read The Prince?
Nope.
No? Any Freud?
Nope.
Carl Jung?
Nope.
Nietzsche?
Nope. Familiar, of course, with some of their more famous concepts, but
can you read?
I'm not. Nope. Yeah. I can. I don't do it often enough. I can read a bad spot though. Ace 10 against Ace Jack. Shall we? With a spoonful of medicine.
Oh no. I mean, I say oh no. I feel like J&T is just going to win the hand. Get us down to the final 2 tables.
Well, he's going to try to win it, it would seem, with a pre-flop 3-bet. 275, nowhere near meaty enough to get rid of Mehdi.
What series Mehdi's having, by the way? Collected over 850K. And that 40K mystery bounty. Career high for him. Surely Mehdi's seen everything that's going on. Wow, he's just going to come with call. This feels a bit snug. But maybe he's not too familiar with J&T.
The problem is J&T, if you are familiar with them, you understand, could just make you spin with Ace-Jack. And I think
that's fine.
He prefers, you know, maybe some post-flop perceptions that he's going to be able to navigate better, you know, more soundly. But here he is out of position in a 700K pot with no spade on board and facing a C-bet.
Yeah, you're just in no man's land.
You're not wrong.
And then he kind of laughing to himself there. As he eyeballs J&T's C-bet of 250K. There's nothing you can do, man.
Never say never, but I hear you.
One of those self-inflicted ones.
It sounds like you're kind of resolute in the idea that the flat was a mistake in your eyes.
I do think so, yeah. I think based on all of the data points that we've collected on J&T so far, he's had a lot of 3-bet folds. And he's also just been willing to get it in, you know, somewhat light. Ace-Jack feels like a powerhouse. 5-handed.
So perhaps a missed opportunity for Shaoui as the surge continues for J&T. 56 bigs, now putting him up and over Punsri. You know, somehow, some way, he just figures out how to do it. Red 5s here.
Because I'm J&T.
Dynamite. J&T.
And
I
I'll
love
win
that.
the fight.
That'd be great if we had walkout music before they come to the feature. Well, not so great, of course. Our 5s when pocket 10s lurk. And Fritz off of 1.8. 29 bigs. Proceeds with caution.
Ooh, spicy one for JK.
Does he want to season this pot?
That's a disciplined fold.
You think he's more worried about that flat from the cutoff of Fritz?
100%. Recognizing that his ace is going to be dominated a lot of the time. Small blind is like the worst.
1.7.
1.7.
JNT inquiring how much Fritz is playing before Mehdi's made a decision. But yeah, I like the fold from the ace-8.
Keeping it clean. Jack-7 deuce, ragged board here.
Doesn't get more dry and disconnected than this. Well, I guess Queen-7 deuce.
No, but facts remain. This is above average for 2 10s, and for that matter, JNT feels for 2 5s, as evidenced by the 100K into 540. Not huge. Fritz, happy to see the departure of Mehdi. Now it's a table for 2. Board pairing 7, kind of stuff both of these hands like to see.
Could see a follow through here. Although, I'll be honest, kind of given up trying to figure out how JNT is going to approach these spots.
You like that check, though, don't you?
I like the check once you've been called. I think it does open a door to get bluffed quite a bit. I think Fritz is going to be in here. Some hands like 10-9, 9-8, maybe like a king-queen of diamonds that floated flop with the 2 overs and backdoor flush draw.
$250, the question posed by Fritz. Had the option maybe to check back, but I think he was fairly confident at that point that he could pursue value and tax any of the ambitions of overcards. Nice upward move there for Emmanuel. $752,000 in career Triton earnings for the Austrian. 35th place finisher in the 25K WPT Global Slam, but could manage nothing other than a lone cash in the 3K Genesis to start his trip to Jeju, part of the Triton 1 portion of the slate.
$120.
Two 10s have worked their way over to Mehdi. And he's going to lean on Punat. King 3 suited, not going to be durable enough. Although, as I say that, we've seen Punsri do some things.
How much is it?
Henry, from time to time, you see him asking for the count.
Yeah,
not
just,
insignificant.
He wants to check, just make sure it's like not 7 big blinds. Or like 6.5 bigs.
Just a bit too much, isn't it? If this is like 450 maybe, 420 even.
Yeah, I think like 7 bigs.
Yeah.
I want to do call.
I was gonna say maybe you didn't want to be safe.
Oh, I want to do call.
Final 2 table bubble here. This one is shaping up to be something special. Bring Kenny chip leader, but only just now. He's lost quite a few chips back on the other table. He's practically tied for the chip lead with JNT. As we jump on over to this table, Sam Muller. I mean, it's so close. There's literally a blind and a half between first and fourth.
And you get the little drop off to Brandon Wilson. Fritz working his way up and over the average stack, 4.9. Bryn, undaunted, continues to enter pots. King 10, legitimately motivating.
You got Allison, Miguel, and Mehdi. Bottom of the chip counts with 15 big blinds apiece. Here is Allison. You think he's a fan of coin poker?
Not at all.
It's only 3 patches I can see.
I feel like you may be a fan of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well, just based on the just vibes, you know.
You see some cauliflower ear? Or?
I didn't look at the ear. I'm
Okay.
just saying that I think the samurai bun.
Okay.
And then also the, you know, the Brazilian flag. Apparently a fan of this gutter as well.
Nice ball to lean on.
Mm-hmm.
Out of the big.
Not often we lead into the pre-flop aggressor, especially someone like Sensei who has us covered, but that's exactly what he does. And this is where Kenny is perhaps more willing than others, Henry, to get into murky waters. He knows that Allison knows that's a board that invites the lead regardless of what Allison has. So this flop call isn't so much, let me hit a king or a 10 or do something miraculous, but let me just see if another barrel's in my man over there.
I literally saw Bryn in a similar spot just the other day where he was the one leading, I want to say on like a 6-4-3 with 9-8 offsuit. So he knows. He knows what's up. Allison does find another barrel for 25%. I honestly would not be surprised to see Bryn float once more here with King 10 high. He just puts Allison on so much 8x, 7x.
I mean, he accepts that there will be maybe some 6x. This is a weird time to go to the P-Funk, but now we're back. 9 on the river.
That's a bad card for Bryn if he was going to put his cape on, because now hands like 9-7, 9-8, river 2 pair. Does Allison just recognize that, you know, he has to respect the flop call, turn call? Bryn can have all of the overpairs. Bryn can be boated up here. There's nothing stopping Bryn from having 6s, 5s. Well, this is something else.
Wow. This is easier said than done. Put yourself in that seat and ask yourself if you can bring a third barrel against this man here.
The thing is the range of hands that Allison is repping now is really polar.
We don't like that king of clubs in our hand, though, do we?
I see what you're saying. Like you want your opponent to have king high flush draws, but I kind of feel like that's irrelevant on this board texture, because what Allison is repping here, in my opinion, is like trips or better.
I mean, you don't think he led with the straight on the flop, right? Did he just say call?
Oh, baby.
Oh, my. First against Punsri and now against Pikowitz, an absolute declaration of supremacy. And look at Sam Muller with that wry grin. Holy
moly.
I was going to say shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's justified. When's Bryn Kenny releasing the masterclass? I told him. We had him here in the booth with Kevin Rabichow. Kevin, you know, known for his content creation. I said, you two need to sit down and discuss this Bryn Kenny masterclass, because Street Poker 101 on display here from the world's best.
If I have this, I'm fold. Guys, that's
In
why
case-
he's greatest of all time. I am just play.
Henry, at some point, you observe me becoming delusional enough to believe based on having been in the booth and watched these sorcerers at work, that maybe I should just go hop into one of these 15Ks.
Not against Bryn.
Just in case, look at me. I need you to slap me, and I need you to tell me to never, ever think that I've got what it takes to get out there and rumble. Meanwhile, let's see what these boys have got.
Is it a flush? A rivered flush? No?
6, 10, 8, Jack 3. Ace 6 of clubs is just a pair, unimproved. It looks like Brandon Wilson is going to add to his spoils on the day.
Man.
Okay, now
King high hero call.
I just, that's what we're all still thinking about, even though the images on the screen are pointing our attention in a different direction. And James Poplowski in the chat sums it up best, I think, Henry. He just writes, Bryn is different. Yeah, he is. In the most profitable of ways. Different. Otherworldly, even.
That's one way to put it.
5 seconds.
120.
Raise 120,000. All in.
Reuter. King, queen. Raising it up, and, well, the wounded Pikowitz in the small. 5 deuces, all he can muster, and if Kenny hops in there, it's going to be a tough proposition for him.
5 seconds. 370.
Whoa. King 5 offsuit. Bryn is on another level right now, it would seem, as he levels us up another $250,000. Now, Reuter with King Queen off. So it's not a hand that opens with the intention of stepping aside.
You sure?
And yet that's exactly what it's forced to do.
Allison can't believe he's dominated here.
And by the way, I mean, if you're Clemens Reuter, you can't believe that you would have been in such a good spot. But I don't know if having to navigate post-flop waters against a man who seems as dialed as anyone in this remaining field is one you want to put yourself into. 9-3 deuce. Pikowitz finding that pair. Maybe he feels like this is a dose of sort of, I don't know, vindication, justice, something.
2 outs once for Sensei.
Oh, come on. King of clubs as Sensei polishes off the Brazilian. And, you know, all of these facial expressions you can kind of understand. That is merciless.
Yeah, get out of Sensei's dojo, okay? Your Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you're going to need some, I don't know, some
capoeira,
some Tai Chi or something. Something to overcome this beast. GG's, man. We're down to the final 2 tables. Wait, hang on.
13 remaining?
Yeah. We've just seen, I'm just catching up now. Dylan Lindy.
Showers?
Yeah, showers. When Brandon Wilson open button with pocket kings, Dylan ripped it in 1.2 million with ace-6 of clubs. Brandon snapped it off, and yeah, 2.5 million chip pot go Brandon Wilson's way. So he's up to first in chips now.
My goodness. I gotta say, as much as I appreciate that update, I can't get my cortex to focus on anything other than just sort of an otherworldly bit of wizardry from Bryn Kinney. He called the flop, right? Just peeling, checking in on that range advantage behavior from the big. Then he called the turn when the 4 paired, still keeping an eye on his man. And then on the river, the heat was brought And it didn't take much of a chew for Bryn to just say, you know, I don't think so.
I like how on both occasions it was like a one chip flick in, almost as if he knew the money was coming back as well. He's just like, yeah, here you go, cool. I think the thing is Bryn is so good at playing that style that when someone else plays it against him, he's really good at sniffing it out. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
you know?
I think it takes one to know one kind of spot, right?
Exactly. And
Remarkable.
He's just really good at reverse engineering storylines that don't make sense.
I can't wait to see what we have in store. I'm not going to be in the booth for it. Randy's going to come in here, but you're going to have the luxury and the privilege, as are you at home, of continuing to bear witness to what Sensei's cooking up here in this 50K. Keep it close. We'll be back in about 25 minutes, but you don't want to miss it. Set your watch.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all, leak by leak, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
KT. Jamming to 100,000. Just north of 3x. Ike chewing on an ace-9 here. Not exactly stacked.
It's going in. Ike Haxton, Prince of Darkness. Ace-9 for 3 bigs against the cutoff jam. Wow, Ali, call me clairvoyant.
Yeah, well, I don't think that was the toughest psychic reading you're going to do on the day, but well done.
It's a big 3.3 big blind hand.
Yeah. Very big find.
Could be all done for KT if an ace pays a visit to this board.
Let's see what kind of day it's going to be.
Yeah, is the deck going to choose violence?
Yeah. After yesterday's violence, Maybe it's deciding to just, you know, chill out a bit today.
Well, Jack 8-5 suggesting
Not the
things will
worst.
be chill.
Yeah, there's a lot of
10 on a 10?
Yeah, there's going to be a little something, right? No fun if there isn't.
That 9 dangler relevant, and now there is a gut shot. 10s and aces. That would spell the end for KT. Anything else? And he lays claim to 260.
Oh, yeah.
No club in hand either, and the dreaded ace magnets prove once more true to form as Haxton showers the Thai national.
It's been a violent series. I knew it was coming.
It's so funny because I was like, oh, this is docile, you know, and then I got ahead of myself.
Does he have 5 singles blues over there? If he does, I'll buy him.
Wilson's pocket 6s, Yanni holding the pocket jacks. JJ's for the JJ. No good.
Ace deuce of spades. And once more into the fray will come JNT. It's been fruitless on the prior 2 occasions we've borne witness of late.
It's 3 off the money.
We're still 10 for hand. You don't have to stall. Well, why are you stalling?
Okay.
You're not allowed to do it.
Okay, just time me. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Stern from Jason there.
Like so close.
As he is picking
You
up
have a real
on
decision. Take your time.
Yeah, but
Kenny,
Value's
maybe.
had a real decision.
No, yeah.
15 hands in a row.
taking a little bit more time than could possibly be warranted, and
yeah,
you know,
I'm glad they're calling it out. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Well,
make it count.
Ace 7 of diamonds, and the jam is deemed necessary. And just look at the spot Jason Kuhn finds himself in now. Ace King in the big, raising jam in front. We know he's not going anywhere.
545. All in. Yeah.
And J&T must be sick of this. This is the third hand in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That he's opened and there's been jams behind.
Well, it's always reassuring when you look up and you realize that it wasn't as though somebody was simply targeting you light.
Well, I mean, Ismailov kind of was. Javid taking a spot that perhaps he wouldn't take against someone else.
You think?
I think so.
No,
I think so.
not
He's
yesterday.
got 13.5 bigs in the small blind.
And
Like.
he's also seen the guy open and fold
Exactly.
2 or 3 bet.
Yeah. Javid's kind of unfortunate here to run into Ace King.
Oh my goodness, look at what J&T would have flopped. Wheel draw, not flush draw. Instead, Jason Kuhn sits very pretty. Things looking ugly for Javid, however.
If you stand up really quick, you get 20% more equity.
Stand up equity.
7 of diamonds.
Oh. All right.
Taking the
Picked up 2
advice.
more outs at least.
Oh, no. Would be dirty.
Nah. GG's, as the Azerbaijani won't find the money in this one, but Jason Kuhn will find more tokens, up and over 2 million in the aftermath.
That's rough for Javid. Came third in the 200K Invitational in Montenegro for 2.8 million. Famously lost aces against kings for like 92% of the chips in play with 3 left.
Circuitous routing. Nothing makes you feel less luxurious like having to land in Alaska real quick for a top-up. Unless, of course, you step out, harpoon a polar bear or something, and then, you know, make a rug. Which feels like it's, you know.
I feel so sorry. The polar bear's just catching strays out here. Just out of complete boredom.
You don't have to kill them anymore. They're drowning. So you just kind of fish them out of the ocean.
Yeah, that is true. Yay, us.
Yeah. Humanity. Sam with ace-8 here. Haxton giving this king-10 a chew, and he's going to rip. Versus the cutoff. Sensing Sam might not be able to proceed for 390 more.
This is like
Cuspy.
1 pip below. Yeah, I think ace-9 is really close. Ace-10 we call. I mean, Ike's gonna have some weaker ace-X that jam. So yeah, this is close. There we go. Cards on the back.
Well, not quite as close in terms of equity. 15% disparity for Haxton. $1 million plus. On the inside of the bubble, of course, we're far more comfortable taking a spot, as all parties now guaranteed that $85,000 min cash. 3 of those payouts are available, and well, the nuts also available to Ike. A couple of clubs and a pair.
8 of clubs for a sweat.
What? That is from just the writer's room right there, Henry. That is disgustingly accurate.
Say it enough times, mate. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
That's true. Promise Henry had no idea that card was coming. Threats. And my goodness.
Good luck.
That is nasty. What did we just see? You flop the joint on ace, queen, jack, and it comes 8 of clubs for flush draw, boat draw, and then the other ace, and it's good night, Ike.
Sick flop.
Can I be that guy? They got it in pre, Harley. Calling 8 of clubs is crazy. Hey, listen, I try.
Calling the 8 of clubs as impressive as it was, I don't think was as crazy as runner, boat. I mean, that's just ew.
And there's 5 behind, right?
King Jack has Kenny Shees 285 in a way, and over the top comes Christoph. The extra nickel is in there, and this is where Kenny might be looking back on some of the other spots that were available to him prior to this one. But mission accomplished as far as the Hong Kong National here at his first ever Triton is concerned. In the money, guaranteed 85,000, but definitely not guaranteed to be able to continue in the event, as you can see there. 23%, nothing more.
I think he did exactly what he wanted to do, which was get the monkey off of his back in the form of his first Triton cash. Was nursing that short stack. I think it all kind of boiled down to that unsuccessful bluff against J&T's turn straight, where Kenny bluffed with third pair.
Well, hang on now. Gut shot for both players. We could carve it up with a 10. We can haul it in.
Would be fine with it then.
No, no longer can haul it in. Forgive me, the pair of Jackson. There's the 10. A stay of execution.
Good jam, see? Good
yes!
Pick up half the small blind in the end.
I'll tell you what, I love to see the emotion.
Yeah, same.
You know.
Final 3 tables, 50K. First ever cash at the Triton Series. Will allow the celebrations. Ben, our co-commentator, Espen Jorstad, and yeah, the stuff that they're doing over there really is phenomenal. Very proud to have them as a sponsor here. Sam Muller, a recent signing, by the way.
Yeah, you see the patch. Deuces, binned with ease. Kenny will give the blinds a break. Yaroshevsky, 40 bigs. Obviously having a little something to do with that. And now's the time, says the Jack-7, a suited king, and Yaroshevsky says, let's play roulette.
I think he looked at 1. He just saw king of spades.
Well, it'd be weird if he saw deuce of spades and then just flicked it in, wouldn't it?
I'm not going to call the cards on this one.
Definitely called them and called them well last time around. Unfortunately for Zhengxiang Yang, he's not doing well.
Perfect.
Jack
Clubs in
7, middle pair, needs help, doesn't find it on the turn. And could this be the end of the road, or will the 5-outer come in?
Okay.
There's your answer. GG's to the Chinese delegate. First joined us earlier this year in Jeju. Did have himself a 3rd place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty.
The blessings. But just
I'm guessing it's PLO.
No, I know that. There are 6 PLO events this
I
series.
see. Which specific PLO is what you're asking?
I'm calling out cards. You know, I'm calling out champions.
Yeah, you're farting. You're you're firing on all cylinders, and you know why I said that.
Slip?
No, it's not, because we got farty towels in the chat.
So, a Freudian slip. Ace King being dished out for fun.
Fritz gonna have plenty of fun with it, as he has been waiting for an opportunity. Kiatley providing it. Ace-8 off under the gun, off of 2.2.
Yeah, he's laughing.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, he's laughing because of the shallowness of Fritz's stack, and maybe he just feels inclined to flick this in. He's getting 2-1 on a call. Need like 33% equity in terms of direct odds. Doesn't have it.
No, just 24 given the domination by Fritz, and he's going to be quite all right with this.
Chop? Chop, chop. I'll tell you after the flop.
Cat calling for a chop. See if Fritz obliges.
Now I don't want to chop.
Seems good. Chop's good.
5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Open ender. Club's working.
50, 50.
Wow.
Lighting up the outs graphic is Kiat.
Okay, chop, chop, chop,
Three.
chop.
I don't think it's possible.
On the turn, chop isn't possible. 4 on board, and Kiat's got the 8 high straight.
Yeah,
4s, 8s, and 9s. Those are the wicked witches that would down Fritz.
Chop it up.
And instead, an ace. King kicker plays, behave.
Never easy.
We got a 100 Thai baht donation over on YouTube saying make some noise for PP.
Hiya.
What kind of noise do we need to make? Like an animal noise?
Well, hang on, who's calling? Is it the police?
If they are, I think it would be weird, because that was FaceTime.
FaceTime.
To Jun Obara was. I think that pot he played against Shirzat Hisu on stream, where he gave Shirzat all he could handle, an astonishing number of time banks it took, where for value, Mehdi had jammed aces and 3s on a board that had a couple of deuces, blind versus blind pot, and trip deuces for Hisu. Almost hit the muck, but in the end he would find the call. Putra finding the jam with ace-10 of spades, and unfortunately for him, he's found the covering stack of Manuel Fritz with ace-king.
Chop.
No. Sure.
Chop. No chop.
No chop? Wow.
Gamble.
I like the confidence, Ferdy. Ferdy's like, no, no chop, spades coming.
Take your money back.
Queen of spades window card for a sweat.
I thought you were done calling cards.
What are these glasses, by the way? Is that like a camera on the side, or is it just the way the lighting?
No, I don't think there's... Is there a third dimension?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm...
Yeah, right. There's some sort of like angular, beveled... Those are Pradas, it looks like, from here. Oh, yeah.
Looks like something out of the future.
Well, into the future we look. And it's one that isn't looking particularly great on the ace-9-6 board for Putra. Just 13%. Can't find a gut shot on the turn, nor the 10 that he now needs so desperately in order to retain his hopes and prospects. Instead, the 3 and the GGs shortly thereafter for Putra.
You bluff? You bluffing?
Finding the money.
Ace queen?
Was down toward the lower portion of the leaderboard. No immediate ladder. He will collect the $92,000 payout for 20th place.
Yeah, that's going to be the case until we get down to the final 17. Where everyone will get a 10K ladder and a 6-figure guaranteed prize payout.
Nothing interesting brewing.
Get another chance.
One chance. One more chance.
Supov just looking for anything.
Suited Jack, 6 bigs, I think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, remember the Jack-7 offsuit.
Oh, and it goes.
Yeah.
Ace high,
Flippy,
snap.
Jack-9. Oh, Jack-6 suited, all right. All right.
Fair fight.
50-50.
50-50, everything's 50-50.
Oh, this coin is not
Everything's 50-50.
on the square.
Yeah.
Tell you what, empires were built on smaller edges than this.
Well, you know, Jason Kuhn
Good luck.
has been the empire
Yeah,
builder
maybe chop, maybe like
here at Triton.
big straight on the board.
Quite some time.
6 to ace.
700.
Jack for my son.
Oh yeah? Is that his name?
You like playing short?
Nice.
Yeah. Looks like.
And there is Jacob.
Son, you use the powers of the
Strong,
gods.
very strong.
I don't have a son named Ace, sadly.
I'm surprised you don't, actually.
Trips. We'll lock it up.
How much? Yeah. 345 or something? 340?
Really? For my 2 sons. Jackson.
Can't tell if he's trolling or not.
I don't think he is.
Power.
I don't think to the dismay of the Thai fans that are here en masse.
Whoa.
To root Punat Punsri on.
Don't be falling over in the booth, Mr. Najad.
You know, the camera cut wasn't quite that discombobulating. I'll be all right. Queens. Kiat's going to be feeling all right. Button, 1.6 in front of him. And just about 2 of those 33 bigs.
Oh, this could be GG's.
Slipping in. King 10, JNT, 14 bigs.
Raise 200.
Very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 50K event number 6 here in Jeju, the Triton Super High Roller Series. Randy, have you been keeping tabs on this tournament? You've been seeing some of the hands that have been going on?
I did just peek in just shortly where Bryn Kenny was somehow able to find 3 calls with King 10 high and was good.
Sensei Bryn Kenny, he knows the street poker style. So then when someone tries to use his own language against him, he's like, my friend, please step into the arena. I am the master. Flicks in the one chip call with the King 10. He also did something similar against Thailand's Punat Punsri. Flicked in a hero call with ace high as well in a very similar spot. And it's the reason why Bryn is currently second in chips with 13 left. Randy, I mean, he seems to get it done.
He's the original street poker player, and here he is with a big stack once again.
28 big blinds is the average stack. I'm looking now. There are, 7 players with more than average. Bryn Kenny got Brandon Wilson first in chips, Sam Muller in third, JNT who had 1 foot out the door, King 10 all in against the pocket queens of Cat Lee, rivered a straight, and then just less than an orbit later scored a double KO, as we see JNT with a very healthy 37 big blinds. He knows a thing or two about big scores here in Jeju. Obviously came second, if I'm not mistaken, to Roman Kravitz in the 100K main in this very card room.
In this very card room, and he also got another second place finish. I forget which stop it was specifically, but deep runs. That's JNT for you.
Oh, let's not sleep on some of the shorter stacks in the room. Ibinger, Jason Kuhn, Clemens Reuter, Dan Forrest, Christoph Vogelsang, all still in the mix. Let's throw it down to the main stage. Here we go. 50K live from the Landed Casino. Jeju, Shinhwa World. Some legends. 12-time Triton champion, Jason Kuhn. 4-time Triton champion, Teus Ibinger. 4-time Triton champion, Punat Punsri. 5-time Triton champion, Bryn Kenny. All still in the hunt. And let's not sleep on the people that are looking for their first Triton trophy.
Made him
Brandon
really
Wilson,
want it more and more.
chip
and
leader,
push himself.
Sam Muller, Manuel
Yeah,
Fritz.
that's like the mom was like, yeah, you won, but you know, you let him hit you over here.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
what are you bragging about?
Clemens Reuter, all looking for their first trophy.
So the tournament chip leader's in the small blind. Second on the leaderboard in the big blind.
Wow, that's pretty brutal. What a final 2-table redraw for Wilson. Just have Bryn on his direct left. Randy, are you still dying over there? What, have you been to a hospital to get checked up?
No need, man.
What do you mean no need?
Poker is my medicine.
Clearly not. 7 days in, you still... Stay away from me. Ace 8-8. Wilson flopping trips. Checks it on over to Bryn. Not going to take the bait. That's an unfortunate turn card for Kenny. He's turned 2 pair.
Yeah, just enough showdown to at least pay off 1 bet.
Depending on
Flush draws out
size. Yeah, 2 flush draws. I mean, Brandon does have the perceived range advantage when it comes to strong ace-X that would limp as a trap out the small. Pretty greedy bet. 2/3 pot.
It's so difficult to fold a pair of deuces as played. Can't fault Bryn. Did he do? He made a raise.
I think this is Bryn trying to buy himself a river, right? He wants to set the price. He's raising now. So a lot of good things can happen here, if I'm not mistaken. Randy, he can just win the pot right here, right now. Or if he does get called, he often gets checked to on a lot of rivers and he can just check behind.
Yeah, and he's probably not expecting Brandon Wilson to bet 3-bet bluff on the turn too often. And I'm going to imagine he's just going to auto-check back the river regardless of card. Maybe a deuce, he continues the barrel, of course.
Check.
Check, check, boys.
7-8.
Brandon Wilson showing up. So Jeju came 22nd in that 60K. Was here as well earlier this year. I pointed out, Randy, that the guy just seems to cash in the form of final tables. In Jeju earlier this year, had 3 final tables. Everything else he bricked, including a 5th place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty Quattro, the very tournament that Bryn Kenny took down.
Pass.
So those two
Pass.
have history.
Pass. Pass. Pass.
Over to Bryn Kenny. King Deuce offsuit against Yarashevsky, who's in the big.
Call. Check it out.
Oh. You're not looking to inflate this pot even with the ace.
Yeah, it's one of those hands where if you were probably around 20 big blinds, you could consider just ripping. But when you're in the 25 territory, you're not really looking to get blown off of your hand pre.
Yeah, Igor comfortably middle of the pack now with just above average.
Check.
He's playing 29 bigs. Checks through on the Jack 10-6. Turn pairs the 6, 2-tone texture.
Check.
I think both players gonna be content. Try and show down their high cards. I stand corrected. Igor looking for some protection.
Yeah, you can't fault him for thinking ace high is good. Try to fold out random equity like the King Deuce.
13 left here in this 50K.
It's crazy the stacks on that table.
Yes.
Yeah, all the shorties over there, it's crazy.
Just hearing the lads talk about
Only means a lot of collision.
the difference in chips at this table versus the other feature table. Yeah, pretty brutal distribution or an imbalance. You've got 4 sub 11 big blind stacks over there. Shortest stack at this table belongs to Jason Kuhn with 18 bigs.
What do we have?
Anybody who
we have like
goes to
2.5x, they're 3x the amount of chips or something. It's somewhere in the like 2.
Here comes Manuel Fritz on the deep stack table of the two. JNT's got 10-5 suited. Most people defending the spot for one more big blind.
Which? 160,000 in total. 5 seconds. Call.
In comes the defense.
Oh, baby. Because he's JNT. He's dynamite. Flops the flush, but perhaps more importantly, his opponent has flopped top pair. Fritz is going to continue as well.
Bet 110,000.
Quarter pot, standard stuff.
Oh, he's reaching for raising chips immediately.
It's a big raise. This is the thing about JNT, just makes it so uncomfortable for these GTO wizards.
It's pretty rough when you're not holding a heart in your hand. But the thing is, JNT's the type of player who might even raise a jack.
Right.
You have one child?
So you don't really know where you're at.
One is young, right?
Yeah, 2 boys.
I don't think we can fold to a single check raise, Randy, unless he just has an absolute soul read on JNT. It is a big raise. 5x.
So you got to think about turns and rivers. Are you willing to call down, or are you happy calling flop and just folding to most turn bets?
That's the thing, right? That's exactly what I'm asking myself here. Is this a hand I'm willing to die on the hill with?
5 seconds. Time.
Wow, that's a big fold. Well done, mate. Well done, Fritz. That's special. Not easy to get away from top pair.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm not sure if he's convinced he made the right fold, but he just didn't really want to be faced for future bets where he could be drawing dead, which he was, practically.
Thank you. Well, I heard difficult a little too because they'll want to do different things, is what someone else said too. If it's like big gap, like they want to do everything different. But whatever. You have a skill with that, keeping your headphone or like your glasses on your face like that.
You can't do it?
I don't know, I guess I never tried, but you're like, you've got it good where like it's always hanging on your face and it never falls off.
Pass. Raise 175.
Jason's going to raise.
Pass.
Queen Jack. Over to Bryn Kenny, 9-8 offsuit, straight into the muck. Another Queen Jack, suited variety for Igor Yarshevsky.
Let's see here.
It's a tricky stack size to play against with Queen Jack suited against early position.
5 seconds.
400.
Call. Raise to 400.
Whoa, did you see that? The timing was crazy.
For Igor.
We still live in Chicago.
On the move.
I mean, his chip had barely touched the felt, Randy.
And it looks really strong for JNT to instant squeeze, but he has fives.
Man, I'm expecting JNT to take this down. And when he does, he's going to move up to second in chips. I mean, Igor could speculate.
I call.
I think better, personally, I feel like
I would be so scared in Igor's shoes.
I know him, but yeah, I've never hung out with him.
It seemed like JNT didn't realize Igor was there in the pot.
5 seconds.
I was talking to Vinny about it.
Yeah.
What an awkward spot to be in.
I mean, with Queen Jack suited, I'd probably still see a flop in position for this size. See what develops.
This one woman has like 5 different restaurants and they're good. And some are like Asian fusion. Some are like.
So here we go.
Like 30%.
Heads up to a flop. 1.1 million in the middle. JNT impact in full effect here. Man,
it's a set.
It's just so sick.
I can't remember which one.
The best one is Interstellar. The next time you're there.
I don't even haven't heard of it. But then again, I've only been on multiple ones.
It's like one of the 3 that have like 2 Michelin stars or 1 Michelin star.
How much is he going to fire out here?
He's like, he flopped too good. Oh, I love the small sizing when you flop a set. So disguised. It's like 2 big blinds. Your opponent's got Queen Jack suited. No connection.
What are you going to do, Igor? You got Queen Jack high.
It's so hard to speculate, and that hurts. But it was the right fold, given what he was up against. 4 million for JNT.
On the move. 25,000? You get to go play in the short stack fest. Where you're like chip leader almost.
Yeah, I'm up there over there.
One pot away from chip leader over there.
Oh wow, looks like
Let's see.
is there
You going back to
elimination?
security?
Yeah,
I guess.
there was. Dan Voris, back-to-back hands. The final hand being his Jack 8 offsuit for his final 6.5 bigs. All in blind v blind against Christoph Vogelsang's Queen 5. Christoph holding with the Queen high. So that moves Christoph up the pack. That means we're down to 12.
Have to fold the 175 later.
Hello guys. C2. C2 he said, yeah.
Of course. Like suited paint. Different suit, of course.
12 remaining. King 9 suited. Chip leader raises.
Sorry. Oh yeah, sure.
Over to Jason Kuhn. Just a Jack 3 offsuit. Bueno.
It's even better to fly to Mexico from Austin too. You get direct flights. Vegas, I think, has no direct flights, right?
To Mexico City, yeah.
Oh, they have one to Mexico City?
Yeah.
You been there before?
Yeah.
Is that where you go usually?
Yeah, usually.
I want to go there just to eat. You been there?
No. I heard it's top food town.
Yeah. Like top 5 in the world, food town.
Wow.
BK Pippin, the King 5. Early position.
In comes 9-7 offsuit. Chip leader.
Ooh. Spicy. Flush draw for Brent.
Solid.
Complete whiff for Wilson.
I'm gonna put you under the gun in our pots. Since you got no time banks, you can expect me to play Snap when it's on me.
I've made it the whole day so far. Just gotta hang on if I make it.
Looks like it's going fine.
Okay, what's happening out here? Ace, Queen, Ace, 9.
Wow, Fritz just got moved from the other table over here. The guys were joking how he'd be one of the chip leaders.
Might be one of the short stacks. If
Tell me about it. Talk about brutal timing. Moved into the big blind. Man, poker really can be cruel sometimes.
quite solid for Mehdi.
You know what would be more solid, Randy?
What? Queen?
Queen of spades.
What a 5. 5 works.
Oh, the Queen of Spades, literally. You've done it again?
825.
How do you call that?
I'm here all day, people.
You like penguin? Thank you. He also played perfect. It's luck, huh?
Was Mehdi the guy who opened the 400K envelope?
It is indeed.
Not bad.
Pulled the 400k.
Ah, there, okay.
Came second. Record cash for him over there in that one. So he extends his lead atop of Morocco's all-time money list.
I wonder if the envelope he pulled, was that his best cash as well?
Yeah, it beat his previous best cash. Yeah, his previous best cash was 300k.
That's pretty funny.
Hummingbird saying the more tired Henry gets, the more clairvoyant he becomes. Something like that.
Seconds.
Comes those Fritz bucks. Going to work. Queen 9 suited. Rometti. Vogel. Queen 10 offsuit. Can't play that. Everyone is short here. Sub 20 bigs. A player. Deuce is now into the muck. What you got, Ibinger? The lone big stack at this table.
I mean, lone big stack. Only 30 bigs. Does he want to go speculating with King 4 offsuit?
You know, occasionally he even gets out of line pre.
510,000.
Yeah. This makes sense on the strength of the king blocker. It doesn't play well post flop to defend the big, and you can really put so much pressure on middling stacks. They can't contest too well against when they're playing about 22 big blinds or so. This is a nice play from Ibinger.
5 seconds.
Especially against a player who recognizes that these spade jumps are going to get big soon with 12 remaining. Well played. Poker code. Very nice flex.
Screen is stuck. Your stack is still 10 bigs.
What is it, like 3 bets in 5 hands? No, yeah, 6, 5, 6 hands. Wow. Crazy. Crazy.
Completely out of line.
Wow.
Trying to needle.
He's professional, no? Yeah.
Big.
Big. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Needle Ibinger. Hillside only saying, what happened to Haxton? Busted? Yeah, he busted a long time ago.
I surrender. I'm afraid of Mr. Not doing anything anymore.
Pass. Pass.
Fritz won't be surrendering.
You know, I look at his cap and I'm thinking it's all in pre-flop. It's missing the eye.
I like it, Randy.
Raise 160,000.
Of course, he'd be looking to get it all in pre-flop if he can with 2 queens.
Pass.
He might get the opportunity. You could see Puna attack with King Jack offsuit.
13.25 bigs.
I kind of feel like it's in his style of play to push this pre.
Yeah, Fritz is going to have some raise folds.
Call.
Nice restraint there.
What's the idea here, Randy? I guess the hands that Punat gets snapped off by are just not performing well. And then the nice thing about flatting is you keep in a lot of hands that you have dominated.
Yeah, he must also believe that Fritz has got a relatively strong raise to min-raise on the button with 13 bigs, because he certainly has some hands he'll just outright rip rather than min-raise. He's flopped as good as it gets, top set. This is one of those boards where it's okay to check it back.
I was about to say, if there's ever a board to check behind on, Queen 5 deuce rainbow. Feels like one of them.
Especially because the big blind's not supposed to defend too many hands holding the 5 or the deuce. Probably getting reshoved on my some like suited ace fours and ace threes that can continue. But maybe the min bet will get Puna a little curious. Wrapped around the queen. Looks like it's working.
Call.
Fortunately for Puna, does not turn a pair. Officially drawing dead.
I would probably check back this turn with the set of queens. I know the flush draw and straight draw shows up, but you don't really have to be worried about the straight draw, especially. Because, you know, 6-7's not check calling you on flop. Yep, love this check. This is nice.
Just top boat in the most disguised way.
Feels like the kicker is strong enough for King Jack to try and show it down rather than try to move your opponent off of some ace highs. There's not that many ace high in the button range that you need to try to fold out.
5 seconds. Check.
That's played. I guess you just target the 5. You're blocking top pair. Not going to get called by king high anyways. I'd go pretty small if I was Fritz.
So tempting to get greedy. It looks like he is going to get greedy.
325,000.
Punat's pretty confused by this. Not often you kind of see a reaction there from Punat, but it's just like, hang on. Bet one big blind flop, check turn, now you're betting half pot on an 8-8 run out? Like, are you just trying to get me to fold a ace high, king high?
5 seconds.
This, Fritz might have played this to perfection. Punsri asking if he's got like 10-9. I believe one of the combos he...
I don't know, it just feels like this would be an ambitious call, King Jack. Even if the line is interesting, your opponent's not really supposed to be stabbing too often in that spot with a bluff. Does fold. Doesn't seem happy about it though.
I know, it's just so weird.
Yeah,
Magically.
it's just gone here as well.
I'm more to it about the screen than anything. Fuck it up. They fix it or something.
wrong.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's worse for you guys than for me.
Two people with
Yeah,
big blinds on the other
yeah, it's worse for you guys than for me.
Yeah,
Because
can you please?
We need to know the stacks.
I mean, we could pause it and pause
Yeah,
the clock as well.
can we pause like everything?
We can pause everything and pause the clock. It's bad for them because there's a pay jump, right? There's immediate there's an immediate pay jump, right? Like it's quite important for them to know the stack. You can pause the clock and pause the. It gets too late.
We're pausing all day long. We're pausing all day long. Half the time is pause.
It's true, yeah. Pause almost as much as we played.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
No, but I mean like pause the clock, so nothing.
Yeah.
Because like I mean, it's like he's probably wanting to know if.
Yeah, no, I know, yeah.
160,000.
Yeah, so we are on an 18k pay jump. Sounds like some technical difficulties.
The game goes on. Clemens, ace-4 suited, min raises. It looks relatively strong from under the gun, 6-handed. Direct pay jump like you just mentioned, king-queen. Into the muck, which is great news for Clemens.
160, yeah?
160.
No.
Pass.
Didn't need much information to pull out this raise, huh?
All in my head.
You figured out like how much they have over there? Huh?
Maybe trolling. That Clemens must have a really big
crazy,
hand.
huh?
So,
This
sounds like they
player
have spoken with the
Triton
floor.
is amazing.
And
good luck. Good luck to the flop.
to keep it as fair as possible, as it is important. You know, there's an $18,000 ladder. There's a lot of money up top. The players need to know what's going on the other table, and unfortunately we are having tech issues with the Triton Poker Plus app, but the team is working on it. So we're going to wrap up this hand and pause the clock. Shout out to the tournament directors, just being so fluid on the fly. C-bet from Clemens going to get it done. He bounces back up to 15 bigs.
Please, show me one ace, show me one ace. One ace, thank you. Thank you.
Should have showed the 4.
Beat me, yeah. I have Queen 7 of Corazon. Corazon. Not the right color. Ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, there we go. Floor coming over. Clock's been paused. The tech wizards behind the scenes, Randy, going to do their best to get this resolved ASAP. Look at the difference in chips between the two tables. We got the big chip table, Brandon Wilson with 60 bigs, Jason Kuhn on short stack duties over there with 20 bigs, and we've got the short stack table. But we're going to pause the clock. Nothing much to really write home about there. Final two tables are 6. We've got a nice, healthy 7-figure payout on this one with some legends still in the mix. And yeah, a 20-minute break for us. Maybe we go and get some fresh air, Randy, and come back and play this one down to the FT, my man.
Let's do it.
Catch you guys in about 20 minutes' time.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all. League by league, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
More into the fray will come JNT. It's been fruitless on the prior two occasions we've borne witness of late.
It's 3 off the money.
Or soft hand for hand. You don't have to stall. Well, why are you stalling?
Okay.
You're not allowed to do it.
I just timing. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Stern from Jason there.
Like so close.
As he is picking
you
up
have a real
on
decision. Take your time.
Yeah, but
Kenny,
Value's
maybe.
had a real decision.
No,
15 hands in a row.
taking a little bit more time than could possibly be warranted. And
yeah,
you know,
I'm glad they're calling it out. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Well,
make it count.
Ace 7 of diamonds, and the jam is deemed necessary. And just look at the spot Jason Kuhn finds himself in now. Ace King in the big, raising jam in front. We know he's not going anywhere.
545. All in. Yeah.
And JNT must be sick of this. This is the third hand in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That he's opened and there's been jams behind.
Well, it's always reassuring when you look up and you realize that it wasn't as though somebody was simply targeting you light.
Well, I mean, Ismailov kind of was. Javid taking a spot that perhaps he wouldn't take against someone else.
You think?
I think so.
No,
I think so.
not
He's
yesterday.
got 13 and a half bigs in the small blind.
And
Like.
he's also seen the guy open and fold
Exactly.
to a 3-bet.
Yeah. Javid's kind of unfortunate here to run into Ace King.
Oh my goodness, look at what JNT would have flopped. Wheel draw, not flush draw. Instead, Jason Kuhn sits very pretty. Things looking ugly for Javid, however.
If you stand up really quick, you got 20% more equity.
Stand up equity.
7 of diamonds.
Oh. All right.
Taking
Picked
the
up 2
advice.
more outs at least.
Oh, no. Would be dirty.
No. GG's. As the Azerbaijani won't find the money in this one, but Jason Kuhn will find more tokens, up and over 2 million in the aftermath.
That's rough for Javid. Came third in the 200K Invitational in Montenegro for 2.8 million. Famously lost aces against kings for like 92% of the chips in play with 3 left.
Circuitous routing. Nothing makes you feel less luxurious like having to land in Alaska real quick for a top-up. Unless, of course, you step out, harpoon a polar bear or something, and then, you know, make a rug. Which feels like it's, you know.
I feel so sorry. The polar bear's just catching strays out here. Just out of complete boredom.
You don't have to kill them anymore. They're drowning. So you just kind of fish them out of the ocean.
Yeah, that is true. Yay, us.
Yeah. Humanity. Sam with ace-8 here. Haxton giving this king 10 a chew, and he's going to rip. Versus the cutoff. Sensing Sam might not be able to proceed for 390 more.
This is like
Cuspy.
1 pip below. Yeah, I think ace-9 is really close. Ace-10 we call. I mean, Ike's gonna have some weaker ace-X that jam. So yeah, this is close. There we go. Cards on the back.
Well, not quite as close in terms of equity. 15% disparity for Haxton. $1 million plus. On the inside of the bubble, of course, we're far more comfortable taking a spot, as all parties now guaranteed that $85,000 min cash. 3 of those payouts are available, and well, the nuts also available to Ike. Couple of clubs and a pair.
8 of clubs for a sweat.
What? That is from just the writer's room right there, Henry. That is disgustingly accurate.
Say it enough times, mate. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
That's true. Promise Henry had no idea that card was coming. Threats. And my goodness.
Good luck.
That is nasty. What did we just see? You flop the joint on ace, queen, jack, and it comes 8 of clubs for flush draw, boat draw, and then the other ace, and it's good night, Ike.
Sick flop.
Can I be that guy? They got it in pre, Harley. Calling 8 of clubs is crazy. Hey, listen, I try.
Calling the 8 of clubs as impressive as it was, I don't think was as crazy as runner, runner, boat. I mean, that's just ew.
And it's 5 behind, right?
King Jack. That's Kenny Shee's 285 in a way, and over the top comes Christoph. The extra nickel is in there, and this is where Kenny might be looking back on some of the other spots that were available to him prior to this one. But mission accomplished as far as the Hong Kong National here at his first ever Triton is concerned. In the money. Guaranteed 85,000, but definitely not guaranteed to be able to continue in the event. As you can see there, 23%, nothing more.
I think he did exactly what he wanted to do, which was get the monkey off of his back in the form of his first Triton cash. Was nursing that short stack. I think it all kind of boiled down to that unsuccessful bluff against J&T's turn straight, where Kenny bluffed with third pair.
Well, hang on now. Gut shot for both players. We could carve it up with a 10. We can haul it in.
Would be fine with it then.
No, no longer can haul it in. Forgive me, the pair of Jackson. There's the 10. A stay of execution.
Good jam, see? Good
yes!
Pick up half the small blind in the end.
I'll tell you what, I love to see the emotion.
Yeah, same.
You know.
Final 3 tables, 50K. First ever cash at the Triton Series. Will allow the celebrations. Ben, our co-commentator, Espen Jorstad, and yeah, the stuff that they're doing over there really is phenomenal. Very proud to have them as a sponsor here. Sam Muller, a recent signing, by the way.
Yeah, you see the patch. Deuces, binned with ease. Kenny will give the blinds a break. Yaroshevsky, 40 bigs. Obviously having a little something to do with that. And now's the time, says the Jack 7, a suited king, and Yaroshevsky says, let's play roulette.
I think he looked at 1. He just saw king of spades.
Well, it'd be weird if he saw deuce of spades and then just flicked it in, wouldn't it?
I'm not going to call the cards on this one.
You definitely called them and called them well last time around. Unfortunately for Zhongxiang Yang, he's not doing well.
Perfect.
Jack 7, middle pair, needs help, doesn't find it on the turn. And could this be the end of the road, or will the 5-outer come in?
Okay.
There's your answer. GG's to the Chinese delegate. First joined us earlier this year in Jeju. Did have himself a third place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty.
The blessings. But just
I'm guessing it's PLO.
No, I know that. There are 6 PLO events this
I
series.
see. Which specific PLO
Yeah.
is what you're asking?
I'm calling out cards. You know, I'm calling out champions.
Yeah, you're farting. You're firing on all cylinders, and you know why I said that. No, it's not, because we got farty towels in the chat.
Little Freudian slip. Ace King being dished out for fun.
Fritz gonna have plenty of fun with it, as he has been waiting for an opportunity. Kiatley providing it. Ace-8 off under the gun, off of 2.2.
Yeah, he's laughing.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, he's laughing because of the shallowness of Fritz's stack, and maybe he just feels inclined to flick this in. He's getting 2-1 on a call. Need like 33% equity in terms of direct odds. Doesn't have it.
No, just 24 given the domination by Fritz, and he's going to be quite all right with this.
Chop?
Chop, chop.
I'll tell you after the flop.
Cat calling for a chop. See if Fritz obliges.
Now I don't want to chop.
Seems good.
Chop's good.
5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Open ender. Club's working.
50, 50. Wow.
Lighting up the outs graphic is Kiat.
Okay, chop. Chop.
I don't think it's possible.
On the turn, chop isn't possible. 4 on board, and Kiat's got the 8 high straight.
Yeah,
4s, 8s, and 9s. Those are the wicked witches that would down Fritz.
Chop it up.
And instead, an ace. King kicker plays, behave.
Very easy.
We got a 100 Thai baht donation over on YouTube saying make some noise for PP.
Hiya.
What kind of noise do we need to make? Like an animal noise?
Wait, hang on. Who's calling? Is it the police?
If they are, I think it would be weird because that was FaceTime.
FaceTime.
To Jun Obara was. I think that pot he played against Shirzat Hisu on stream, where he gave Shirzat all he could handle, an astonishing number of time banks it took, where for value, Mehdi had jammed aces and 3s on a board that had a couple of deuces, blind versus blind pot, and trip deuces for Hisu. Almost hit the muck, but in the end he would find the call. Putra finding the jam with ace-10 of spades, and unfortunately for him, he's found the covering stack of Manuel Fritz with ace-king.
Chop.
No.
Sure.
Chop. No chop.
No job? Wow.
Gamble. Spade coming.
I like the confidence, Ferdy. Ferdy's like, no chop, spades coming.
Take your money back.
Queen of spades window card for a sweat.
I thought you were done calling cards.
What are these glasses, by the way? Is that like a camera on the side, or is it just the way the lighting?
No, I don't think there's... Is there a third dimension?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm...
Yeah, right. There's some sort of like angular, beveled... Those are Pradas, it looks like, from here. Oh, yeah.
Looks like something out of the future.
Well, into the future we look. And it's one that isn't looking particularly great on the ace-9-6 board for Putra. Just 13%. Can't find a gut shot on the turn, nor the 10 that he now needs so desperately in order to retain his hopes and prospects. Instead, the 3 and the GGs shortly thereafter for Putra.
You bluff? You bluffing?
Finding the money.
Is queen?
Was down toward the lower portion of the leaderboard. No immediate ladder. He will collect the $92,000 payout for 20th place.
Yeah, that's going to be the case until we get down to the final 17. Where everyone will get a 10K ladder and a 6-figure guaranteed prize payout.
Interesting brewing.
Get another chance.
One chance. One more chance.
Zubov just looking for anything.
Suited Jack. 6 bigs, I think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, remember the Jack 7 offsuit.
Oh, and it goes.
Yeah.
Ace high.
Flippy,
Snap.
Jack 9. Oh, Jack 6 suited. All right. All right.
Fair fight. 50-50.
50-50. Everything's 50-50.
Well, this coin is not
Everything's 50-50.
on the square.
Yeah.
Tell you what, empires were built on smaller edges than this.
Well, you know, Jason Kuhn
Good luck.
has been the empire
Yeah,
builder.
maybe chop. Maybe like
Here at Triton.
big straight on the board.
Quite some time.
6 to ace.
700.
Jack for my son.
Oh yeah? Is that his name?
You like playing short?
Nice.
Yeah. Looks like.
And there
That's
is
your
Jacob.
son. You use the powers of the
Strong,
gods.
very strong.
I don't have a son named Ace, sadly.
I'm surprised you don't, actually.
And trips. We'll lock it up.
How much? Yeah. 345 or something? 340?
Really? For my two sons. Jackson.
Can't tell if he's trolling or not.
I don't think he is.
Power.
I don't think he, to the dismay of the Thai fans that are here en masse.
Whoa.
To root Punat Punsri on.
Don't be falling over in the booth, Mr. Najad.
You know, the camera cut wasn't quite that discombobulating. I'll be all right. Queens. Kiat's going to be feeling all right. Button, 1.6 in front of him. And just about 2 of those 33 bigs.
Oh, this could be GG's.
Slipping in. King 10, JNT, 14 bigs.
Raise 250,000.
3 betting to 250.
Oh, okay. This could be GG's. Ace 10 is tough to get away from, but he finds the fold.
Didn't make a meal of it either.
Okay, so JNT has 3-bet more than a third of his stack. With the King 10-0. We know what Lee's going to do. Hopefully find a better football team to support.
350.
I'm a big Barcelona fan, by the way. It was low-hanging fruit. It was there. JNT rips it in. Cat snaps it off. Number 1 on France's all-time money list is looking for a cowboy.
Well, situation critical for the man that we suspected would get down into the money and perhaps even make a run at this one.
Chin chin.
The light flickers, though.
Chin chin.
No cowboy. Just 17%, 3 outs twice.
Well, very warm welcome back to continuing coverage of this 150K, 60K, 50K, if I recall correctly. We've had some technical difficulties here, but Randy and I are still here. We're trying to figure things out. What we do know, Randy, is there's 7 figures up top. There's a Triton trophy. There's a certain 12-time champion, Mr. Jason Kuhn, on the hunt, looking to make it title number 13. We've got a 4-time Triton champion, one of the most popular players from Asia, Punat Punsri. He's looking for his 5th. We've got Bryn Kenny, the most winningest poker player of all time. He's still in the mix, looking to make it 6 titles. What are we doing here? I mean, it's a big, big final 2 table.
You know, it's a star-studded cast with 2 tables remaining, like you mentioned. But, you know, there's other strong players still in the field, like Ibinger, one of those multi-title holders.
Yeah, title number 5 he's looking for.
Yeah, so, you know, for the other players that are remaining that don't have titles, of course, it's a bit of a tough field, but, you know, you've hung around with 2 tables remaining.
Yeah, you've got a couple of people that are on the hunt for their first trophy. The likes of Brandon Wilson comes to mind. He's got the chip lead currently. Samuel Muller almost picked up a title in Monte Carlo a couple of stops ago. You know, he would love nothing more than to join his good friends, you know, Matthias Eibing, as you mentioned, Mario Mosbach, Fedor Holst. They're all multiple-time Triton champions, and he would love to get the monkey off his back, get that first trophy, and then, you know, who knows in a few years from now how many he's lifted.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, he's got to try to... He's one of the new up-and-coming players in that crew, so it's good to see him make deep run after deep run.
Well, let's throw it down to the main stage. Final two tables here in this 50K 7 Max. Live from the landing casino. That's how things stand. Brandon Wilson, chip leader over on the blue table. Very deep over there. And then on the red feature, Eibinger, chip leader with 36 bigs. Punsri chasing him. And a big drop off to Fritz, Vogelsang, Mehdi, and Reuter.
Well, you can't count out the 15 big blind stack and 17s and so.
Okay, well, at least you see that better.
Yeah, pretty HD.
The old one, and they pulled it out of the coffin.
160.
Muller going to activate here, six-handed suited ace from under the gun. Chip leader, Brandon Wilson, natural 9.
Know the stacks on the other table, like the updated ones, or not really?
I could go over there and snipe him. You want me to?
Or yeah, I guess you're in the spot. You
I'll
can
snipe him out.
Yeah.
So Wilson comes in with the call in position. Kenny's got 7s. He can call too.
How do we feel about taking it multi-way, Randy? That's what I'm thinking here.
I think 7s plays pretty well with position. You don't mind other people in the pot. Squeezing makes it really
Looks like a
difficult
couple
to play.
15s. Everybody else has kind of got more chips.
Okay, so no 10s anymore.
I think they're consolidating.
Here comes the big stacks.
J&T getting laid a very juicy price. Flicks in the call. So a 4-way affair. Pre-flop. Ace, Queen, Jack. Muller flops best. Let's not sleep on Wilson's live open-ender.
It probably checks around quite a bit, 4 ways. Ace 5 shouldn't be looking to build a pot. It looks like it will see clarity. Just 80K, it's the minimum. It's an interesting bet size because he's kind of selling the story that he's holding a 1-pair type hand at best. You would think a hand like 2-pair plus would want to build the pot a bit. 4 ways. Immediate odds for Wilson, comes in with call.
What's Sensei thinking here? Is he smelling weakness? Okay, so he's going to just peel one off. What's the idea here, Randy? Just still getting like too good of a price?
He's getting a good price to hit his set. It'll be very disguised. Also, there's situations where a 4-liner shows up and it checks to him. He can try to represent the straight. Just trying to use the power of that position.
Right. Million clean.
Yeah, because his set else doesn't bring the flush, given he's
right.
holding the 7 of hearts. It's important.
See if Muller
It's all
can
good.
find
I'll
a
take my
double
food.
barrel.
That's great. Thank you. Here.
I feel like ace-5 is a little lost, to be honest. Not really sure if you're up against a better ace or not.
Or a hand like Jack-10, maybe a King-Queen.
It's confusing when there's two opponents. Well, it's checked over to Bryn Kenny. I wonder if he's going to attack. It looks very weak from his two opponents on this board. Texture, million in the middle.
What size would you go with? Well, we're not going to find out. He's checked back. Brandon Wilson has a rivered Broadway. 100% check mark next to the American's name. I do wonder if Bryn's going to get himself in trouble with that 7 of hearts.
It doesn't really feel like the 7 of hearts is extremely relevant, given how low it is. I'm not sure if Wilson will be betting into 2 play. It's so hard to get called by worse when you're holding a straight and a flush comes in. Might be better for him to try to pot control against some slow played flushes and maybe induce a bet from Bryn Kenny. But for now, Muller's still don't want to act.
180.
That's kind of odd for me to see with his hand.
Is this like a mergy? I don't even know, Randy. Like get 2 pair to fold? Maybe get an ace to fold?
I think he can get a naked ace to fold, yes, as played. But then again, this river does bring in straights, flushes. They're not folding. Even some 2 pairs might make a side call. Yeah, I think Muller knows he's cooked once he got called. There you go. Very interesting bet.
You know he's really studied in those spots. So whenever I see someone like Muller making a play that raises an eyebrow, it excites me. I get curious as to why. What's the idea behind it? Would love to pick his brain on that one.
No, to me, it just seems a little ambitious with 2 people to act behind you. Like, you need to be very optimistic that, oh, your opponents are both holding some kind of like Queen Jack, I don't know, 2 pair that's going to fold. We can't rely on that in ace-X. Feels like a lot of time you're just torching 190K, to be honest.
Round to my man, JNT. It's got the white on white.
Good.
He's got some chips to do damage. So the rest of the table comes with limp. Muller, suited 7 deuce. No jackpot in this hand. It's not a cash game.
Didn't think I could get you off the 10 ever. Wanted to raise, but if it checked to me, I would have bet, which I'm happy that it didn't go check. No luck next year, 600.
How we like to be a fly on the wall to that conversation. Bryn saying like he wanted to bluff, but he knew Brandon was never folding a straight, and he's glad it didn't check to him because he would have bet 600K.
I can't devote resources to that right now.
Muller turning the best hand. Still has to fade King 10, 9, 8. Wouldn't be surprised if Muller checks this one. Could also see him come in with something small, just to fold out 6 outs.
Can actually get called by worse in the spot. Little value betting coming. The deuce. Deuce 7. 120K. This is quite nice. Why not charge your opponent?
Charge he does. And brick out does J&T.
Be very happy showing down to 7 deuce now. That river card is so clean.
Maybe value on Muller's mind.
Try to get value out of ace high.
Yeah. Ace high, maybe even a king high, like a king 9, but no, he's going to check it back. Did think about it.
Yeah, I think you got to be worried about value owning yourself against some passive Jack X. It's probably not a ton of ace high that can call down to in that spot if J&T is raising some of those pre.
Really? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, in the multi-way. Yeah, yeah.
Back on over to the red feature.
Next hand blinds.
Short stacked over here. Mehdi on the button. 16 bigs, announces raise.
Morocco's number 1.
Just overheard Ivan gonna say it next hand. Blinds going up.
On the short stack table?
Yeah, the blind's going up to 100K. It's going to be brutal.
You have French citizenship too?
No, I don't know.
You
No, only Moroccan.
Oh, you live in France? Or? No.
I went to college in France. Yeah, for like, yeah. Did my bachelor there. Started the masters. Ended. Yeah.
You could always pick it up again if you want.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, I was considering like 1 year ago, like maybe, but then started playing high stakes. So, like.
Yeah.
Get a master's in poker?
Who needs a master's? You got high stakes poker. Is that a mushroom on Clemens' left forearm?
Like
or is it a jellyfish?
I would go like,
I don't think it's a mushroom. Jellyfish seems more accurate. We'll take an eye on that.
And I'll go like.
Why does a jellyfish seem more accurate, Randy?
I know, I saw the little tentacles.
Yeah, that's interesting, yeah.
And what are we working with here? A spacesuit?
Something that really like, you know, makes my mind like.
Challenges your mind, yeah.
A lot of astronauts.
250. You enjoyed university?
Around the Triton
I mean,
Cosmos.
I was super good at school, like.
Ooh.
So it was
Chips are
kinda
going
easy
in.
for me, but I was always,
I
like,
think so. Unless he's very suspicious of Fritz. But can't blame the deuces.
I see 1 deuce. Second one is a deuce as well.
We're flipping? Like I was majoring, like.
Okay, we're flipping.
Yeah, I like that.
You're not flipping.
Level. Good luck, guys.
Sorry, good luck anyway.
Good luck, Manu.
Merci, merci.
So I believe it's because we're on a pay jump.
I think Mathieu.
Going to wait for this hand between Jason Kuhn and Brandon Wilson to play out.
The blind versus blind confrontation is always very fun to watch, especially when Jason's involved. He's got queen highest, currently the best hand, paired board. Might even check call bet if it comes in. What a sweet turn card for Wilson.
Jason just want to try and get this one to showdown. Checks Checks it on over once more. Value to be extracted now from Wilson?
I think it's possible. You could see how Jason could have some ace highs or baby pocket pairs that were looking to limp jam on the big stack. Small blind versus big blind. He's not going to go for value. And that run out is beautiful for Jack 8.
Wow.
Jason playing the board. You might think he can just steal this whole pot.
It's so unlikely that Brandon has an ace, right? So unlikely that Brandon has a king. Feels like a 4 we would have heard from. Jason trying to steal it now.
It doesn't surprise me Jason's trying to steal the whole pot. He expects this to be both players playing the board. Of course, Wilson's going to raise with the full house. Depending on sizing, there's probably a little bit of merit for Jason to even... maybe not against this sizing, though. It's like, whatever, you got it.
Brandon's very consistent with the way he wears the shades in between hands. Back one over here.
Deuces and tens.
I think you're looking for a duck.
Interesting.
To shower Fritz. 2.6 million chip pot. Clean so far. I think it does have that pesky deuce of hearts.
Bro, Clement.
No way you pulled this one.
Sorry, I just wanted to make you sweat.
There, there. Should be 1.26.
That's psychic.
Never did that.
It was scary improving to a set.
In every event.
He knows what's gonna come. He knows when he can bluff. He knows what's gonna.
I never call cards, never.
Sick. We love to see it.
1,260,000.
Huge double up there. Blind v blind, just a cold deck for Eibinger. With 12 left, millions of dollars on the line. Perfect time. Give a shout out to the official timekeeping partner of the Triton Poker Series. See a couple of their Triton Epic X skeleton sports watches on display. One on the wrist of Eibinger, another on the wrist of Jason Kuhn, and another on the wrist of Punat Punsri. They've all won main events at the Triton Series. That is the only way you can earn one. We'll be giving away 2 of those here in Jeju.
10 of heart, he says. Why do you like to see me in pain?
You know, everyone deserves a sweat.
You only had pain like in the double ups. Like you only had the pain spots like in the double ups. Like the ace king, ace 8, like
true, yeah.
All the sweats have been holding for you.
Let's keep it that way.
Lord Vogelsang.
Is this just going in from the cutoff 11 bigs? Feels like it.
Supposed to. He left a soldier behind.
No, he still has some chips here.
2 soldiers.
10,000. Looks like ace jack.
That's what I'm
That's tough. Peeked the jack first and squeezed the 4.
He got very excited about ace jack.
Fritz on a bit of a heater. Just got that double. Now he's got the ace-queen, and the cutoff can do some damage to the players behind.
You would welcome some action. Meti with 9-5 suited should qualify to be able to see a flop.
Yeah, suited and booted.
Loosely connected.
That's all Fritz. Perfect time to find some heat for the Austrian. With 12 left, and 7 figures up top.
Little tiny probe.
Not gonna split hairs on. I'll allow it, Randy.
Not in a fold. 3 million now for Fritz.
We're back, but the stacks are not correct.
Oh, we're back?
They are fixing the app, as you can see, so the information is coming up, but don't depend on the blinds yet. They're just updating as we go. Okay? Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you. Yeah, just about. My stack.
And my stack's correct too. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like slowly but surely we're getting back online, Randy. The struggle. Technology being down. Imagine what the world would do if the internet was just switched off for a day.
Some of these people were a little lost. Well, we don't know the chip counts. But we're back. 8-6 offsuit for Bryn Kenny. Nothing's changed. Street poker. Raising into Jack-10 offsuit.
You need to be careful because J&T has also got some moves.
Ace-Queen-10. A little bit of a piece for J&T. Should be able to call a lot of flop bets.
This is second against third in chips.
A sliver of showdown value for Bryn Kenny. In case he was up against some suited king. Had a gut shot. Occasionally you actually turn the 8 into a bluff. Trying to muscle out a hand like this. Jack-10. Queen Jack. Maybe. Yeah. He's going to bet again. Perceives the 8 or 6 would be good if he can find it. Ideally win it here. Jack-10's... It's not an easy call in this spot. Seems like it's going to be easy for J&T as he quickly grabs the chips and two-handed call.
Well, yeah, this is just J&T seeing the double gut shot and wanting to get stubborn. Does Bryn fire again? 1.7 million in the middle.
You can consider it if you feel like your opponent will lead the king sometimes. Does his opponent fold a 9 if they're holding like ace-9? That's a question. Bryn's gonna cut out more chips. Man, this is gonna be tough for Jack-10. Triple barrel.
J&T just said all in.
Did he? No. He didn't say all in.
Oh, I think he was confirming.
Wow, what a call by Jack-10. Well played, J&T. And Kenny's bluff did look credible.
J&T's literally just like beat him into the pot with 2 pair. So if you're not getting 2 pair to fold. How do we feel about the bluff?
Then we don't feel so great about it. That's a ton of chips gone for Brinkeni in that hand. He probably expected Jack 10 to fold, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
But again, you know, JNT was like, well, I know you're trying to move me off of a hand. If you got it, you got it.
I feel like the turn, like when JNT just got stubborn on the turn, I'd probably just give up.
I mean, to be fair, Bryn was right that his opponent didn't have a straight.
Yeah.
It just wasn't right that his opponent would still call him down.
Deuces for Wilson.
So what, Igor's playing a 15 big blind stack. He's very tempted to attack the chip leader, who is going to raise relentlessly, 12 remaining. I could see him actually put in 3-bet sometimes and fold, maybe 450. Gonna just take the passive line, which is the more standard route.
JNT letting go of the Queen 10 there as well. Bit of a field player. Just quietly stacking chips.
Street poker meets field player. Who wins? Field player at the moment.
With that Bryn.
Later at check raise spot.
Drop down to middle of the pack.
Big fold.
Oh, numero uno.
He's sick, man. I'm telling you.
Never seen better.
I just marked the 5s, huh? So he did own me a little bit.
Oof. Unlucky. Unlucky, Christoph. Gonna need to pull a fox and crack the big pocket pair. Music to the ears of Ivangut.
Good luck. Don't show.
Nice fold. I could have gone 3.5.
Bad timing for Vogelsang.
Very
He keeps getting deep in tournaments.
Ace the bluff, yeah. I knew he could do this. Like,
It's easier to crack kings, king queen offsuit from what we've seen Foxen do this week.
Lol. Any sweat?
For who?
Well, for Vogelsang, obviously. He's the one behind.
Watch. He just flops the full house. That's a lot of vegetables behind him. We might have to take them with, take it to go.
Saw the king 9 of hearts folded. Saw Christoph's outs. I was about to say Jack of spades could provide.
What turn do you want, Clemens? Tell us.
Ace. Ace is fair, right? Ace is super fair.
Ace is okay.
GG's, Christoph. Another impressive run.
Cashes for $124,000. Pay jump for everyone else. So is he taking the broccoli with them or no?
I'm sure
You're
one
not
of
big
the
yet.
staff will
I think.
help him out
I
with
was
all of
just- I was
that.
just big, yeah.
So, ladder acquired. 11 left, 142,000 locked up. 1.7 million up top in this one. Just the casual 34 buy-ins. And then there were 11. Average stack of 27 bigs. Ibinger, after doubling up Fritz, dropped down to the middle of the pack. That gets dealt aces against Christoph to bounce right back up.
We got some short stacks out there. 2 10 big blind stacks. Puna attacking no king 9 offsuit. He knows that players are trying to hopefully reach that final table. Clemens ace 5 suited. Could be a spot to attack.
All in.
Yeah, this is nice. He knows what Punat's up to.
Ooh,
oh,
wow.
Run into ace king of Ibinger. Wow, he's running hot. Aces into ace king, and another situation where you get all the chips in pre. You can't believe it.
All in.
Yeah.
So Punat gets out of the way. Ibinger with the...
That's what I thought, that's why I opened.
Yeah.
But maybe they still want for the camera. Or
You have 5K here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ibinger with the pre-flop coolers.
Might become 10K.
Reuter with 28% with the ace 5.
Yeah, just so unfortunate to run into ace king behind him, because he was right that Punat was opening light with ace 5 suited.
Clubs. 3 of clubs.
We asked for clubs.
Deuce. No, deuce.
King 3 deuce.
King 3 deuce, 2 clubs.
Yeah.
King 3 club. Okay, how about Jack 5-5?
Trip 5s.
5 jack? Oh, wow.
Queen of diamonds.
Clemens rooting for his own sweat outs. He's going to turn Ibinger dead a lot of the time. Not on that turn. To a river we go.
Do not tempt the poker gods.
Ibinger needs a 10. 4 outs once. Doesn't find it. Clemens Reuter with the double up to 24.5 bigs. That moves him up to 5th on the leaderboard. Man, strong showing for the Austrians here, by the way. Got Fritz, Ibinger, Muller, and Clemens.
So Ibinger with that pot moves down to 7th. Had he held, he would have been very comfy in 2nd on the leaderboard. But you're right, 4 Austrians remaining of 11 players. Also, what do we have? 3 Americans, Frenchman, Ukrainian, Thai, Morocco.
You want to bet?
What do you want to do now?
If an Austrian wins this, 4 of the 11 remaining players.
Okay, what do you want?
They're all kind of like middle of the pack.
Yeah, seems fair.
100K? I need to. How much did I lose to you the other day? 50.
50.
Some lamb chops back.
Where is?
There's Mr. 12-time champion Jason Kuhn in the mix. It's a tough one to beat. Ready, coming with the raise fold of 11.5 bigs.
All right, ace-10 offsuit for Ibinger. It's kind of tricky to play these sometimes, but you saw Christoph reshove king-queen in a kind of similar spot. although stacks are a little bit different and reversed. You see,
Wow.
restraint shown of ace-10 offsuit, and that's why raising, even off of 11 big blinds, can really just yield you a lot of profit if people just give you so much respect.
That's so powerful. I mean, it got deuces to fold, 2 aces to fold. The hand coming along for the ride. Mehdi has beat. Comes ace, queen, deuce.
The deuces and ace-10s, like, seriously? Must be nice.
Mehdi's going to win this one.
Ah, my flop. Nothing. Nothing.
Clemens is like, well, buddy, would have been my flop.
Even Ibinger is just wondering, That's odd. That would have been my top pair.
Mehdi, it's good, huh?
Yeah, thank you.
Ace 4. Gonna hit the muck.
So in this spot, Ibinger not going to open queen out on the button. Bit too worried about these blinds, and rightfully so. Punat Punsri, king jack.
2 million.
2 million straight. Okay. Did you wake up with it? Nope. He's really looking at these cards. They don't change, right?
It's 20 seconds of our life we'll never get back.
Thanks, Mehdi. Appreciate that.
I knew it was something like that.
I knew he wouldn't slow roll me, so when he did the thing, like...
Yeah, that was some equity, right? That he was.
No, he wouldn't do it to me. Not at this stage. Earlier, maybe. So
Yeah, at this stage I wouldn't. If I have a snap,
maybe it's like a 9-8 suited type of hand. That's it. Day one of the 25K, maybe aces.
Yeah. GV table, day 1, 25K.
Yeah.
12 BBG and you have like 60.
Yeah.
Randy, does the wife know that you're gambling in the booth with me?
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
Please do not tell.
200?
This looks like a slam dunk reshove spot against a 25 BB open on the button.
And what's the ace 7 gonna do? Like, ace 7 is pretty strong here. Mehdi's gonna have...
Wow. I'm actually really surprised about the 4s letting go in that spot, especially against Punat, who's opening off of this stack. It seems a bit snug for me. And we're actually not on a direct pay jump either. Very, very interesting. Fold with the 2 4s. He'll get to see a free flop. No cards in front of him, though. Ace 10 6. If Punat had raised called off ace 7, it would down to 4s, as we can see. I think most players would jam 4s in that spot, to be honest.
I mean, I think it's just it's a slam dunk. Feels like a slam dunk. Mehdi, perhaps clairvoyant. I don't know if Punsri would have been folding. I mean, ace 7 suited on the button against an 11 big blind jam. When Mehdi's going to have some weaker ace X. He's going to have suited broadways.
Can you believe how long we've been playing? Isn't it crazy? Yeah. I mean, if you would have asked us this when we were 19, we would have said there's no chance we're playing.
It's always the no chance that's
Yeah,
like guaranteed.
Yeah. There's no chance we're doing this when we're 40.
All in?
All right, Bryn Kenny, he's going to jam.
Going all in at 39.
With the JK. 12 big blinds or so.
One, 185.
Wouldn't play that hand, J&T.
I don't know. He's interested. Maybe it's something to do with the 10-3 that he likes, but.
Let's see. Good and.
Oh, outpit by 1.
Yeah,
it's
going in.
8-5, yeah.
Got to call King Queen suited. Terrible news for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it's pretty sad after that very honest exchange between the two. Jason just saying to Bryn, "Hey, dude, could you have imagined that we'd be here 20 years later? 19-year-old versions of themselves. Fast forward to 2025, playing the highest stakes and all that they've achieved in those 20 years as they square off against one another in this 50K.
This is a rough flop for Bryn Kenny.
Most Triton titles versus the most winningest tournament player of all time.
Dead on a turn.
Bryn out in 11th.
That's got to be disappointing. Especially after having the chip lead not too long ago, or top 2 stack.
Yeah.
Bluffing it off. 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, just running into my man J&T. GG's, Sensei.
I feel like it's extra disappointing for Bryn Kenny because he also fell short in the 25K WPT Global Slam for 10th. Here he gets 11th place. Just feels like he should have converted it into a final table, but here we are, Ace King versus Queen 10 suited.
I will tell you if it's good by the river.
So this just went open jam.
Yeah, it could be very, very good.
Puna.
That's right.
Very good hand to see.
Yeah, I mean when he snaps like that. What is?
Be rough for Ivinger if he was to bust here.
60-40.
I think it's okay.
Puna happy to see he's live.
Thai magic over here.
Thai magic needed. And
you need some magic, all right. What's a Thai magic turn?
Jack of Hearts.
Oh. That's some life.
Three. Drawing live. Called for the Thai magic.
Well, someone busted.
Will it make an appearance on the river? No. Brick City.
1, 7, and 5.
Roller coaster for Matthias here.
175.
Yeah.
It is a roller coaster for Matthias. He's back up. 3rd in chips now.
Matthias had aces, ace king, and ace king. All 3 of them he's got all in.
Ace 5 suited wins again.
The ace 5 suited was the one where
That's the hand.
Ace 5 of clubs, yeah.
he lost.
5 of clubs, yeah.
Shouldn't have folded it.
Okay, Randy. 50K on an Austrian to win this.
Sure, go for it. Yeah. You want to lock it in?
60% of our hands
Who are your
Brooklyn
4?
wins here.
Which 4 are you picking?
Well, I get Jason, J&T.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who else are we going to have?
Super interesting.
Yurashevsky.
Okay.
I can't take the chiplet. I think that's rude.
Very good.
He's got too many chips.
So who's your 4th?
And who's left? Banat?
Okay, lock it in.
Who busted over there?
Sure.
Green.
Booked.
Ah.
Jason, pretty sure. Because
Booked for 50. If I lose this one, I might be going hungry the rest of the trip.
You can borrow some vouchers if you need it. you got credit.
So not only are you going to take my money, you're then going to put me on the credit line, yeah? With the juice.
the things I've been doing, people.
All in.
Ah, it's Ibinger's turn now. To pounce.
I think his range probably close. Should never have doubled you up. I knew that was a big mistake.
Yeah, it's a bit loose. Queen 5 of hearts.
Do you think Ibinger comes with multiple orange poker code hoodies?
Or just one?
I really, for the sake of the rest of the table, I hope it's not just the one.
But it's the lucky one. If it's lucky, it is what it is.
Ready.
Well, in Stakasana, they're playing down to a winner today. We are indeed. Oh, blind's going up after this hand. They're blitzing through this. That is a snug fold from Ibinger. I thought perhaps the 3-bet to 4-7-5 was coming. Punsri jams this. It's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of small blind jams off of the 11 big blinds or so. I mean, he would be flipping against 2 10s. Just wondering how much fold equity does he have? There's definitely raise folds in Clemens' range, so that's why he's going to push it. And 10s, we know it. It's in there.
Good luck, chaps.
Premium.
No pair?
I have a pair.
How big?
Huh?
How big? I don't have a pair.
10.
Flipping.
Alright.
Fortune.
These negotiations, bro.
I was considered flying. Seems like different folds in it. But maybe 8-5 folds. So.
If he has ace-5 of clubs, he's not folding ever.
Apart from that, too, obviously.
I love it. The negotiations before the cards get shown down. Opponent's just trying to figure out how bad is it? How much trouble am I in?
I mean, this is as good as it gets. But let's flip it on over. Ace-King versus King-9.
Recently, like a month ago,
We'll reveal that showdown after this hand concludes. 7-7-4.
Like old kind of pictures and footage. So I asked my mom to mail me my college desktop computer that was at her house. Like old school desktop computer, and I opened it up.
Like a fucking tech genius.
Oh yeah, I had to order some parts off of Amazon and shit. But I had screen recordings of like playing Heads Up Cinco's in 2007. It was sick, like with audio.
Is that documentary for, is it Triton or like who filmed
Yeah,
the stars?
that's right.
You start 2007?
Huh?
You start play
Very seriously in 2007, yeah. I started in 2005, but small stakes. Yeah, by 2007 I was playing like, you know, all the $200 tournaments and stuff. And then by 2008 I was playing big stakes. 5K as it didn't goes and everything, 10K live tournaments. Crazy. I know, man.
2007, Jason was
I
playing.
just won everything. Like,
yeah, I know.
Yeah, you remember? I won everything.
Yeah.
It was like crazy. There was like this Super Tuesday on Stars. I won like 3 times.
Super Tuesday on Stars, 150,000, 100,000.
Good luck.
So back on over here.
Good luck.
Thai superstar. Putting up Punsri.
Casino
Squaring
Royale.
off one of the most
You need the 10 of
in-form
diamonds
players
You need the 10
in
of
the world right
diamonds.
now, Clemens Reuter.
Don't.
10
Has
of
been
diamonds, queen of diamonds.
enjoying
Seems like a fair.
the summer of dreams. Can it continue here? If he can hold with these 10s, he will eliminate Punsri. He will vault up the leaderboard to 4th in chips. There's a king in the window.
Jack of clubs.
yeah. Good.
Austrian Magic.
Ooh. Okay. From 2 to 3 outs.
It's an upgrade slightly.
Jack needs to make an appearance. Otherwise, Punsri is going to double. And double he does. Clemens unable to hold with the tens.
I love it.
Got to win flips to win tournaments.
The white one is one short, isn't it?
Yeah, yes, one short.
Sorry.
How much?
It's hard to get rid of Punat.
Alligator blood.
Unlucky for me.
No longer the tournament short stack. Had a 9th place finish in the WPT Global Slam, 155K. Of course, the 2nd place in the Triton 1 main for $1.2 million very early in the festival. It's been solid for this man. Time magic. Just like that.
Thank you.
Of course, instantly all of the Thai writing shows up in the chat, rooting on Punat Punsri.
Yeah, they always go wild.
I swear they have an app that just alerts him when Punat's at the feature table.
I think the government interrupt all live broadcasts to like send out a national announcement.
Like you're allowed to drop what you're doing.
So, after a lot of changes, a lot of all-ins, current standings, Brandon Wilson currently chip leading, JNT second in chips, Ibinger in third, Jason Kuhn in fourth, average stack of 23 bigs. With that double, Punat is now playing 20 big blinds. He's fifth in chips, middle of the pack. Short stack duties belonging to Clemens Reuter now after losing that flip.
You realize ever since you made that bet, the Austrians have been going down the leaderboard.
Randy,
you know, they're not happy with you, Henry.
Don't you dare try and pin this on me.
How can you bet against Thailand's #1? How can you bet against Jason Kuhn and J&T? You will be punished.
Wonder if Punsri just jams again.
He jammed, what, ace-10 on the button last hand. Here he's got 8s, goes for a min raise. It seems like he's not jamming because Manuel Fritz in the big blind has a healthy 2.2 million or so. I would love for 8-3 suited to speculate.
Clemens on the button. Shortest stack in the room, ace high. Going to be more than enough to rip it in. And he's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante.
630.
It's huge when the blinds go up too.
Yeah, Ibinger with bottom of range here. Just can't call this off. Even for 5 bigs.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
No, no. That's not what you said, Randy. If you're going to quote someone, quote them correctly.
Why didn't you do it?
Make sure it's verbatim.
Final table should be 8 players given it's a 7-max tournament, right? What, 2 eliminations?
Whoa, hang on. Massive pre-flop all-in confrontation. This went JNT open 300K for 2.5 bigs. Muller ripped it in. He's 1 card away from doubling up to 4.2 million. And he will be second in chips. If he can fade, which he does.
Wow.
Huge double.
Muller didn't expect to get the full double of ace-5 offsuit, but he'll take it.
That is massive for my bet.
Massive for your bet. Yeah.
Not only does an Austrian double up, he takes away from one of your players.
Oh, a situation here, though.
Whoa. What? More blind on blind violence.
It's a massive pot. Look at it.
It's the ace-9 again for Punster. He had that deep in the 25K. Ibinger has had the sweatiest couple of orbits. If you look at his graph over on the Triton Poker Plus app, it's been super swingy. This is so brutal for Clemens to watch on as well. He just doubled up Punster and not even an orbit later, Punster has 1 foot out the door. It's going to need some of that Thai magic. That's what you like to call it, right, Randy?
It is.
Thai magic.
It's going to be very hard for ace-9 to win. Is there any Thai magic in that deck, dealer? But we're not going to show just yet. Feels like we're waiting for the other table to finish its hand.
Biggest part of the tournament, probably. A lot of money in there now.
It's not a chip lead pot, given Brandon Wilson's on 7.38.
So this went small blind limp. Ibinger setting the trap. Punster just ripped it. 25 bigs. There's the bad news. 27,000 pay jump between 10th and 9th. As everyone else watches on as these two juggernauts go to war. Both of them full-time champions. Punster is unable to convert. He is out the door. Ibinger just looking to hold here to move up to second in chips, which is looking very likely on the ace 8-4.
Oh, so solid for Ibinger. Good start.
No way!
Thai magic on the turn.
Are you kidding me? A 3-outer for Punat Punster for a near chip lead pot.
How does he do it? How does he do it? Just dead silence at the table.
I think people just recognizing like how insane a spot that is, how much that's worth in EV. Instead of being out in 10th for 142,000, he's second in chips with 10 left. Ibinger's down to what? 4 bigs?
Yeah, and instead of having 6 million, down to crumbs.
29.95. So 2,995,000.
Oh, how good can one man run in all ends?
I mean, how bad can one man run in all ends? Ibinger
You had a nine
got
as
in
well?
what?
Yeah.
Aces, ace king, ace
I think
king,
so. 9-3, I think,
ace
yeah.
jack.
I love him players.
The best of every single time and only won 2 of them.
Holy shit. He had 1 out. I didn't even know that. Mehdi just said he had a 9 and Brandon. Sorry, not Brandon, Fritz. Saying he had 9-3.
Yeah, I think Ibinger really enjoys that conversation. Thanks, guys.
That's just insane.
I just, it was confusing. Better safe than sorry.
Doubled with the king jack against the 10s, and now the ace 9
Raise.
against the ace jack. Such is tournament poker.
Jason, Jack 8 offsuit. He's the type of guy who doesn't tend to stray away from tangling with big stacks, but he's going to fold.
Yeah,
Jack
he's 4th in chips. Brandon's first. There's a 4 big blind stack on the other table and a 7 big blind stack and an 8 big blind stack over there. So I can understand, you know, just bowing out of the sword fight.
And no shame in it. I see him as a big part of tournament poker. Jason clearly knows all about it.
Raise.
Another kind of speculative spot for Jason, but he's just going to stay out of harm's way.
Yeah, as he should with Queen Jack offsuit. Ace Jack suited.
What does the chip leader do here? Did he just jam it in?
Yeah, just jam it in. Because he knows that Igor can't really raise call it off, even with some medium pocket pairs with short stacks out there. He just has so much fold equity. There you go. Cruise control for Brandon Wilson.
Power poker on display from the American. Loving the spot he finds himself in. 2.5 time tournaments average with 10 left. So staying over here. Bottom of range for JNT. Suited king now on the button.
Yeah, you see him folding the button because look who's in the small blind. It's the chip leader. Direct position.
Yeah, Jason's been making some solid adjustments.
All in.
This man just goes all in every hand. What you gonna do? Up to 8.2 now.
What blind level are we going to get to tonight, Randy?
That was a long heads-up match. Peter Wang versus Socio Jang.
Currently at big blind 125k. We're not far off, mate. We're what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 levels away.
Wrong for you now, Jason, right?
There is a little bit of
I have no
rollback though
idea.
when we get to final tables.
Potentially. You never know. Because at the moment, you've got Mehdi on 8 bigs, Clemens on 7, Ibinger on 4. If all 3 of those bust out in the next, you know, couple of orbits, the average stack would go up to more than 30 bigs. So just depends.
Or no, just over 2.6, sorry.
Depends where we're at
That's right,
when we
yeah.
get to the final table.
2 million.
All in?
Oh, Wilson's doing his best to get us there. 3rd jam in a row. This is pretty brutal for the likes of JNT and Yaroshevsky over here, due to the fact there are those short stacks over on the red table.
Yeah, so it's supposed to just fold over and over again as of right now. Try to squeeze into the final table. Let's see. The short stack table. Sixes and Wolf Fritz. Remember, there's a Punat Punsery out there with 6 billion chips behind you, so it's very dangerous. Like if Punat was already had folded the hand, then he probably would just outright ship 6s into the short stacks. Here it's a bit confusing.
1 million.
So he is gonna pretty much jam, pray for the best. Loves to see Punat fold.
Oh, what does Mehdi do? I mean, we want to put ourselves in a spot to actually win the tournament, right?
But Fritz's jamming range is actually supposed to be relatively tight with 2.2 million with a chip leader behind him. It's not unreasonable that Mehdi is just dominated by ace, king, ace, queens.
Is he ever ahead? Oh, he's going to call it off.
He thinks he would be. I don't know if he's ever ahead, to be honest.
Me no.
I have a pair.
Should be happy to hear about
Flip.
the pocket pair he's up against.
Good call.
Does get the slight overlay from the big blind and big blind ante, which is nice for Mehdi. Sixes and king queen. Austria versus Morocco.
This might be like the bubble from last night. If Mehdi doubles up.
10 on the turn.
10 on the turn is fair. Yeah, let's leave it for the river.
That'd be spicy.
10 on the turn for counterfeit outs. Just the king. As Mehdi vaults into the lead.
Not too bad. Unless 6 shows up.
Well, that would mean he'd be out the tournament, Randy. A short stack doubles up.
740.
Man, this is just so grim. So Ibinger now moves down to bottom of the leaderboard with 7 bigs. Bearing in mind, he was 2 cards away from eliminating Punat Punsri and being second in chips. Punsri had 1 out. Spiked it on the turn.
So the configuration now at this feature table is actually really nice for Punat because Fritz is down to 1.5 million. He can jam quite a lot of hands and doesn't have to worry about a player waking up with like 22 big blinds that can call off. It's coming like a lot of all-in or fold poker on this table.
Something that Ivinger is very familiar with.
Let's fold. Queen deuce suited. It is five-handed. Wow, I thought he was going to fold this. He's really pressing on queen deuce. Doesn't want to eat the big blind ante next hand. It seems a little loose to me.
Falls, five-handed. Does Punsri... Oh, looked like he was folding. Yeah, he's going to let it go.
That's great news for Ivinger. He's expecting these little pocket pairs to fold. But ace-jack is going to go nowhere.
Good luck, chaps. Not to state the obvious, but
good luck.
This one basically for both of their tournament lives. This is 9th in chips. Ivinger with the queen deuce against 10th in chips. That's Reuter with the ace-jack.
Ivinger's all in every single hand. All right, 1.6 million chip pot. Gonna consolidate the stacks between one of these two.
What do you think, Randy? Ivinger's turn to pull a bad beat, or does Clemens just hold with the best of it?
I think Austrian wins this hand.
Fair. Jack, 10-8. Ivinger actually picks up outs with that inside straight draw. Queen or a 9 to send Reuter home in 10th. Any other card sees him double back up to 1.6 million. Double it is. The best hand holds. Ivinger's about to be in the big blind with 135K, Randy.
Mm-hmm. One big blind remaining. I mean, man, that's rough for Ivinger. He, not too long ago, had an opportunity to have 6.5 million chips with ace-jack versus ace-9 against Punat. He can't win a hand. This man, though. 13 bigs, not too bad. Hanging in there.
He would have much rather held with the 10s.
Beggars can't be choosers, you know.
I was about to say the same, my friend.
Oh, man, look at this.
Yeah, forced all in for Ivinger here. Took the close spot.
Await your fate. All in puck in front of Ivinger.
What do you do in this spot, Randy? Are you even looking? Or are you just going to sweat it with the rest of the table?
Most people like to peel, but I don't think Ivinger's in the mood. We'll see.
Okay, interesting. Punsri coming with limp.
He's like, all right. Anybody else want to limp with me? We just checked it down. Bust Ivinger.
Fritz. Getting a very good price to complete here.
But slightly worse given the blind structure of 50K 125. So not exactly half the big blind, and looks like he's expecting this one to check down, hence why he's completing. Ivinger didn't look yet, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't blame him. Wow, 10 high is good. This would be insane.
Yeah, the thing is, if Punat didn't come in with 10-6 suited, there's a chance where 7 high beats 6 high, right? Or chop.
Ibinger needs a 3 to chop, or a 7 to win, otherwise he's out in 10th. Oh, wow.
That's a straight for Punat Punsri.
Punat with the nuts. I mean, he did ask for the Thai magic. 7 high, not going to cut it, Ibinger. GG's, my man. I think that one's going to sting for quite some time, Randy. That's a tough one. You know, Ibinger is obviously one of the most decorated players on the tour. 4 Triton titles. But getting one outed with 10 left in any tournament with
so much money.
With 7 figures.
So much money.
Yeah, you just hear Punsri saying now how much money that pot is worth.
It's your turn to double me up, matey.
And it's not just that pot he lost that was disappointing, right? Losing with ace king against ace 5, like it's just a lot of different hands
Can they
that
make it like 9-handed final table?
made it brutal for him.
For real.
I'm surprised, you know, but I guess because of the balancing preferences. The reason it's 9 because 5 and 5, so this one's like 4 and 4, you know.
And like, if we go F-chin now,
They give us a rollback.
Yeah, there's a rollback, and they count hands as well.
That will be super nice.
Yeah.
We all take it, right?
Hmm? Yeah, yeah.
FG right now, rollback.
Wow.
Now we're like 2 away, right? 2 away. I guess it's hand for hand next one, so.
Yeah, 2 away from
13, 9, 15.
the final table. Ace king for Mehdi. Good time to start running good. This is going to be a fun battle. Short-handed. Nowhere to hide. That big blind ante. Oh, Randy, this is costing you 300k in orbit. If you're someone like Manuel Fritz on 1.1 million, that's a third of your stack.
Raise 1.2 million.
Well, he's ripping in 1.2. Any takers?
Oh.
10s is a taker. Thai Magic back at it.
All in call on 2.
Flipping?
Yeah.
Good luck.
I didn't know if I should like raise call.
You get it in anyways.
Good luck, bro.
You really need some luck against Punat Punts right now.
I was about to say,
Every hand we have an all-in here.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't even know
Yeah, like queen deuce suited and
what to say at this point. Punsri's won his fair share of all-ins. The last 3, in fact. Can he make it 4 in a row?
You've shown that he can do it against me. Now let's see.
yeah, if I can
if you
pull
have
it
enough
out
power
against
for
Punat,
You
that's
win the tournament.
sick.
You win
That's
flip
sick,
against
guys.
Punat, you win the
I mean,
tournament.
I'm running rude right now, but that good will be crazy.
It's an interesting one.
Action
Okay.
Super exciting.
And
Remove
I
the
don't like
kings.
Not that good for ace king, to be honest.
Add the 10s.
I guess, yeah.
You want Punsri to make a set. Now you don't. Now you remove the 10s.
It's ace only, right?
That is correct, my friend. You need Barry. You need Barry right now. Otherwise, we're down to the final table bubble.
GG, bro. Good luck.
He was never going to win that, was he? I mean, Punat had 90% pre-flop, let's be honest.
Good luck.
Good game, Eddie. Nice run.
Jeez, my man.
He's got 8.1 million all of a sudden, Henry. He was at risk to be out.
Crazy.
Man, you're going to head to collect 169,000 for his efforts. We're down to 8. We're going to bring a player over to this table from table 1. Let's see who it's going to be. Everyone guaranteed 213,000.
Probably come in here.
So that means we're on the final table bubble. Put our Punsri tied for the chip lead with Brandon Wilson.
Yes.
Yeah, what's crazy is Brandon Wilson was up there at
I
the
have a
top by
feeling Brandon
himself.
is gonna be
No one
put
was
there.
even close.
Probably not.
So bad for my bet, Randy.
So bad for all the victims, too.
I was 2 cards away from Ibinger having all the chips, one of your picks being out. Instead, he's over here crushing. So, who's getting moved over? It's Yarashevsky with 15 bigs. Wow, look at this. 64 bigs, plays 15, plays 13, plays 8. Then over on the blue table, 66 bigs, plays 33, plays 21, plays 13.
So the new victim is Yarashevsky. Over to the red table. Second in chips, 15 big blinds. He knows what Bunat's been up to. But still, great spot for both the table chip leaders of these two tables. Just massive leads. Players are less apt to attack back. Muller just kind of in a spot where he needs to just play a little snug. 8 remaining. As does Jason Kuhn, 21 bigs.
Yeah, Muller third in chips. Just wants to get to that final table of 7 and then kind of navigate his way from there. But look, Muller will bow out in 8th if he needs to.
We've seen him really go for it in the past.
If a profitable opportunity is presented to this young man, he's going to take it. He's not scared money. That's why he's on this stage, because he's a formidable opponent. Very tough to play against. You do see different styles here at Triton. Some people just trying to lock up ladders, others playing for the win. I think Muller falls into the camp of playing for the win. Wilson just trying to get a cheeky one through here.
Look at J&T.
Wow,
he also plays for the win.
This is something else.
Okay, he didn't call just yet, but those are calling chips in front of his towers. Is he going to change his mind? Am I really going to play 6-4 offsuit with 8 remaining? Yep. Yes, I am.
Dangerous territory for J&T with such a weak hand. Does not want to bleed chips when he's got the likes of Manuel Fritz. 9 big blinds.
E18.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't fucking matter.
Brandon can just bet small here. Randy, if we assume that we would have heard from aces and kings pre-flop.
Yeah, he just bets the minimum. He knows the pair's never folding anyways, so might as well bluff. As little as you need to. Oh my god, did he just raise with 6-4 offsuit and ace king jack? No way. No way, Henry. This is unbelievable. This man is going for the win.
If anyone ever has something to say about my man J&T, show him this clip.
Dude.
Number 1 on France's all-time money list. For good reason. Piecing him up with the 6 high on the final table bubble.
Against the chip leader. I promise you, no one
I
else
don't
in
know
the
how to
tournament would do
say
this.
get wrecked in French. That felt like a get wrecked.
Oh, he got wrecked.
Kind of situation.
He did it so confidently, too.
Wow.
I really just don't think anyone else in this tournament would make that play. You know, like, sure, we know Jason's a great player, but that was bold.
Giga Chad vibes. Insane aura. JNT. I'm surprised this chair can hold him up. What an absolute boss. I think most people just fold pre-Randy. JNT, not only does he flat with the 6-4-0, he sees the ace-king-jack board and he goes, yep, that's a bit of me, that is. I'll have some of that.
He got the maximum, you know. He took it post-flop so that he can induce his opponent to c-bet and he can just raise and take extra chip.
Oh, man. Just giga Chad vibes. So we are hand for hand as we find ourselves on the FT bubble. One of my favorite stages of a tournament. You just get to see who's going to be going after it. We know this man is.
He's got one card. JNT's got one card.
Oh, no.
Ace 8. Can he show restraint?
I wonder what the second card was. It was dealt. Don't do it, JNT.
I think it was the ace. Oh, he folds. Nice for JNT. Jason, Queen Jack suited. I could see worlds where he's going to attack the chip leader, who's opening super wide.
Oh.
Jason's 4th on the leaderboard right now, with 8 remaining.
18 bigs. This is such a profitable jam. It's going to be a snap call. Jason running into top of range here. It really is brutal because he's got Reuter on 9 bigs, he's got Fritz on 9 bigs, he's got Yaroshevsky on 10. Just a cold deck situation. Jason's live, though. He is live. And we've been seeing the worst hand winning on multiple occasions. Can he convert this 38%? Heart in the window. We'll take it.
You're feeling good about that flop.
Very much, yes.
Nod of approval from Jason Kuhn. Now add some chop outs.
Chop outs, got scoop outs.
King, Queen, Jack, Heart for the win. 7 or a deuce to chop it. Calling for the deuce of spades.
Bye-bye, Jason.
GG, Jason.
Queen Jack of Hearts is his nemesis. He went out deep in the 60K as well when he backjammed.
He did. Against the Ace Jack. He was telling me about that hand. So, unless something crazy goes down over on table 2, which I don't think it will, I believe they finished that hand over there. They're just receiving word that they did. That means Jason's out in 8th. Final table bubble for him. 213K as he heads to reg the 150K. Whereas good friend Ben Tollerin is currently chip leading. Randy, we're down to the final table. Brandon Wilson, chip leader with 71 bigs over on the red table. Of course, Punat Punsri on quite the spin up. He's second in chips. This is going to be really fun, Randy, because we've got quite a few short stacks, and that allows the likes of Brandon Wilson and Punsri to lean on Muller, who's very comfortably middle of the pack. I'm really curious about this seat draw. We talk about variance time and time again. You know, does Punsri get sat across from Wilson, opposite side of the table, where they can kind of avoid each other? Is he on the direct left of the chip leader, or is he on the right of the chip leader, where he then has to play really snug? It's going to be fun to see the table draw for this.
It's also extremely lopsided in terms of chip counts. It's just 2 players of all the chips, micro stacks out there, and if the micro stacks, happen to bust and just push in the spot, we could have a very deep stacked 3 or 4-handed play coming up.
You know, the theme of this series so far has been first-time Triton champions, and bar Yaroshevsky and Punsri, if anyone else lifts the trophy here out of these final 7, we're going to have another new Triton champ. All guaranteed $289,000 for their efforts so far, playing for a cool $1.7 million. And of course, that Triton trophy. Randy, I believe we're stepping away for about 30 minutes whilst the players just grab a quick snack, and then we're going to set that final table. So yeah, set your clocks for 30 minutes time, because when we come back, we're going to be playing down to a champion in this 50K.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Occasions we've borne witness of late.
It's 3 off the money.
We're soft hand for hand. You don't have to stall. Well, why are you stalling?
Okay.
You're not allowed to do it.
I just timing. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Stern from Jason there.
Like so close.
As he is picking
you
up
have
on
a real decision. Take your time.
Yeah, but
Kenny
Value's
maybe.
had a real decision.
No,
15 hands in a row.
taking a little bit more time than could possibly be warranted, and
yeah,
you know,
I'm glad they're calling it out. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Well,
make it count.
Ace 7 of diamonds, and the jam is deemed necessary. And just look at the spot Jason Koon finds himself in now. Ace King in the big, raisin jam in front. We know he's not going anywhere.
545.
All in. Yeah.
And J&T must be sick of this. This is the third hand in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
That he's opened and there's been jams behind.
Well, it's always reassuring when you look up and you realize that it wasn't as though somebody was simply targeting you light.
Well, I mean, Ismailov kind of was. Javid taking a spot that perhaps he wouldn't take against someone else.
You think?
I think so.
No,
I think so.
not
He's
yesterday.
got 13 and a half bigs in the small blind.
And
Like.
he's also seen the guy open and fold
Exactly.
2 or 3 bet.
Yeah. Javid's kind of unfortunate here to run into Ace King.
Oh my goodness, look at what J&T would have flopped. Wheel draw, not flush draw. Instead, Jason Koon sits very pretty. Things looking ugly for Javid, however.
If you stand up really quick, you get 20% more equity.
Stand up equity.
7 of diamonds.
Oh. All right.
Taking
Picked
the
up 2
advice.
more outs at least.
Oh, no. Would be dirty.
No. GG's. As the Azerbaijani won't find the money in this one, but Jason Koon will find more tokens, up and over 2 million in the aftermath.
That's rough for Javid. Came third in the 200K Invitational in Montenegro for 2.8 million. Famously lost aces against kings for like 92% of the chips in play with 3 left.
Circuitous routing. Nothing makes you feel less luxurious like having to land in Alaska real quick for a top-up. Unless, of course, you step out, harpoon a polar bear or something, and then, you know, make a rug. Which feels like it's, you know.
I feel so sorry. The polar bear's just catching strays out here. Just out of complete boredom.
You don't have to kill them anymore. They're drowning. So you just kind of fish them out of the ocean.
Yeah, that is true. Yay, us.
Yeah. Humanity. Sam with ace-8 here. Haxton giving this king 10 a chew, and he's going to rip. Versus the cutoff. Sensing Sam might not be able to proceed for 390 more.
This is like
Cuspy.
1 pip below. Yeah, I think ace-9 is really close. Ace-10 we call. I mean, Ike's gonna have some weaker ace-X that jam. So yeah, this is close. There we go. Cards on the back.
Well, not quite as close in terms of equity. 15% disparity for Haxton. $1 million plus. On the inside of the bubble, of course, we're far more comfortable taking a spot. As all parties now guaranteed that $85,000 min cash. 3 of those payouts are available, and well, the nuts also available to Ike. A couple of clubs and a pair.
8 of clubs for a sweat.
What? That is from just the writer's room right there, Henry. That is disgustingly accurate.
Say it enough times, mate. Broken clocks, right? Twice a day.
That's true. Promise Henry had no idea that card was coming. Threats, and my goodness.
Good luck.
That is nasty. What did we just see? You flop the joint on ace, queen, jack, and it comes 8 of clubs for flush draw, boat draw, and then the other ace, and it's good night, Ike.
Sick flop.
Can I be that guy? They got it in pre, Harley. Calling 8 of clubs is crazy. Hey, listen, I try.
Calling the 8 of clubs as impressive as it was, I don't think was as crazy as runner, runner, boat. I mean, that's just ew.
And it's 5 behind, right?
King Jack. That's Kenny Shee's 285 in a way, and over the top comes Christoph. The extra nickel is in there, and this is where Kenny might be looking back on some of the other spots that were available to him prior to this one, but mission accomplished as far as the Hong Kong National here at his first ever Triton is concerned. In the money, guaranteed 85,000, but definitely not guaranteed to be able to continue in the event, as you can see there. 23%, nothing more.
I think he did exactly what he wanted to do, which was get the monkey off of his back in the form of his first Triton cash. Was nursing that short stack. I think it all kind of boiled down to that unsuccessful bluff against J&T's turn straight, where Kenny bluffed with third pair.
Well, hang on now. Gut shot for both players. We could carve it up with a 10. We can haul it in.
Would be fine with it then.
No, no longer can haul it in. Forgive me, the pair of Jackson. There's the 10. A stay of execution.
Good jam, see? Good
Yes!
Pick up half the small blind in the end.
I'll tell you what, I love to see the emotion.
Yeah, same.
You know.
Final 3 tables, 50K. First ever cash at the Triton Series. Will allow the celebrations. Ben, our co-commentator, Espen Jorstad, and yeah, the stuff that they're doing over there really is phenomenal. Very proud to have them as a sponsor here. Sam Muller, a recent signing, by the way.
Yeah, you see the patch. Deuces, binned with ease. Kenny will give the blinds a break. Yaroshevsky, 40 bigs. Obviously having a little something to do with that. And now's the time, says the Jack 7, a suited king, and Yaroshevsky says, let's play roulette.
I think he looked at 1. He just saw king of spades.
Well, it'd be weird if he saw deuce of spades and then just flicked it in, wouldn't it?
I'm not going to call the cards on this one.
You definitely called them and called them well last time around. Unfortunately for Zhengxiang Yang, he's not doing well.
Perfect.
Jack 7, middle pair, needs help, doesn't find it on the turn. And could this be the end of the road, or will the 5-outer come in?
Okay.
There's your answer. GG's to the Chinese delegate.
Dead bug.
First joined us earlier this year in Jeju. Did have himself a third-place finish in the 50K Turbo Bounty.
The blessings. But just
I'm guessing it's PLO.
No, I know that. There are 6 PLO events this
I
series.
see. Which specific PLO is what you're asking?
I'm calling out cards. You know, I'm calling out champions.
Yeah, you're farting. You're firing on all cylinders, and you know why I said that.
Slip?
No, it's not, because we got farty towels in the chat.
So, a Freudian slip. Ace King being dished out for fun.
Fritz gonna have plenty of fun with it, as he has been waiting for an opportunity. Kiatley providing it. Ace-8 off under the gun, off of 2.2.
Yeah, he's laughing.
Love to hear that.
Yeah, he's laughing because of the shallowness of Fritz's stack, and maybe he just feels inclined to flick this in. He's getting 2-1 on a call. Need like 33% equity in terms of direct odds. Doesn't have it.
No, just 24 given the domination by Fritz, and he's going to be quite all right with this.
Chop?
Chop, chop.
I'll tell you after the flop.
Cat calling for a chop. See if Fritz obliges.
Now I don't want to chop.
Seems good.
Chop, chop.
5, 6, 7.
Okay.
Open ender. Clubs working.
50, 50.
Wow.
Lighting up the outs graphic is Kiat.
Okay, chop.
I don't think it's possible.
On the turn, chop isn't possible. 4 on board, and Kiat's got the 8 high straight.
Yeah.
4s, 8s, and 9s. Those are the wicked witches that would down Fritz.
Chop it up.
And instead, an ace. King kicker plays, behave.
Very easy.
We got a 100 Thai baht donation over on YouTube saying make some noise for PP.
Hiya.
What kind of noise do we need to make? Like an animal noise?
Well, hang on, who's calling? Is it the police?
If they are, I think it would be weird because that was FaceTime. To Jun Obara was. I think that pot he played against Shirzat Hisu on stream, where he gave Shirzat all he could handle, an astonishing number of time banks it took, where for value, Mehdi had jammed aces and 3s on a board that had a couple of deuces, blind versus blind pot, and trip deuces for Hisu. Almost hit the muck, but in the end he would find the call. Putra finding the jam with ace-10 of spades, and unfortunately for him, he's found the covering stack of Manuel Fritz with ace-king.
Chop.
No.
Sure.
Chop. No chop. I don't
No
want
chop?
spade.
Wow.
Gamble. Spade coming.
I like the confidence, Ferdy. Ferdy's like, no chop, spade's coming.
Take your money back.
Queen of spades window card for a sweat.
I thought you were done calling cards.
What are these glasses, by the way? Is that like a camera on the side, or is it just the way the lighting?
No, I don't think there's... Is there a third dimension?
I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm...
Yeah, right. There's some sort of like angular, beveled... Those are Pradas, it looks like, from here. Oh, yeah.
Looks like something out of the future.
Well, into the future we look. And it's one that isn't looking particularly great on the ace-9-6 board for Putra. Just 13%. Can't find a gut shot on the turn, nor the 10 that he now needs so desperately in order to retain his hopes and prospects. Instead, the 3 and the GGs shortly thereafter for Putra.
You bluff? You bluffing?
Finding the money.
Is queen?
Was down toward the lower portion of the leaderboard. No immediate ladder. He will collect the $92,000 payout for 20th place.
Yeah, that's going to be the case until we get down to the final 17. Where everyone will get a 10K ladder and a 6-figure guaranteed prize payout.
Nothing interesting brewing.
Get another chance.
One chance. One more chance.
Zubov just looking for anything.
Suited jack, 6 bigs, I think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, remember the Jack-7 offsuit.
Oh, and it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ace high,
Flippy,
snap.
Jack-9. Oh, Jack-6 suited. All right. All right.
Fair fight.
50-50.
50-50. Everything's 50-50.
Oh, this coin is not
Everything's 50-50.
on the square.
Yeah.
Tell you what, empires were built on smaller edges than this.
Well, you know, Jason Kuhn
Good luck.
has been the empire
Yeah,
builder.
maybe chop. Maybe like
Here at Triton.
big straight on the board.
Quite some
need a
time.
jack.
6 to ace.
700.
Jack for my son.
Oh yeah? Is that his name?
You like playing front?
Nice.
Yeah. Looks like.
And there
That's
is Jacob.
your son. You use the powers of the
Strong,
gods.
very strong.
I don't have a son named Ace, sadly.
I'm surprised you don't, actually.
Trips. We'll lock it up.
How much? Yeah. 345 or something? 340?
Really? For my two sons, Jackson.
Can't tell if he's trolling or not.
I don't think he is.
Power.
I don't think to the dismay of the Thai fans that are here en masse.
Whoa.
To root Punat Punsri on.
Don't be falling over in the booth, Mr. Najad.
You know, the camera cut wasn't quite that discombobulating. I'll be all right. Queens. Kiat's going to be feeling all right. Button, 1.6 in front of him. And just about 2 of those 33 bigs.
Oh, this could be GG's.
Slipping in. King 10, JNT, 14 bigs.
Raise 250,000.
3 betting to 250.
Oh, okay. This could be GG's. Ace 10 is tough to get away from, but he finds the fold.
Didn't make a meal of it either.
Okay, so JNT has 3-bet more than a third of his stack. With the King 10-0. We know what Lee's going to do. Hopefully find a better football team to support.
350.
I'm a big Barcelona fan, by the way. It was low-hanging fruit. It was there. JNT rips it in. Cat snaps it off. Number 1 on France's all-time money list is looking for a cowboy.
Well, situation critical for the man that we suspected would get down into the money and perhaps even make a run at this one.
Chin, chin.
The light flickers, though.
Chin, chin.
No cowboy. Just 17%. 3 outs twice. The queens holding, commanding.
Oh,
hang on.
Interesting.
Put 8 outs up there to go with the 3 before him. 11 in total. JNT knows that's an above average turn if we're not going to find that king we seek.
Ooh la la.
Oh, wow. Allez.
Viva la France.
Merci beaucoup. Boy.
Elle est belle. Elle est belle.
There's Fred.
685,000.
685.
JNT's bud that he travels with to all these Tritons. Man, Kiat's taking that one in stride. That one hurt. Not an insignificant bite taken out of his stack. Do you have a nemesis hand, Henry, like one that throughout the course of your career you feel like every time you look down at it, you know you got to play it, it just doesn't end well?
No, I'm not superstitious.
Nothing like that. What about one that just always seems to, you know, end up biting you? Not because you're playing it, because you end up against it. Nothing like that?
Aces.
You run into aces a lot? Maybe
I mean,
you should play less hands.
play 5-card PLO predominantly at the moment, and there's a couple of guys that
are worldly even.
That's one way to put it.
5 seconds.
120.
Raise 120,000. All in.
Reuter. King, queen. Raising it up, and, well, the wounded Pikowitz in the small. 5 deuce is all he can muster, and if Kenny hops in there, it's going to be a tough proposition for him.
5
seconds. 370.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. King 5 offsuit. Bryn is on another level right now, it would seem, as he levels us up another $250,000. Now, Reuter with King Queen off. So it's not a hand that opens with the intention of stepping aside.
You sure?
And yet that's exactly what it's forced to do.
Allison can't believe he's dominated here.
And by the way, I mean, if you're Clemens Reuter, you can't believe that you would have been in such a good spot. But I don't know if having to navigate post-flop waters against a man who seems as dialed as anyone in this remaining field is one you want to put yourself into. 9-3 deuce. Pikowicz finding that pair. Maybe he feels like this is a dose of sort of, I don't know, vindication, justice, something.
2 outs once for Sensei.
Oh, come on. King of clubs as Sensei polishes off the Brazilian. And, you know, all of these facial expressions you can kind of understand. That is merciless.
Yeah, get out of Sensei's dojo, okay? Your Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you're going to need some, I don't know, some
capoeira,
some Tai Chi or something. Something to overcome this beast. GG's, man. We're down to the final 2 tables. Wait, hang on.
13 remaining?
Yeah. We've just seen, I'm just catching up now. Dylan Lindy.
Showers?
Yeah, Showers. BK Pippin, the King 5. Ready position.
In comes 9-7 offsuit. Chip leader.
Ooh. Spicy. Flush draw for Bryn.
Solid.
Complete whiff for Wilson.
I'm gonna put you under the gun in our pots. Since you got no time banks, you're gonna expect me to play snap when it's on me.
I've made it the whole day so far. Just gotta hang on if I make it.
Looks like it's going fine.
Okay, what's happening out here? Ace, Queen, Ace, 9.
Wow, Fritz just got moved from the other table over here. The guys were joking how he'd be one of the chip leaders.
Might be one of the short stacks. If
Tell me about it. What about, talk about brutal timing. Moved into the big blind. Man, poker really can be cruel sometimes.
Quite solid for Mehdi.
You know what would be more solid, Randy?
What? Queen?
Queen of spades.
What a 5. 5, right?
Oh, the Queen of Spades, literally. You've done it again?
825.
How do you call that?
I'm here all day, people.
Did I play good? Thank you.
He also played perfect. It's luck, huh?
Was Mehdi?
Started playing high stakes. So
Yeah.
Get a master's in poker?
Who needs a master's? You got high stakes poker. Is that a mushroom on Clemens' left forearm?
like do
or
masters
is it a
and
jellyfish?
nowadays I would go like.
I don't think it's
'cause
a
I was
mushroom.
studying,
Jellyfish
like,
seems more
economics,
accurate. We'll take an
like,
eye on that.
and I would go like.
Why does a
philosophy
jellyfish
or
seem more
something
accurate,
like
Randy?
I know, I saw the little
Yeah.
tentacles.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
And what are we working with here? A spacesuit?
Something that really like makes my mind like.
Challenges your mind. Yeah.
A lot of astronauts
250.
You enjoyed university?
around the Triton
I mean, I was
cosmos.
super good at school, like.
Ooh.
So it was
Chips are
kinda
going in.
easy for me, but I was always
I
like,
think so. Unless he's very suspicious of Fritz. But can't blame the deuces.
I see one deuce. Second one is a deuce as well.
Kinda tried, like I was majoring, like.
Okay, we're flipping.
Yeah, I like that.
You're not flipping.
Level. Good luck, guys.
Sorry, good luck anyway.
Good luck, Manu.
Merci, merci.
So I believe it's because we're on a pay jump.
I think
Just gonna wait for this hand between Jason Kuhn and Brandon Wilson to play out.
The blind versus blind confrontation is always very fun to watch, especially when Jason's involved. He's got queen highest, currently the best hand, paired board. Might even check call bet if it comes in. What a sweet turn card for Wilson.
Jason just want to try and get this one to showdown. Checks it on over once more. Value to be extracted now from Wilson?
I think it's possible. You could see how Jason could have some ace highs or baby pocket pairs that were looking to limp jam on the big stack. Small blind versus big blind. He's not going to go for value. And that run out is beautiful for Jack 8.
Wow.
Jason playing the board. You might think he can just steal this whole pot.
It's so unlikely that Brandon has an ace, right? So unlikely that Brandon has a king. Feels like a 4 we would have heard from. Jason trying to steal it now.
It doesn't surprise me Jason's trying to steal the whole pot. He expects this to be both players playing the board. Of course, Wilson's going to raise with the full house. Depending on sizing, there's probably a little bit of merit for Jason to even... maybe not against this sizing, though. It's like, whatever, you got it.
Brandon's very consistent with the way he wears the shades. In between hands, back one over here.
Deuces and tens.
I think they're looking for a duck.
Interesting.
To shower Fritz. 2.6 million chip pot. Clean so far. I think it does have that pesky deuce of hearts.
Bro, Clement.
Clement. No way you pulled this one.
Sorry, I just wanted to make you sweat.
There, there. Should be 1.26.
That's psychic shit.
It was scary improving to the set.
In every event.
He knows what's gonna happen. He knows when he can bluff. He knows what's gonna happen.
I never call cards, never.
Sick. We love to see it.
With that Brin.
Later a check raise spot.
Drop down to middle of the pack.
Big fold.
Oh, numero uno.
He's sick, man. I'm telling you.
Never seen better.
I just marked the 5s, huh? So he did owe me a little bit.
Oof. Unlucky. Unlucky, Christoph. Gonna need to pull a fox and crack the big pocket pair. Music to the ears of Ivinger.
Good luck. Don't show.
Nice fold. I could have gone 3.5.
Bad timing for Vogelsang.
Very.
He keeps getting deep in tournaments.
Ace enough, yeah. I knew he could do this. Like.
It's easier to crack kings, king queen offsuit from what we've seen Foxen do this week.
Lol. Any sweat?
For who?
Well, for Vogelsang, obviously. He's the one behind.
Watch. He just flops the full house. That's a lot of vegetables behind him. We might have to take them with, take it to go.
Saw the king nine of hearts folded. Some of Christoph's outs. I was about to say jack of spades could provide.
What turn do you want, Clemens? Tell us.
Ace. Ace is fair, right? Ace is super fair.
Ace is okay.
GG's, Christoph. Another impressive run.
Cash is for $124,000. Pay jump for everyone else. So is he taking the broccoli with them or no?
I'm sure
You're
one
not
of
big
the
yet.
staff will
I think.
help him out
I
with
was
all of
just- I
that.
was just big, yeah.
So, ladder acquired. 11 left, 142,000 locked up. 1.7 million up top in this one. It's dealt aces against Christoph to bounce right back up.
We got some short stacks out there. 2 10 big blind stacks. Puna attacking no king 9 offsuit. He knows that players are trying to hopefully reach that final table. Clemens ace 5 suited. Could be a spot to attack.
All in.
Yeah, this is nice. He knows what Punat's up to.
Ooh,
oh,
wow.
Run into ace king of Ivinger. Wow, he's running hot. Aces into ace king and another situation where you get all the chips in pre. You can't believe it.
All in.
So Punat gets out of the way. Ivinger with the...
That's what I thought, that's why I opened.
Yeah.
But maybe they still want for the camera. Or
You have 5K here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ivinger with the pre-flop coolers.
Might become 10K.
Reuter with 28% with the ace 5.
Yeah, just so unfortunate to run into ace king behind him because he was right that Punat was opening light with ace 5 suited.
Three of clubs.
We asked for clubs.
Deuce. No, deuce.
King 3 deuce.
King 3 deuce, 2 clubs.
Yeah.
King 3 club. Okay, how about jack 5-5?
Trip 5s.
5 jack? Oh, wow.
Queen of diamonds.
Clemens rooting for his own sweat outs. He's going to turn Ivinger dead a lot of the time. Not on that turn. To a river we go.
Do not tempt the poker gods.
Ivinger needs a 10. 4 outs once. Doesn't find it. Clemens Reuter with the double up to 24.5 bigs. That moves him up to 5th on the leaderboard. Man, strong showing for the Austrians here, by the way. Got Fritz.
It's always the no chance that's like guaranteed.
Yeah. There's no chance we're doing this when we're 40.
All in?
All right, Bryn Kenny, he's going to jam.
Going all in at 39.
With the JK. 12 big blinds or so.
One, 8, 5.
Wouldn't play that hand, JNT.
I don't know. He's interested. Maybe it has something to do with the 10-3 that he likes, but.
Let's see. Good and.
Oh, outpit by 1.
Yeah,
1,
it's
1,
going in.
8, 5, yeah.
Got to call King Queen suited. Terrible news for Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it's pretty sad after that very honest exchange between the two. Jason just saying to Bryn, "Hey, dude, could you have imagined that we'd be here 20 years later? 19-year-old versions of themselves. Fast forward to 2025, playing the highest stakes and all that they've achieved in those 20 years as they square off against one another in this 50K.
This is a rough flop for Bryn Kenny.
Most Triton titles versus the most winningest tournament player of all time.
GG, Bryn.
Dead on a turn.
Bryn out in 11th.
That's got to be disappointing. Especially after having the chip lead not too long ago, or top 2 stack.
Yeah.
Bluffing it off. 8-6 offsuit.
Yeah, just running into my man JNT. GG's, Sensei.
I feel like it's extra disappointing for Bryn Kenny because he also fell short in the 25K WPT Global Slam for 10th. Here he gets 11th place.
All right, Stekasana, are they playing down to a winner today? We are indeed. Oh, blind's going up after this hand. They're blitzing through this. That is a snug fold from Ibinger. I thought perhaps the 3-bet to 4-7-5 was coming. Punsri jams this. It's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of small blind jams off of the 11 big blinds or so. I mean, he would be flipping against 2 10s. Just wondering how much fold equity does he have? There's definitely raise folds in Clemens' range, so that's why he's going to push it. And 10s, we know it. It's in there.
Good luck, chaps.
Premium. No pair?
I have a pair.
How big?
Huh?
How big? I don't have a pair.
10.
Flip him.
Alright.
King Jack of diamonds.
Fortune.
These negotiations, bro.
I was considered flying. Seems like different folds in it. But maybe 8-5 folds. So.
If he has ace-5 of clubs, he's not folding ever.
Apart from that, too, obviously.
I love it. The negotiations before the cards get shown down. Opponent's just trying to figure out how bad is it? How much trouble am I in?
I mean, this is as good as it gets. But let's flip it on over. Ace-King versus King-9.
Recently, like a month ago,
We'll reveal that showdown after this hand concludes. 7-7-4.
Like old kind of pictures and footage. So I asked my mom to mail me my college desktop computer that was at her house. Like old school desktop computer, and I opened it up.
Like a fucking tech genius.
Oh yeah. I had to order some parts off Amazon and shit. But I had screen recordings of like playing Heads Up Seacoast in 2007. It was sick, like with audio.
Is that documentary for, is it Triton or like who filmed
Yeah,
stars?
Triton.
You start 2007?
Huh?
You start play
Very seriously in 2007, yeah. I started in 2005, but small stakes. Yeah, by 2007 I was playing like, all the $200 tournaments and stuff. And then by 2008 I was playing big stakes. 5K as it didn't goes and everything, 10K live tournaments. Crazy. I know, man.
2007, Jason was playing.
I just won everything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you remember? I won everything.
Yeah.
It was like crazy. There was like this Super Tuesday on Stars. I won like 3 times.
Super Tuesday on Stars, 150,000, 100,000.
So back on over here. Thai superstar, Punat Punsri, squaring off one of the most in-form players in the world right now, Clemens Reuter. Has been enjoying the summer of dreams. Can it continue here? If he can hold with these 10s, he will eliminate Punsri. He will vault up the leaderboard to 4th in chips. There's a king in the window.
Jack of clubs.
Yeah. Good.
Austrian Magic.
Ooh. Okay. From 2 to 3 outs.
It's an upgrade slightly.
Jack needs to make an appearance. Otherwise, Punsri is going to double. And double he does. Clemens unable.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series. The stage is set for the finale in the 50K. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And what a 50K we've got on tap. Some may be a little bit disappointed because the Triton superstar Jason Kuhn isn't going to be a part of this. Final table bubbler, Randy. Sensei Bryn Kenny had a lot of the tokens. He too has given way, but just feast your eyes on the 7 we do have.
And the 7 we do have, it is 2 players with all the chips. Punat Punsri just surged, before making this final table. He was at risk with ace-9. He beat the ace-jack for a 6 million chip pot, and he got a couple other bust outs sitting comfy with 69 bigs. But Brandon Wilson holds all of the chips right now.
Yeah, 4-time title winner is Punsri. 0 titles for young Wilson, but he has looked very poised, very steady, and very much in the conversation for taking this one down, given that both he and Punsri are the only 2 guys with above the average stack. Now, of course, up top we have one of the larger paydays we've had thus far. Not the largest, but almost 1.7 million in total. 289 locked up, and a not at all insignificant 2-buy-in 100K ladder. Something that we're going to be jockeying for when you look at those chip counts down toward the bottom. In particular, we're looking at Clemens Reuter 10 bigs and Manuel Fritz with 8.
And even Igor Yaroshevsky on 12. So they should try to outlast one another to try to get those pay jumps.
All right, not to be overlooked real quick before we send it down for the beginning of play. We haven't said those 3 letters in a while, but he's back at a final table. JNT, Randy.
JNT, he's the man.
That he is, and we're looking forward to watching him. He's going to be maybe the wild card out there as we send it back down into the arena for this one. 7-handed 50 max action. Who is going to claim the title? Average stack 4.2 million, 33 bigs, 50, 125, and 125. That's what we're playing. This glimpse brought to you by GTO Wizard. There he is, 10.6 million deep, 8.6 for Punsri, and then the drop off to the one of 3 Austrians at this table. That's a nation that I always refer to as poker's think tank. Some of the greatest minds in the game roll deep to all these Tritons, and they tend to go home in the black. Meanwhile, in the black is everybody who is among these final 7. The big, chunky stuff when it comes to this $7.3 million total prize pool. Looks for a home. This panel is brought to you by WPT Global. Love the high drama that the music builds.
How can we not? It's 1.7 up top.
Good point. I'll tell you what, that 1.7 is starting to feel like a garden variety cash for Punat Punsri. What a couple of years stretch he has had, Randy. I mean, how many times do we just look down, day ones, day twos, days threes, see him at the top of the leaderboard, see him at these FTs, and then see him hauling in 7-figure scores?
He also hauled in a 7-figure score this trip already in that Triton 1 main event for $1.2 million.
Sam Mueller looking to haul in some chips with pocket nines, and boy, if Brandon Wilson decides to hop in there, he'll be in good shape to do just that. Ace-9 suited, flat.
1 million.
1 million for the policeman.
Pocket threes, and this is ill-fated. Boy, over half of his chips. A clear commitment as you see Sam intently looking over.
It's obviously uncomfortable given he's under the gun and got flatted by the chip leader, which is sometimes going to slow play against him, but nines is so strong. J&T in the middle of the pack with 16 bigs. Oh, and he passes. He must be so nice to be J&T. He got away with that.
That's ICM on display, though. Manuel Fritz, 8 bigs. Mueller with 31. Granted, he covered J&T, but he's just not looking for that spot, is he?
It makes sense that he is supposed to play quite snug with the 3 short stacks out there, but he let J&T get away with that. The policeman.
You know, he looks more like the criminal right about now as he got the best hand into the muck. Maybe he's a dirty cop.
Inside man.
Call internal affairs.
Oh, good. Thank you.
There's Igor Yaroshevsky. Don't sleep on him, despite just having those 12 bigs. Very solid player. Fold it around to Manuel. All eyes on him. And for that matter, Reuter.
I think Punat might actually try to raise into Mueller's big blind, given the stack distribution. He knows Mueller needs to play quite tight. Also a hand you could consider limping, but he's going to go for raise, more so in his style.
$500,000. Queen 5 suited for Sam.
It's a 4x raise, so it definitely puts the stack of Mueller at risk at some point, post-flop more so than not.
And it just really narrows the ability for Sam to try to take one post.
Yeah, and you can see why Punat went for 4x rather than 3x. Because against a 3x raise, you probably are supposed to call Queen 5 suited.
See Daniel Rezai out there on the rail. No doubt pulling for the Austrian crew.
He's got 3 people to root for out of 7.
Yeah.
But they're not in the top 2.
It's almost half the field, by the way. I mean, that's a very impressive side.
But you can take Brandon Wilson or Punat Punsri, and you have more chips than all 3 Austrians combined.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to get Brandon off this chip lead, especially if he's going to look down at stuff like 9-9.
Yeah, he's the one that can afford to face resistance.
Opens and awaits developments. Clemens Reuter, ace-9. Actually, a very familiar looking situation, save for the fact that Clemens is not hopping in.
Yeah, that was a spot where if he was the only short stack, maybe he would re-raise and try to steal the chips from the chip leader. But then again, it's a race at the bottom. Who's going to bust out first? And I'm going to guess Yaroshevsky is not going to be looking to defend King 6 offsuit. A lot of times your play is dictated by the stacks around you.
Good.
Is this the black and white Chicago Bulls hat? Where's the color?
No, man, it's the normal red and white. Are you okay, Randy?
Wait, is this the blue? Is this the dress gold or blue?
No, that is actually a slick-looking cap. And a slick-looking game. If you've had a chance to watch Brandon Wilson operate, no Triton titles, but
He's
early
one of the
on-
newer faces, though.
Yeah, I mean, he first joined us Jeju earlier this year. 4 cashes under his belt, 1.35 million, and he had 3 final tables. Highest finish was 5th in a 50K Turbo Bounty. 22nd in that 60K the other day.
So he's not a min cash kind of guy.
No, not at all.
All or nothing. Oh, Queen Jack. Heart's going to be racing, but you got to push these chips in, even against the chip leader.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, Randy, right now, 289K for 7th, 391 for 6th, 504 for 4th, or for 5th, rather. So, you know, reluctant, of course, is Yaroshevsky to do this, but he understands the need, given the logjam down at the bottom of the leaderboard. And with Brandon Wilson waking up with ace-5 suited, he is going to have to make something happen.
It's not the end of the world for Queen Jack, but clearly would love to hold. Not hold, get there, actually.
Yeah, holding would be a bad idea. 2.7 almost in the middle. Oh, wow.
Now, should he hold?
Yeah, now I think hold is definitely the appropriate way to describe what he's looking to do. Disappointing for Brandon Wilson, but note that he's got that nut flush draw. Ace is not what he hunts. Yaroshevsky blocking one of the flush outs. Wilson could still bring his run to an end with a puppy foot. And instead, the 7 of hearts will leave the Ukrainian doubling.
Up to 2.7 million.
By the way, that's
Thought he
rough on
lost
Reuter and
when he
Fritz
slammed the
because they've lost some company in Shorty Stackville.
They're like, I thought we were friends. You found new friends?
Right.
The mid-class?
Did you just say the mid-class? It took me a hot second, but I'm with you now. And of course, many of you are with us right now as well, including Paul McCasland out there in the YouTube chat who says, Ali and Randy, I watch this kid a lot at Aria tournaments, Brandon Wilson. He is a superb player, and his prediction is that Brandon will be a superstar. And I'll tell you what, I know just based on the scenery right now with him holding a chip lead, 7 left, it might seem like an easy thing to agree with. But just based on not watching him at Aria, but watching him here at Triton, he has shown poise beyond his years, certainly beyond his reps here at Triton. And I think the ingredients and the makings very much, as Paul surmises, of a superstar are there.
You're completely right about that. And the funny thing is, when you mention about players grinding the Aria tournaments, that for me were a bit more unknown years ago. Seth Davies comes to mind,
Sure.
Sean Winter, and we know these guys are huge crushers.
Yeah, I mean, the Poker Go Studios right out there as well. Many televised tournaments. It's almost like a little bit of a Triton light, dare I say, because many of our regs, when we're not, you know, out at one of our festivals, that's where they're staying sharp.
Right, that's where they're grinding every day when they can. Ace-6 on the button. 9-2 suited.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it, I don't think. But
yeah, I wouldn't be defending in this spot.
Yeah, sooner than later, of course, Fritz knows he's got to find one. Tough to say goodbye to 2 bigs when you have so few of them, but that's exactly what he's forced to do. And now Igor works his way slightly higher. 24 bigs.
Yeah, Igor looking down on his old friends. Ah, you got 10 big blinds. Sucks to be you.
It's like I guess your neighbor wins the lottery and moves out of town.
Yeah.
You start grinding their Instagram and they're like, oh, they bought a mansion on the good side of town. Although I don't know that he's ready for a mansion. I mean, you know, in terms of chip stacks.
He's gated community now.
I think maybe a gated, maybe not guard gated, but just a little keypad. Ace Jack. Now the heat up is very real here. Cut off open. King-9 suited for Wilson.
Wilson's getting annoyed. Like, seriously, buddy? You're going to raise every single time in front of me? No.
You know,
get in there.
I hear what you're saying in terms of the VPIP. Maybe a man feels speedy. But I don't think Wilson's susceptible to these sorts of, like, emotional, take it personal decisions out there. You leave that stuff to me, Randy. I'm an absolute psycho.
Turning me into a little bit of a psycho, to be honest.
I like to be a bad influence. And bad is one way to describe ace-6 off, which is what JNT closes the action with. However, he's flop bottom pair. I'd say I'd prefer Brandon Wilson's hand, however, on this board.
Open-ended with the king-high flush draw. 2 overs to the board. Big stack. Curious to see if JNT actually check calls a bet, which is likely to come from Brandon Wilson on the button. Because he got bottom pair, ace of spades. For now, though, let us just try to take this pot on the flop, I would think, for Brandon. Pre-flop raiser looks very weak.
Yeah, 2 checks in front of us, and obviously we know that Brandon on the button with all those chips can be sticky, and obviously a problem for Igor as he attempts to try to spin it up here. In comes 225.
Yeah, JNT going to continue with what is the best hand, ace of spades as well.
So 450 more into the purse. Second 8 is actually well above average in terms of board development here for the ace-6. JNT checking again, and how hard does Wilson want to lean on a man who you have to imagine isn't really bothered by the ICM nearly as much as some of the other characters here are going to be adhering to it.
So having said that, it makes more sense for Brandon to seriously consider check back and try to realize his equity, because if his opponent does have an 8, he probably will check jam on you off of 2.2. He is going to stab once more, which is good against the 6 or 7X without backup.
850. And discomfort abounds for ace-6. Yeah, head scratcher. I'm all right with that one, Randy. I know he had the best hand, but I think Brandon Wilson with all those chips isn't going to take it easy on us on the river, and there's a lot of bad cards.
He might even be drawing dead, too.
Right.
Against the 8.
Another thing to worry about. Nice pick up there for Brandon, and with a little pause, an opportunity to ask a question submitted by Jasper in the YouTube chat. He says, Randy, we want to sweat along with your side bet with Henry. Which of your picks are still in?
So just to let you know, to give you some context, there was 10 players remaining. 4 of them are Austrian. Henry says, let me just take all of the Austrians. I said, okay. So I'll take Funat, who's still in with a lot of chips.
Sure.
Let me take JNT, who's still in. And I also got, I didn't get Brandon Wilson because he had too many chips at the time, but I got Igor Yaroshevsky.
Okay, so Brandon was off the board.
Brandon was off the board.
So you have 3 runners left, is what you're saying?
I've got more chips, too.
Did you have Jason Kuhn?
I did.
Yeah, I figured as much.
But it's okay.
So 3 runners, V3 runners. With 7 left.
I like my
except
side.
You have the tokens.
I've got that guy. Puna Punsri. He's got this guy, though. 49-8 suited.
In terms of horses, not very much a thoroughbred. That's no, you know, show pony.
That's the one you bet your roll on.
More than a few people have gone broke at the racetrack doing stuff like that, Randy.
You want to go to a racetrack later? Does one exist in Korea?
I don't know if they have horse racing in Korea. Me and you at the horse track, Randy? That's a bad idea, buddy.
We'll find excuses to bet on people based on names.
I got some horse racing stories for you, I really do. First, though, JNT telling a story to Clemens Reuter, 10-6 of clubs. Raising it up.
250?
250. King 7 for Clemens.
All in?
Wow, what a play.
Piles.
That's cool, King 7 offsuit. And he's not even the shortest stack to start this hand. It's Manuel Fritz, who's like, come on, call him. And he doesn't. What a play from Clemens Reuter.
I got to tell you, I have grown increasingly impressed by Reuter, and you would imagine between festivals the access that he has to some of those fellow Austrians and the wealth of knowledge that they can upload has really been beneficial to his growth and development as a high-stakes player.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Clemens Reuter. Did first show up to Jeju in 2024. Actually plays the 4 card as well. So it seems like we're going to be seeing him all week.
Yeah, sticking around. I got a horse racing strategy, Randy, and it's not a good one. But you know when they have that area where they bring the horses out and do like a walk? You can look at them, check them out, you know, see what kind of mood they're in. I had 2 things. Any horse that looked pissed off, he was like, you know, let go of me, like still pulling at the reins and the guy's having trouble or whatever. I'm like, that guy. As soon as they open the gates, that guy's gone. You bet that one? And any horse that poops.
That poops. Oh, let's wait.
Exactly. Needless to say, I never won. I had one horse. It was one of those angry ones, and it just didn't run one time.
He was angry. He had to run.
Exactly. I misread the anger. He just wanted to go graze in a field somewhere, and there.
Clemens doesn't look like he's gonna run the 4s. He doesn't seem that interested. He knows it's the right opponent, but not the right hand with the stack size, so he's out.
Instead, content to wait for a better spot, and having put even more buffer between himself and Fritz, I think that's going to make things even cagier on Clemens.
So if you had a bet on one of these guys to win it, would you be
the one that poops?
Asking him,
Wait, what?
Did you poop? How was lunch today?
Right.
Are you angry?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you actually bet against those guys. The angry ones are sometimes a little bit too volatile. There have been sessions in hindsight where I wish I could have bet against myself. Remember I got in a fight with my girlfriend one time, and I reached into my drawer and I grabbed 10K. And I looked at her and I said, I'm not coming home with this. And I went to the Commerce and dusted it and came back.
Wow. You're a strange creature,
I mean,
my
I
friend.
just knew. I got in a shorthanded big game for me at the time. And just, I don't think I was like 100% PPIP. I mean, I was just, let's gamble.
All right, Punat, Queen Jack offsuit.
Rips it into Muller.
It's a big jam into Muller, but he knows Muller can't call light.
That's just ICM awareness there. Solid stuff here at these final tables from Punat. Well, if you are joining us right now, see so many of your familiar handles out there in the YouTube chat. Randy and I appreciate and love the support and the input. And if you, in turn, appreciate the opportunity to stream the finest that poker has to offer, all free of charge, the easiest way to let us know is simply by clicking the like button. And, you know, if you want to mash the like button, I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I don't think it's a toggle, right? Like if you click it once.
I think it is a toggle.
Okay, so just make sure you mash it an even number of times. No,
No,
an
odd.
odd number.
Jesus Christ. You really are not helping.
And do the same to the subscribe button, by the way, so that you can make sure you don't miss any of my stupid comments.
Well said. Stupid comments. Confirmed.
Wow, Yaroshevsky was ready. Got to walk with the ace-8 of diamonds there. You know, if my voice goes any more baritone, I might end up needing to look into running one of those 976 numbers. You know what that is,
What's a
Randy?
976?
It was back in the day, you know, hot girls waiting now or whatever, right? And it was, you'd have to pay per minute, you know?
Okay, yeah.
It was one of those jams from back in the day. I wonder, I mean, I don't mean to offend anyone that maybe was a regular on the 976 numbers, but who the hell did that? And they must have been making money. They would always put the commercials on TV. You know, they had enough for a marketing budget.
Have you dialed before?
Nah, man. No shot. I'm too nitty.
Too nitty.
I just watch the commercials.
You got the free version of the ad. King Deuce suited. Puts in 500.
And that's not what we want to hear. Manuel Fritz identifying 2/3 of his stack is worthwhile given the above average holding. But below average will be the Vista once this extra 250 comes in and JNT shows them the awful news that they share a king.
That's got to be so disappointing. Look at that reveal as well. The king and then the jack. Some players might actually fold king jack suit in this spot, so great find for JNT against Fritz.
1.8 million chip pot as the short stack awaits its fate. Just 25% equity, but that's an above average sort of board. Granted, he loses 10%. Deuces are clean winners as they always were. 9, ace, that would work, and the 9 shows up. Come on.
9999.
That is remarkable. You say it as a formality, but you don't ever expect it to really roll off.
Even the upside down 9 on the river, the 6 showed up.
That's wild.
Funniest way to chop. Huh? The funniest way to chop. So, yeah.
Producer James stepping in as a resident of the UK to advise that if you need to get a hold of the police on the phone, you actually dial 999. But if you hit the fourth 9, the first 3 9s were okay. That's the fourth one that...
The fourth one redirects you to a certain department.
Yeah, the Department of Chop. Well, mark that one down. If Manuel Fritz manages to bounce his way back into contention. Very fortuitous. Ace King for the boss man.
That's lovely. He jams. What you got, Fritz? Ace
Oh,
10.
All right.
He thinks he's got the best hand.
Sure. But
4 9s again, maybe?
yeah, I was just thinking if he pulls this off twice, the parlay will be pretty insane. He's living on borrowed time, one might argue.
Imagine 4
Could be 1 in 10 million.
Off to the races. And advantage Ace King grows to 83% as Fritz trying to get across the finish line here. And it's a low horsepower affair. As his mount is reduced to a 10. Brandon going, don't you prepay. Oh my!
Works every time.
I'm folded.
Get paid.
No.
He just found 4 9s for a chop and a 10 on the river, a 3 outer for a W.
Pay that man. He can't be beat. He can't be eliminated.
Certainly not over the course of the last 2 pots.
Nope.
That was wild.
No pay jumps for everyone once again.
It's a 100K hop, by the way. Fritz is denying the field. I don't think he's apologetic about it, just for the record.
So this is the horse you would have bet on.
Well, I mean,
He doesn't look angry.
I don't think he meets either of the criteria, unless, well, you know, he would have to have gone in his seat. Is the point that I'm trying to make here.
I see.
Run well in your room.
Do you run bad?
The last 2 days I saw you only lose like KU1 against Arthur, but somebody noticed.
So,
Yeah.
Sam, we're still questioning it.
Huh?
You're still questioning the round bet of Brandon.
Wow. Fritz now. Ace-Jack suited. 13 bigs.
You're laughing?
Different sort of depth to navigate.
Definitely am. I admit a long time ago.
Small versus big, though.
In South Korea playing 50.
I like jamming against J&T because J&T has shown that he likes to defend the big blind. You don't want to play out of position if you don't have to.
Will he defend with something like King 8, though? Sitting on 1.8. Covering ever so slightly and no interest.
And blinds are, they are now 75 159.
Blinds up to 75 150, so no sooner does Fritz spin than his shares get diluted.
Did you eat any wontons yet?
I had the shrimp dumpling soup today in your honor.
I had 2.
Listen.
I'm going to have 2 more later.
Randy, you're going to overdose on shrimp dumplings. And I don't think there's a cure.
I got Kevin Rubich out to buy them too.
What do you got, a piece of the wonton bracket out here? You got a little taste of the shrimp dumpling?
All right, Brandon, ace deuce.
All in.
Rips it.
One short stack down. Ooh. Oh, he folds.
Wow.
Which is great for ace deuce, of course.
I mean, if you're J&T with ace-8 off there, Randy, are you considering it all?
Let's see, J&T on 12 big blinds. I mean, with an 8 big blind stack out there, it's pretty risky, but then again, you could be crushing your opponent. But wouldn't be surprised if Brandon also jams a hand like ace-9 plus in that spot. So maybe we are, you know, just kind of riding the variance if we do go along with that hand. I would prefer calling off if it was Wilson on the button jamming.
Well, more inquiries coming down from the YouTube chat, Randy.
Okay.
Brandon the Hobo asks, how much do the announcers get paid broadcasting Triton? Randy, you go first.
We get vouchers.
You get paid in shrimp dumpling soup.
Yeah.
This much we've figured out.
I'm clearly getting paid more as I get 2 dumplings every time. You just get 1 bowl.
I mean, listen, the only thing that I'll tell you Brandon and anyone who might be curious, is that we do all right. And I would say that Triton is very much on the more generous side of the spectrum with respect to operators in the industry in the effort to attract the best talent from top to bottom, not simply with regard to the players, but also the staff that help to create this content. Genuinely does take a village, and tireless are many of the people that put in long hours to make all of this happen. So a debt of gratitude, not just to the company for providing and creating this dinner table for so many people to eat off of, but also to those who show up to help create the experience for all involved.
What an open here on the button from J&T. Queen 6 offsuit off of 12 bigs. Clemens is thinking about reshoving. He reshoved the King 7 offsuit earlier correctly. Does pass.
One hurdle cleared. We've seen some sticky stuff out of Punsri in the past. Obviously, this is not versus a jam, and the Jack 10 very much defendable. 10 of clubs. The card Punat is focused on. And J&T with a very reflexive follow-through on tap, it would seem, but proceed with caution, monsieur.
Monsieur has bet 300K.
Oui, oui.
I don't got any more French to say.
Yeah, I'm tapped out too.
Jack 10 with the 10 of clubs. I mean, it's a pretty decent hand.
Oh, wow.
Congratulations.
Randy, walk me through that one.
It seems he wasn't sure if his club was clean. Maybe he's up against like a king with a bigger club and he's just drawing dead practically. Definitely could have seen him consider speculating, but
I mean, the upside is capped as well.
you can't win a big pot, I'll say,
Right.
if you make your flush.
And conversely, you can't lose a big one.
But you can lose more than you win, I think, if you do happen to make the flush. It was an interesting one.
That's actually a good point. It's going to be hard to get value. It could be easier to get valued.
Yeah, because if you make the flush, you probably have to just stack off if your opponent opts to put in the chips. But if you make a 4 flush and your opponent's just holding nothing to one pair, it's not like they can pay you off. So, pretty fun to watch.
Yarashevsky having fun under the gun, courtesy of ace-9 of diamonds.
All right.
Reuter suited king inadequate. Ace-7, however, in the big blind for Sam Muller.
I think it just outright folds, to be honest. It's versus an under the gun raise, which contains a lot of the dominating aces. Muller is very comfy in the middle with 22 big blinds. There's 7 big blind stacks out there, 13.
You suggesting that he's going to look for clearer waters in which to do his swimming?
I actually think, yeah, fold is probably the standard play. 3-bet is a little bit adventurous. Calling's not really that great of a play.
Well, take note of that at home. Oftentimes you can be sort of auto-defending there against a min raise.
You need to be careful defending offsuit aces in the big blind, even when you're getting a good price, especially at final tables where your tournament life just means so much more than maybe a slight chip EV spot. I got some news. Well, I mean, not news, but I'm listening to your voice, Ollie, and just want to let you know that my voice is better.
Yeah, you actually bequeathed whatever was going on in your pipes to me.
You told me to stay away. I'm sorry.
You know what, Randy? It's okay. I know you didn't do it on purpose.
Did I?
Wait, is this a sabotage move? Ace, Jack of clubs. Clemens getting his bearings up on the tournament info board.
Push it in.
900.
Just about. King Jack suited for Muller here, Randy.
It's never nice. I mean, Warder's the shortest stack, but if you call and you're wrong, it really puts you in a bad spot when you're holding just 20 big blinds. Stays away.
And you know, it's so funny because it's not like Sam doesn't have fight in him, right? He's got heart, but he's also got just this keen respect for the matter at hand. I don't want to double Reuter. I don't want to get that big a bite taken out of me, and I don't want to overlook the fact that a lot of his range, especially given he's got a few more free hands, supposed to contain things that would interfere in an inconvenient way. And as we can see, that's exactly what the case was. Now, Yaroshevsky, deuces. He too struggles.
Looks like he's going to run it.
Yeah, he kind of flips his palms up and says all in. Not like that's a tell, because Clemens is never going anywhere no matter what he's got.
And you see another one.
And Igor does have the better hand, but look who's got more equity.
Barely. A little extra salt.
Sugar.
Greedy.
Very greedy, yeah. A little bit too greedy for my taste.
Я говорю, кол же это двойка.
Calls for deuces from Igor's rail.
Difficult.
Instead, queen 10-10.
Difficult to hold.
That is going to be difficult. Any jack, queen, king, or ace would all put Reuter in front. And there is the king as he turns Broadway. However, 10 reduced now would fill up Igor and empty Reuter's hopes.
Ooh.
No such luck.
Well, landscape has changed for Reuter. He's got 2.3 million now. No longer the tournament short stack and actually leapfrogs multiple players here. All smiles for Clemens. Not so much for this man.
Yeah, it's going to sting a little bit for Yaroshevsky. But a nice, cool bit of aloe for Clemens Reuter. Got to look at the updated count there as he hauls it in. Fritz under the gun. King 8 doesn't qualify. Sevens, though, for JNT here. 15 bigs deep, Randy. A few too many chips to be jamming. And a few too many people kind of hovering in his chip range to maybe even be opening, or do you like this 300?
I think opening is all right. There are some players that would outright fold, but I definitely agree with not open ripping this hand because you do have a path to exit in case there is heavy action behind you.
Well, no such action existing, as he will pick up this orbit free of charge.
Also, sevens is nice to raise into the chip leader because that pair has much more value where you're more likely to take it post-flop. Whereas against short stack big blinds, they're not defending as much, so key blockers is more important.
Ace Jack suited, back-to-back playable ones for JNT.
Same price, 300K. 4-2 oil flush.
Well, there will be no Royal in JNT's future, and maybe there will be not a lot of chips either, as the Ace King rips it.
I cannot fault J&T if he decides to run Ace Jack suited in this spot. Yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yep, covers,
Ace King.
but is covered by the Ace King.
Good luck.
So silver lining is that he will fight on with 825K, unless, of course, he can get lucky. 4 million plus, not an insignificant pot whatsoever. Ace King 8, top 2 for Yaroshevsky. No heart on board. It's going to be a very uphill climb from this point forward.
Very hard to get lucky at this point. Turn card.
Wrap it up. Igor putting his stack up there for some accounting.
1-8.
That is not an appetizer-sized entree, but rather a real main course. That's being delivered right over to Yaroshevsky.
It's a big bowl of dumplings, not just two. A
Randy,
mouzabouche.
have you even explored whether or not there are food delivery apps available here in Jeju?
Why would I? I've got the Shanghai bone.
I mean, hopefully because you're sick and tired of the soup you keep eating.
Does it exist?
I don't know. I wonder. There's Uber here, right?
I don't think so.
Do you have the Uber app?
I do. Do you want me to check for you?
You know what, Randy? Yes.
Okay. Uber. How soon can I get away from this co-commentator?
Oh, that's nice. Infect me with whatever you had and then bail.
Hit and run you.
Because Google Maps doesn't work out here.
Is that right?
I mean, it kind of does. I think you can get public transit, but, like, you can't get driving directions.
Well, it's showing me taxis in an Uber taxi. Do you know what that is?
I mean, it's a taxi, Randy.
But it's not Uber, or is it just like taxis going through the Uber app? I don't know.
Let me see this. Wow. How about Uber Strong? King. Sprockensy Cowboys.
You kind of want to pick up a passenger.
Yeah, you do.
Uber XL can get multiple customers.
This is Uber Black right here.
300.
But not Uber Big. A pre-flop raise. In fact, it's the minimum. An ace-5 suited solver bait for Sam. Once more shows discipline.
No shame in it. Just because the solver likes to activate doesn't mean you need to at 100% frequency.
Mucked around to JNT, and he says, let's go. And unfortunately for him, the destination could be right out the door. Undercards to the kings, runs into top of range. Queen 9 suited, in a way.
Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
To the flop we go. And this is a poor one for JNT. He knows it. Not wasting any time gathering his belongings as the rest of his stack could be one card away from being gathered by Clemens Reuter. And that's a wrap. GG's, big smiles for JNT. Another deep run, another final table. But unfortunately, no further ladders for him. $289,000 for the 7th place finish as the winningest player of all time from the nation of France adds to his figures.
Adding to his 8.1 million in Triton earnings. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Thank you.
Do the police need Ubers?
Listen, I don't want to live anywhere where my 911 call requires. Yeah, the guys are Ubering to you right now. Just bear with us. We understand there's a home invasion in progress, but our driver is 6 minutes away.
Good game, sir.
Yeah, going away is JNT. As his buddy Fred escorts him to the payout desk. No longer a part of the proceedings here in this 50K 7 Max. And he will leave behind 6 players. $391,000 on lockup now. Clemens Reuter, by the way, the beneficiary, sitting 22 bigs deep, all alone at the bottom. Manuel Fritz on 10 bigs. Next ladder, Randy, 113,000.
Yeah, and the thing is, Fritz doesn't have someone to kind of wait for, so he's going to need to find a spot to try to chip up a bit. Now facing a chip leader raise. He's out.
I'm small.
I want one of those little Triton card protector things that Igor has. Every time I see him at a feature, it feels like he's got it, and every time, I wish I had one. I don't even know what I'm going to do with it. I just think it's cool.
It's a mini trophy, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Play the staff tournament. You might get one.
That would actually be a nice touch out in Riga, our Sharehan staff. They like to get together after hours in the office where there are a number of poker tables and crown an office champ on the weekends.
750.
Wow, look at this. Sam Muller's woken up. All that patience may be being rewarded here. 2 jacks under the gun, and yet Brandon Wilson targets him with ace-10 offsuit, Randy, because he thinks he can leverage Sam.
And he should be able to. The problem is Samuel Mole's got pocket jacks. I believe there was a 10 potentially flashed by Clemens. So shouldn't change the way Muller plays his hand.
Sorry, guys.
All in. All in.
Sam rips it, and Brandon wastes no time binning it. Never worth consideration versus that depth.
We wanted to show the duel.
Tell you what, things haven't exactly come together for Brandon. Still sitting on the chip lead, but now the margin between he and Punsry quite a bit more narrow. Punsry's been relatively quiet as well.
Chamomile tea? Tea? Yes? Chamomile tea, yes?
Excuse me, can I get a sparkling water, please? Thank you.
I mean, Wilson's had 2 opportunities to knock out short stacks. Couldn't get their ace-5 clubs against Igor's queen-jack, and then, of course, the ace-king versus ace-10 of Fritz. River 10. But still, he can afford to do so with the big stack, but only for so much longer. Wilson's like, all right, let me just call. I don't want to get blown off my hand once again. which could work out for Igor because he certainly probably would have folded to the 3-bet with king-queen offsuit from first position.
Instead, he gets to look up at king-9 deuce. Top pair, but just get a load of what Wilson's got on the stovetop, Randy.
He can make a straight flush with the 10 of hearts. Igor going to check his top pair.
Why the decision to check from Igor?
He's expecting the chip leader to stab when checked to quite a bit, so this allows him to pick up a few more chips.
But is it governed more by the desire to induce or more by the desire to pot control?
Could technically be a bit of both, but the thing is, he doesn't really need the pot control of king-queen. He has practically top pair, top kicker because Wilson has a lot of incentive to just 3-bet him pre with ace-king.
Correct.
Deuce is probably not a big part of Wilson's range. Even 9s might 3-bet pre. So I would say he's more trapping right here.
5 seconds. Call.
$500,000 ahead, and of course Wilson getting check called is going to be a bit curious about what exactly Yaroshevsky is hanging around with. Second 9 on the turn, and the 9s don't really belong to Igor as an under-the-gun raiser.
Correct, but it also might not be a big part of Wilson's range because a 9 doesn't always bet the flop when checked to on the flop. So I'm not too concerned if I'm Igor, but a little bit just in case I am up against 10-9 suited or 8-9 suited.
Check.
Club and diamond variety.
Wilson checks back, and now the ace rolls off. Spade as well.
Clearly not a good card for Igor. There are some suited aces that would flat hijack versus UTG, but then again, there are aces that would 3-bet you pre. Just so hard to get called by worse, of course. You chop with other kings, but he's actually going to bet. And he's betting to block bet. He doesn't really put to the test for more chips.
Disappointing for Wilson as he continues to trend in the wrong direction. But again, I just don't see a world in which any of this stuff, even in aggregate, is going to leave his lug nuts loosened.
No, I mean, like there, he got to realize his equity without having to put more chips in because he had a hand that could easily get in chips if Igor opted to go for check raise with king queen. So it's not the end of the world, just a little disappointing as of late.
Miracle.
Queen 9 of clubs. Reuter now with enough chips to bob and weave a little bit. Same story for Sam Muller, though he has shown a lot of restraint.
Yeah, he's been very quiet this final table.
He's just shackled by Fritz with 10 bigs, Randy, and yet breaks free of the arrest with a 3-bet to 750.
You cannot silence me forever. I will rise.
Well, it's actually a re-rise.
Re-rise. Hi.
450 more if you do. Clemens has to concede.
Is it okay after this level to quickly do like a 2-minute toilet break or something?
Yeah, please. Sure.
Yeah, it's like 5 hands. Because that's it's like after 5 hands, it's okay to have like a 2-minute toilet break.
Oh yeah.
Because the next actual break is like in 50 minutes.
I don't.
Can we do 5 minutes even?
We've been on break all day anyways.
Yeah. I mean, I need restroom breaks a lot as well. Unfortunately, I drink a lot.
Yeah, me too. That's why. I went to see and they said 50 minutes. So
yeah,
it's fine for me.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Yeah.
I disagree.
Were you protesting the break there?
Punat, you must play. I do not want to leave.
Wouldn't that be wild if you just wanted to put somebody on bladder tilt? You were like, what's that? No, we play. Hold it. Would definitely not be in the spirit of Triton. That's for sure. Nor in the spirit of anti-kidney stones. A6.
That's
Muller.
a tidy fold on a button.
He's just a technician, though. Randy, these spots, he's so studied. He just understands the mission. Wilson in the big. Not the guy I'm trying to pick on. Yaroshevsky deep enough to be a problem. He's going to try to slide in there. Wilson, ace-9 of diamonds. Unsure whether or not he's going to allow it.
It seems strong enough to raise. Yeah, against the 33 big blind stack. It's relatively rare for Igor to want a limp raise in this spot.
Yeah, there's a stack depth where it's short enough that you're okay jamming. There's a stack depth where it's actually big enough that you're okay jamming because of the ICM. And then there's that stack depth in between where maybe you're more inclined to check back.
Yeah, so I feel like his raise there is protected, and now he's created a situation where his opponent can limp call with inferior aces or 9x's. Yeah, it's quite solid. He's probably less likely to make that raise if he was up against, say, a 23, 24 big blind stack that can look to limp jam.
Thank you.
Looks like we got that sparkling water and chamomile tea working.
Drink up. Bathroom break coming.
Well, I don't think if you drink up now, you're going to be able to relieve whatever you just took on.
Oh, it doesn't work like that.
Instantly.
I thought I had life figured out.
Queen Jack. Punant's figured this is good for 300. Raise and take there. And you know, of all the multinationals that come out to Triton, many of which are featured at some point throughout a festival, I don't think anybody lathers up a crowd like Punat Punsri. I mean, a stone-cold Thai superstar when it comes to poker, and just a straight-up superstar when it comes to Triton. And I'm sure beyond its borders, people have very much begun to take notice because he is putting in the reps. Was that the World Series?
I definitely noticed because he makes YouTube chat unreadable for me.
Yeah, right. You're like, what's the squigglies?
Thanks, Punat.
You know, we could always. Your aircraft, Randy, you handle this. I'm gonna decipher.
Oh, okay. Using the lens.
I got this.
Wilson ace-10 offsuit. We saw him 3-bet fold this hand not too long ago against Muller's 2 jacks. Really chewing on it. Goes a call. Doesn't want to 3-bet fold this once again. So I really got to do this hand by myself, Ollie.
You got this.
Okay. I don't know how to fly an airplane, by the way.
Well, I know how to chop a pot, and this is a good board in which to potentially do that. If you're Yaroshevsky, it was pipped. Wilson, sticky flat, 975 in the middle. We saw him check top pair last time around.
Yeah, he should still check top pair in this spot. But strangely, he is actually going to reach for chips. Curious what the logic here is. Perhaps he feels this is more so in his territory. He's got all of the nutted hands his opponent cannot. Should be a lot of calls with ace-10 in this spot. Some concern about the king, of course. Bigger aces. Turn card 4. Kicker will play at the moment.
One 3 in there.
It's actually kind of silly of me. I realized the 9 can't win the pot for Igor.
I confess I was so focused on Google Translate that I wasn't keeping tabs. Another king would do the trick. Queen or a jack, even a 10. Well, just to rub salt in Randy's wound. On comes a 9 after the check back from Brandon. So bet and call of 175 on the flop. Check, check on the turn. Yaroshevsky now slipping it over. One final time. Front door flush is there. You don't get the sense a king has played this way.
850.
And, you know, maybe the flush does its own bidding as well. So if you can remove the stuff you're supposed to be worried about, this 850 feels all right. Maybe ace, jack, ace, queen would have been more inclined to seek value itself.
Ace, jack, ace, queen can definitely just bet itself. Trying to not get some tight checkbacks. I mean, bluffs that Igor beats is like queen, jack, jack 10. They aren't hearts.
How much of that does he expect Brandon to stick around with on the button is the real question, and that is a solid little laydown there from Yaroshevsky. Tough to identify hands that he beats, so he just lays it down. And you know, it's tempting when we're at home and we're streaming and we can see our opponent's cards to say, oh no, that's an easy fold. Be honest with yourself. How many times have you paid off there? You have. Everybody has.
I could see myself paying off in that spot.
Yeah. And then the proper break is at 10 p.m. We're going to have a proper break, yeah. At 10 p.m. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Did the staff just come by and say,
they do it for the stream, right?
you're going to have to hold it?
Yeah, just need it.
Yeah, hold it because we got a mystery hand.
Sam Muller going to be blacked out. Under the gun. He raises to 300,000. First data point. Right now, Randy, if you had to guess, suited broadways and pairs?
Suited broadways, maybe some offsuit broadways like king queen, not the little pairs, so like 2s, 3s, 4s probably hit the muck. Suited aces.
What's the cutoff here? 8s plus?
8s plus is pretty solid. Yeah, I could see how some players might fold 7s. 6s probably going to muck as well. See, he's not allowed to go on a toilet break because he has to play it his hand.
No, this is how you do it. You leave your hand there, you put all your time banks out, and then you bolt to the bathroom. Tinkle, come back, then jam.
Ooh, top pair.
This is kind of what you got in mind if you're going to be defending a jack-high board. Granted, you'd prefer to have a diamond out there.
So
checking.
In terms of nutted hands, Muller could have jacks, 9s, but not deuces. He would often just outright fold from under the gun. Of course, he could have top pair, top kicker. He could have over pairs. Plenty of hands. With this kicker, shouldn't be looking to fast play top pair. I like calling this spot.
So 375, check called. Sam glancing over at Punat, and this is not a glancing blow on the turn to whatever Muller's got. Trip jacks for Punsri. Very much rates to be the best hand.
It's an amazing card for Punsri. He now beats overpairs. You know, some club draws have fewer outs because you can boat up. And there's probably not that many Jack X's in Muller's under the gun raise off of 30 big blinds.
550.
Not all of the combos, of course, that a button could have. So it makes sense that he's leading. Built this pot.
.550 has really caught the attention of Muller. Big blind defense. Check call 375, lead 550. Muller's call now, Randy, begins very much to narrow his range, does it not?
Yeah, so hands like King Queen offsuit probably not in there anymore.
Although they be there here on the 10 river. King Queen of clubs, of course, a different story.
Right, that's true. Overpair still in there. Pocket nines. Club draws. It's a complicated river card for Punsri because some of those combo draws do make straights, like King Queen of clubs.
We're not worried about a better jack, right?
We should be. I think Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack is certainly in Muller's range.
As a result, Punsri wants to chew on it. Talk to us, chat. What lies behind those question marks for the Austrian Sam Muller, who opened under the gun to 300, followed through for 375 in position, and then was forced to call the lead on the turn. And now awaits Punsri's river decision, which is to barrel again, Randy. 650K, things getting very serious.
Yeah, so this bet is on the small side relative to the pot. I mean, okay, assuming Muller comes in for raise, he can raise.
Why do you
straights.
assume Muller's going to be raising?
I'm just saying. It's possible, of course, right?
I mean,
but I'm just trying to create.
Does he ever have tens?
Yes, he can have tens.
Okay.
He would call that turn bet.
Okay.
He could have nines. I'm wondering if Muller can value raise King Jack or Ace Jack as played. Because the small sizing makes you kind of want to raise, but if he was up against a bigger sizing, he probably would just call, given straight comes in.
The thing is, Punsri well aware of the invitation that a small river size creates. And so you have to ask, is this designed to induce a raise from me by a good hand, or is it designed to set the price? And in comes the raise from Muller. And boy, if we're Punat, we do not enjoy this experience. 7-8 and Queen 8 are not a thing. King Queen, it would seem of clubs specifically.
Correct.
Could be a thing. The bigger jacks, maybe it's dicey, as you mentioned, against a bigger size. But against a small size, could be pursuing value. 10-10 the other one.
I think if it's just a lone jack, it's always Ace Jack, not King Jack. King Jack probably just calls.
Could be nines full.
I think if Muller's got it, though, he's got nines or tens. That's my read.
I like your side. I like pocket nines, pocket tens. What do you like, chat?
I honestly don't think Muller's bluffing in this spot. It just seems so likely that Punsri has a relatively strong range with this texture. But then again, he might read Punsri to bet bigger if he had a bigger hand than just a lone jack with no kicker.
Wes Combs says, no more bluffs. Your little jack is beat, Punat. Jordan Go disagrees. Thinks Muller's bluffing. Suha, familiar face to the chat, says, I've been telling you guys, 10-10.
Feels like King 10, guys. I don't know.
Did he say it feels like King 10?
Did say that.
2 million what? 2 million.
2.775.
He makes the call, and it's ace-king high. Wow, what a play from Punat Punsri.
My goodness, I read through the chat. I didn't see anybody guessing ace-king was buried behind those question marks. And now Muller buried with just 300,000 left. And that is not the note on which you want to head to a mini break. As you get a look at Punat Punsri surging up in front of Brandon Wilson, the Thai contingent loving what they're seeing. Muller down to 300K. We're going to step aside for 2.5 minutes. We'll be right back with more action from Jeju in the 50K.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
Welcome back for the resumption of coverage of this 50K final table here in Jeju, where moments ago the mystery hand was as mysterious as it gets, given not a soul seemed to have ever thought that Sam Muller would roll over an ace-king. In fact, it was so upsetting that Randy Liu and his bruised ego have left the booth, and Kevin Rabichow has stepped in.
I'm just here to defend it, Ollie. What's wrong
Defend
with
the play with ace-king?
I mean, we had Punat deep in the tank with 3 of a kind. What's wrong?
I don't know that anything's wrong with it. Maybe the call on the turn for 550 was the fork in the road, but maybe not, Kevin? It seems like you thought everything was very straightforward about what happened?
Well, no, there's nothing straightforward about pulling the trigger for all but 2 big blinds.
I briefly bumped into Alex Ponikovs, and he's seen the hand, and we talked about it real quick, and I said, would you call with Jack 3? He goes, well,
Wow.
maybe I respect Sam and make the call. Oddly enough, the respect coming in the form of actually potentially paying off, but giving your man credit for having it within him to not be able to beat Jack 3 in that spot. And he is down to his final 100K behind the investment in Big Blind, and Big Blind Annie performing well with ace-8 of diamonds against Yaroshevsky, who opened under the gun and flops himself a spade draw. Ace-8 still in front, but is going to have to fade a spade. Tens and jacks spoil the fun as well. Yaroshevsky was the favorite at 51%, now slips to 30. Still a good bit of equity. Hold your breath if you're a Sam Muller fan. And now exhale. So the long road back to where Muller was before Punsri caught him with his hand in the cookie jar begins.
Not what you want to see if you're one Manuel Fritz or Clemens Reuter in this moment. Muller sticking around on the very short stack.
Fritz in particular sitting there, 6 bigs. Keeping Muller and Fritz around, though, is good for business if you're Punat Punsri, isn't it?
Yeah, fantastic spot for Punsri. He would love to keep this going. And here, probably just all in. We've got Yaroshevsky in the big blind with 20 bigs. He's in there.
You know, the thing is, as Muller looks down at a couple of 5s, which feel very inviting against what rates to be near 100% range for Punsri.
Snap from the 2 5s.
You know, Punat just comes with the heat from the button there. Almost always.
Yeah, this well above average.
Yeah, King Queen is really showing up for him. So here we go. 1.6 in the middle. And the 5s downed by the queen high flop. Punsri, top pair. Looking to ascend even further than he already has, having dethroned Brandon Wilson and rating to finish what he started here against Sam Muller, who needs a nickel. And can't find it.
GG, bro.
You see the respect there between those two crushers. And finally, a pay ladder. Didn't rate to be Muller, who was checking out, Kevin, prior to the altercation with Punat, and yet a vacancy at the FT as young Sam takes down 6th. Saw the payout there, 391K. And that Samuel's career Triton earnings of $2.5 million. Coming into this one, title number 2 is going to have to wait, though. Second cash of the festival in 5 attempts. 30th in that 25K WPT Global Slam. Did take down a 2K one-night event during Triton 1. He'll be off to register for that 150K if I had to guess. Manuel Fritz also don't require a lot of guesswork to know he's going to get involved with these 2 red 9s.
Yeah, immediate spot for the other short stack. And how about Clemens with ace-4 suited? Not the one who really wants to get involved here is second shortest stack, although it would be appealing to directly eliminate Fritz and get the jump.
Good luck.
Wait, I still have chips behind.
Okay, I see a flop.
See Brandon
1 million in the pot.
briefly overlooking the fact that Fritz left 175 back. I think we know where things are going almost all the time post-flop with 2.3 already in there.
So I'm gonna go all in blind.
Wow.
Little math being done. Wilson decides.
I don't like the ace.
Well, I almost turned my cards over, so let's just put you in.
Fritz, concerned about the ace-high flop, of course has no choice but to call and will be delighted to realize his nines are good despite the presence of the ace. Unlike the fellow Austrian Muller, he's hoping to avoid similar fate. A soul-crushing queen on the turn. And the impact of her being worn all over Manuel Fritz, rather. And potentially Sam, as he looks on. Not far removed from his own elimination. It's going to take Nina for salvation. And instead, it's two pair for good measure. Brandon Wilson claiming a pelt as back-to-back Austrian eliminations here. Knuckle bumps. And another fallen soldier on this 50K battlefield. $500,000. Not at all a bad haul. 10 times the buy-in. Fritz up and over 1 million in career Triton earnings with that one. Second cash and 5 attempts here in Jeju. 6th of his young Triton career. Earlier this year in Jeju when we first laid eyes on Manuel. I don't think we're done observing him in our streets.
Always been impressive.
I mean,
in his young career here.
I'm just trying to think, Kevin, though, when you see that Austrian flag,
yeah,
do you ever observe someone that you're not impressed by?
It's a fair point.
Just
the incubator nation, perhaps.
It is.
Such a big community there.
You think if I just moved to Vienna, I would be a better poker player?
Yeah. Just plus 10
Do you think
right
I'm that
away.
bad that just by virtue of moving there, I would improve?
It was a slight needle. It can't hurt.
I tend to agree with you. By all accounts, by the way, Vienna, a terrific place to call home.
That pot inching Brandon Wilson closer to the top.
Yeah,
huge gap between the top two and the bottom two right now.
Well, talk me through how now that we are four-handed and that is the layout, it affects the action.
Well, pay jumps are growing quite rapidly here. 140K between fourth and third.
Okay.
But the jump from third to second, 400,000 almost.
So they're really going to jockey.
We start to think, like if you're at the bottom, let's say playing as Clemens Reuter, 8 big blinds, looking over at Yaroshevsky on 18 blinds, the opportunity to ladder to third is quite valuable. But for the others, it's, you want to play for first. I mean, there's an enormous jump. And the immediate ladder on offer is relatively quite small.
But Wilson and Punsri are close enough in chips that the first of them to enter a pot, the other is very disincentivized to get involved.
Yeah, or just disincentivized to build that pot.
Okay.
Right? Get involved passively, sure.
Okay.
No problem with keeping it small, taking a flop. Maybe a little more post-flop caution.
So
But
you
they can play hands against each other.
You think Yaroshevsky is going to have the most restraint right now? 10 blinds north of Clemens with that big ladder?
To some extent, yes. Here, though, the spot he might want to get involved because it's a chance to eliminate the player beneath you, get an immediate ladder, and boost yourself into a better position to get top 2.
A lot of upside.
I'm so bad with this.
He doesn't like it, but it's 8 blinds from the button.
Well, you heard him say, I'm so bad with this. I mean...
As if to diminish his own experience with the correct answer in this spot? Is that what you think he's saying?
I'm not clear, but I don't think this is Hollywooding, obviously. There's no upside to that. We know that almost everything is committed from Reuter. So the decision is going to be here and now or not at all. Clemens needs to find one, fold it around to his button.
Yeah, for Reuter, it's a great spot for the same reason, right? This isn't into the chip leader's big blind or even the number 2 big blind. This is into the player with the least room to maneuver. You expect to maximize fold equity. I think Yaroshevsky should go with this one. He's in there.
And I'll tell you what, having 2 overs and the best hand.
It's a close.
Is a great feeling. Conversely, Reuter, 3-2 dog and then some. Not feeling particularly good, but obviously was able to find a few ladders here. Guaranteed 628,000, looking to continue things and finds a pair and a flush draw versus the open-ender. How about that for something out of the writer's room, Kevin?
Can't feel comfortable yet, but what a massive spot.
Oh, ace on the turn lets some wind out of the sails. However, he could still find safe harbor if a heart were to roll off. Is extended play in Clemens' future or a 4th place finish? It's the former. How about that? And look at Ilya Nikiforov and Alexander Zubov, no doubt
You're
pulling
doing
for
some
Igor.
serious channeling.
Crushed by that.
How do I do it?
I don't know. You tell me.
I learned it from Punat, I have to say. He told me in the break.
Big smile being worn by Reuter as he inverts his plight and bestows it upon Yaroshevsky. Sub 10 bigs now, 1.7, and he is the guy in the on-deck circle. Clemens knows the feeling, but has shed it.
Punat might want to think about selling those secrets of his if he can just hand them off to Reuter, find a heart.
I think
to save that all in.
Those secrets might be more valuable kept than sold.
$450.
Ace queen for Punsri. Button raise. Brandon in the big. And let's see just what kind of appetite, if any, he's going to have to play post flop against Punat. Defends. And this is just exactly what you like to see if you're Reuter and to a larger extent Yaroshevsky. King 9-4 board, bottom pair. Wilson in front, no diamond on board, no spade in Punsri's hand.
Other players surely happy to see these two go after each other, but 50 big blinds effective. I think Wilson going to be so careful not to let this pot get out of hand.
Quarter pot follow through.
Pair of fours is good enough, and I don't expect much raising. Even with some of the strongest hands on this board. King, queen, 2 pair. Hope to see a safe turn like that one.
Yeah, the 3 is very much in line with the kind of board development that Brandon's okay with, though it does make it more difficult to proceed.
I don't think ace queen is
With a
going to feel
monk.
the need to bluff, though. This is showdownable, button versus big. I'd be surprised if Poon-3 continued with aggression.
Sure enough. No pair of knuckles back and doesn't find improvement. So let's see if free showdown will be allowed by Panat. Given the draw-heavy nature of the board, I think he will be quite content in the face of a Wilson check to just hope that it's a busted spade or straight draw, right?
Yeah, ace high still stands to be good somewhat often. I think queen jack might take showdown in Wilson's shoes, maybe.
Ooh, look at this, Kevin.
10% pot. I mean, that's going to get paid, right?
I guess you win.
No pair.
Ooh, that's
oh, the needle.
Case was inadvertent. I think he just
Thought
kind of
ace high,
assumed.
maybe 5 seconds.
Huh? I beat the next best SI.
Modern day cooler.
As Gilbane likes to say. That's the AVB.
Spoke too soon.
Accidental value bet.
I think it was an intentional value bet. Just, you know, when you get snapped so fast, you're a little taken back by it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it was a block.
Certainly.
Maybe it was the not so accidental.
425.
What's
not,
the
not value? Not block. What am I?
Are you trying to find an acronym? How many letters long is this thing?
I think I'm going to abandon this. Let's scuttle this ship, shall we? Let's put it into the bottom of the sea.
I think there's like a percentage pot cutoff point for block. I don't think block is in the Webster's Dictionary of Poker terms. But if it was...
Is there one?
I don't know.
Is there like a poker urban dictionary?
34% pot and larger. I think 33 is the maximum.
Give or take 0.5%.
Well, just 1/3. So, you know, if once we exceed 33.3.
Repeating, of course.
Repeating. No longer a block bet. I'm just going to put that out as the official definition of block bet.
Okay.
You also have to be out of position. That's a must.
Okay.
And you also have to be... Well, no, I think it could be on any street. Post-flop. Never pre.
Slow down, because I can't write all this down this quickly.
It's okay. You're not going to be my publisher.
Ouch. Kevin, what do you don't trust me? I would publish. I mean, I wouldn't work really hard.
I don't think it'd be a very popular book either.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're going to hit the New York Times bestseller list with whatever Rabbit Chow's Guide to Poker Slang.
It would just be called
terms.
Dictionary.
Yeah.
Just one word.
That's a real riveting, real grabber there, Kevin. Ace, Jack of Spades. That's the headline.
These are interesting with chip leader on our left. Sometimes we open jam stronger than usual. You know, not necessarily wanting to let Punat get ahead of the action and have it come back to us before Yaroshevsky is eliminated. But Reuter deciding there the ace-jack suited is strong enough to deal with Punat's potential 3-bet. That was an opportunity for alliteration. Punat's potential pressure is what I'll go with next time.
You down with PPP? This is the part where you say, yeah, you know me.
Sorry,
See, I'm dating
any
myself
cultural
again.
reference is just, you know it's going to miss.
And yet,
Like I heard it, I don't know the call and response.
It's a Naughty by Nature song. I wish I could describe the blankness upon the face of Kevin right now. It's so lonely up here sometimes, Kevin. You know?
450.
Jack Deuce offsuit. Punsri raising it up.
Oh.
Ace 8 for Yaroshevsky. He's ready.
Oh, wow. Kind of thought when this sort of hand enters the pot off the button, the plan was, well, if Yaroshevsky happens to put it in, I'll let him keep it.
So you're surprised by the defense of the 450 open?
I mean, it's 6 blinds. I get it. Like, pot odds are pot odds, but Punat stands to benefit quite greatly from Igor sticking around. Maybe there's a little bit of future value in just folding.
6-5 tray gutter. That which threatens Yaroshevsky. Fours, deuces, jacks, all what we want to keep clear of the board. Take those deuces off the list of outs for Punsri after the pair of 8s. And now
No jack.
Yaroshevsky with a little bounce up to 2.8.
It's another one of those. It never feels like you're going to hold when you're the short stack. You get snapped off by Jack Deuce, chip leader. You're like, oh boy, here we go. Igor's relieved. And now nearly locked up with Clemens Reuter. Separated by 2 blinds. Is Clemens posting this hand? I believe he is, yeah.
By the way, Suha in the chat says if we're going to be talking about books, and books is a generous way to describe what Kevin was threatening to publish, but Fedor Holtz has just written one, which came onto the market 4 days ago.
Is that right?
Suha's already on chapter 3, says it's a good read, but it's only currently available in German. So unless you sprachen Sie Deutsch, I guess you don't get to read Fedor's memoir. For now.
Just have my phone open, scanning every page.
Yeah, that feels like it might get old pretty quickly. Meanwhile, sprachen Sie Ace High for Brandon Wilson in the small. Reuter 3.3. He is still north of Yaroshevsky, but at this point, I don't think he's presuming that a war of attrition whereby he gets to just wait out.
No.
Yaroshevsky is an opportunity. So with King-Queen offsuit.
I think we take this spot, Ali. I mean, there's a very real chance Brandon Wilson just has every offsuit king in his open jamming range. That's a lot of hands we're crushing.
Well, we are definitely not crushing the Ace-6. We are not exactly getting crushed, but shy of a 3-2 dog is Reuter. 7.1 in the middle. And you know what Yaroshevsky's rooting for. For that matter, so is Punsri. And that is for Brandon Wilson to bring us to three-handed play, and he's taken a step in that direction on a 10-6-4 board. Improving to 6s, but still the kings and queens are what Reuter hunts. Now swap one set of paint out for another. The ace giving Wilson 2 pair, and Reuter the gut shot, which doesn't come in. Well, Clemens hung around, did his thing. Certainly, I think, worked his way a little bit deeper.
Good luck in the next one.
Than perhaps he would have anticipated, just given the way his chips got in a few spots, but 4th is as far as he will go. As we are down to the final 3.
That's your 100, right?
Yeah, it's mine.
Just making sure it didn't
Enjoy that
fall out of the top.
628, Clemens.
Pretty sure.
Add it to the 2.6 million in career earnings at Triton. Coming in, cash number 12, and already his third
I would rather
here in
sit
Jeju.
here. I don't really like that angle, to be honest.
There's Mario Masbach cheering him on. Tell you what, for a guy who not that long ago wasn't playing for a living, to be here at these stakes and performing the way he has is quite the feat. And another impressive performance from Clemens Reuter, Kevin.
And Ali, he had a 44% look there at an average stack with the king-queen. I mean, put himself in a really good position to go and win this thing.
Well,
Cards just didn't go his way on the last one.
Yeah, and Brandon Wilson, the beneficiary, has put himself 18 blinds north of Punat Punsri. Yaroshevsky, the clear shorty. Wilson attacking Punsri's big, but 2 10s is a lot of hand. That said, you touched on the notion that these two should be proceeding passively against each other.
Yeah, 10s looks close to me. Punat's going with 3-bet, and I like that it's large. You know, we want to be very polar. This is not a high-frequency play. 10's feeling maybe like the bottom 3-handed, where there is still fairly big upside to a full double if Punsri were to have to commit those chips.
Well, downside in terms of stack depth now as a result of the blinds creeping forward to 125, 250.
Yaroshevsky now under 10 bigs as he posts blind and blind ante. Wilson's going to pass on the light button open. And this high frequency jam spot for the 10 big blind.
3 million.
Effective. Even just announces 3 million. I never did get to the point where I was aware enough to not say all in and not give my opponent the chance to ask for a count of my own stack. I think that's the reason you do that. You announce 3 million, so it's just like, here's my bet size, this is what it is, and now the clock's immediately on your opponent.
As opposed to just delivering chips without making an announcement, and then
if you say all in, I believe your opponent's allowed to ask for a count, and it buys them a ton of time. It's a little bit of a strategic edge there for the player who wants to keep the time on your opponent, put the pressure on your opponent faster. It's like, here's a number that covers you. No count. I
confess, in all the time that I've been here at the booth, I've never picked up on that.
I don't know if it's always been that way, but it's something that came to my attention like last summer, I want to say, when I was playing, and players started taking advantage of that little trick. They just asked for a count of the covering stack.
It does feel like a FT hack, or for that matter, at any table.
Oh, you could do it on the money bubble.
Sure.
It's, yeah. It takes a lot of time to count down a chip leader stack.
You know, my favorite is Sean Winter with 1 or 2 bigs. Big stack moving in on him, and he asks for a count. And now I understand it isn't just trolling.
Yeah. No, it's time.
It is time for Yaroshevsky. Pocket 7s performing very well against Punsri's Ace-7 here. Jam from the button. Big blind defense. Off to the races for 4-7.
Difficult to get 7.
Well, the Thai chat collectively trying to will every ounce of their energy into an ace coming off of this deck. And they haven't been able to do it thus far.
No aces, fast?
Red.
Huh?
Red, red, red.
Improved to 80% nearly. As you see his rail growing. Ponikovs, Bantikowski, Hajiev. Queen is clean. You see the head nod, but we're not out of the woods just yet. There's the Thai crew. KT pulling for an ace.
Very green style.
Oh, no cider, but sevens. Will double in the dueling rails.
Felt like a bit of, come on, Punat, you can afford it.
Yeah, take it easy.
Help our guy out.
Soon.
All right, so with that one, Yaroshevsky bouncing up to just shy of 20 big blinds. And there have been some spots here at this final table, some that haven't been that easy. If you want to seek clarity and get yourself sorted out to play like a Triton champion, GTO Wizard has got the tools to help you elevate your game. And now you can win GTO Wizard Elite subscriptions to sharpen your skills and crush the competition. Download on iOS. Play instantly at gtowizard.com. Talking, of course, about their new Poker Arena. That's the app, gtowizard.com, if you want to get into the solver streets. And it really is a tool utilized by at least somewhere along the line, if not at present, everybody that you're watching who plays at the highest echelons. It's just mandatory. I mean, you cannot expect to succeed over time versus this sort of opposition without being very polished when it comes to that stuff. And it takes time. And it takes help. And that's what they're there for. Although, to be fair, I don't think Michael Mizraki was grinding a whole lot of GTO Wizard en route to the biggest 2 bracelets of the summer.
Different tournaments, different culture.
Outlier. Jam and take there for Punsri. Small rebate.
Are you guys close? You and the grinder?
I wouldn't say close. We've played. We've known each other a very long time. We played. I was at dinner with him, with his crew, right after he won it that night. Hadn't had a chance to really hang out with him for quite some time. Known as brothers for a long time, just as a result of cash game grinding back when they were spending a lot of time in Los Angeles. But close enough that it made me really emotional to watch him win.
Yeah.
You know, that main event, for sure.
I mean, it's an unbelievable accomplishment.
Really?
Like, actually, I know that gets thrown around, but
just you're not going to see it again in your life. If you can just make that bet, and in all likelihood, you're getting paid. It's as close to a lock, I think, as one could get in terms of World Series props. 5, 6, and 10-4. Book a date with a flop for 250 ahead. Limp pot. King, Queen, 4. Advantage Wilson.
Igor is the one leading out, however. Leaning on the idea that high cards favor the limper. Typically true. I don't think he'd be stabbing everything here, but 6-5 actually kind of a nice bluff when you've got 3-card rundown at the bottom of the board.
Oh yeah, you can really shock and awe when you get there. Big surprise. No surprise, of course, that Wilson wants to take a peek at a turn.
Well,
open ender now for Igor. Third spade, of course, and a lack of a flush draw do dissuade.
Yeah, spade the only thing that might make me shut this down from time to time, but 6-5 still very appealing to keep bluffing. I think as long as we size modestly, and this even smaller, shall I say a block bet. Quarter pot, roughly. Still too much for the fourth pair, no spade. Nice execution there.
Tell you what, Yaroshevsky doesn't have any quit in him. That much we know. And that pot right there is simply one example, but just over time, when you watch this guy play,
yeah,
he's not among those that gets to a certain point and feels as though all hope is lost. You know, never gets wrapped up in that sense of defeat.
Yeah, nothing automatic as well. I like that about his game.
That's actually a really cool observation because every situation has some measure of nuance that warrants consideration, no matter how straightforward or reflexive or, as you put it, automatic you might be tempted to think it is. And even if it proves to be automatic, taking a beat, surveying all the variables, and then executing is always good practice.
I mean, we're out here in the live arena. These are real people in their chairs. There's a lot going on. A lot of variables, as you said.
I confess sometimes I look at the people in the chairs and I think, are they even real? Just based on, you know, either a robo vibe or just an unbelievable sort of measure of accolades. So you see the King Jack 7 providing the measure of bottom pair to Wilson.
Could be a spot to bet for protection as Wilson. Similar spot to last, the high cards favoring his limping range. Does just check. It would be thin, of course. But 8-7 often the best hand. Seen Punat run so many savage bluffs with the bottom of the deck, hands like this, and it feels like he's just primed to take spots like this. 10-3 nothing. See if you can handle 2 or 3 barrels.
Or at least the threat of ensuing barrels, which is very much what we're thinking about. With no diamond on board, bottom pair, where are we trying to go from here? The 8 could be bad from time to time.
Yep.
If 9-10 is lurking.
It's one of the arguments for betting flop ourselves.
Sure.
Don't think it's mandatory, but it does save us from a difficult bluff catching situation.
Yeah, we're not assessing the check as some sort of mistake by Wilson. But here he is check calling. Now the pot has grown to 1 1/4.
Thought that turn was the 4 of hearts. I don't think Punsri has paired up.
Are they messing with us? Is production trying to drive us mad?
Well, just saying, when Punsri overbets this turn, not overbetting, just large bet.
How much?
It isn't with a 3.
It isn't with a pair, and it's not for value. This is just a no equity bluff. 10 of hearts. Interacting. I don't know what you can do with the 8-7 here. Feels like we just have to fold out of position. And don't take that as a spot where Punsri's running Wilson over necessarily. Just both players doing kind of what needs to be done to navigate around the threat of one big stack, taking a big chunk out of another.
Well, right now it's 53 bigs for Wilson, 44 for Punsri, 20 for Yaroshevsky. And that means they're going to have to play some poker against each other, Kevin. They can't simply sit back and look at one another and determine who it is that's going to try to get rid of Yaroshevsky in some sort of pre-flop all-in. This man is deep enough that it's going to require more than one hand unless a cooler ensues.
Raise.
And even though Punsri is covered slightly because of the seats at the table, Punsri being on Wilson's direct left, it is kind of advantage to Punat. He gets to play those blind versus blind hands in position. They both get a button against each other. But when out of position there, note the caution from Punat. Not interested in the queen-jack offsuit. Thought he might have come with a flat, but I don't mind folding.
I tend to agree with you, but as you pointed out, you prefer to be in position, as he was a moment ago. Well, we did receive a donation from Kuroyuki Ayeda, who took the opportunity to say, let's go Punat. He's given us 100 Thai baht. Now, I confess, when I hear 100, I think this ought to be good. However, I went into my currency converter app. And
are we tip shaming right now, Ollie?
I was a bit more excited. Now, I'm not suggesting that $3.15 isn't, you know, a proper
That's solid.
sort of contribution, but it isn't going to keep the lights on. So if you got 100,000 baht lying around, something like that, go ahead and misclick. You know, we don't provide rebates, do we? Are there refunds if you misclick?
Thank you for your donation.
Queens versus fours here. Queen in the window. Mercifully, no four behind it. Top set for Wilson. Not the kind of board where you imagine this 550 that Punsri brought forward pre-flop is going to be excited to deliver more of a payload post.
I'm just catching up to the fact that Wilson flatted the big blind. Note the major stylistic difference there when Punat 3-bet the pocket tens with rolls reversed.
But how much of this is a function of trying to lure Punsri as we see 375 successfully induced into further commitments in a really bad way against a very well-disguised hand, and how much of it is I just need to keep a lid on things while Yarashevsky lurks 20 bigs?
I think that's the majority of what it is. The deception value is hard to play out, right? Because we don't know what's coming. We don't know that we're going to flop top set and turn Punsri dead, and we don't. Well, we do in this situation, but, you know, we don't know that we're not up against a straight draw. Hands that have equity against us. So I don't think this is so much a confident trap as it is concern about the payout situation, dealing with the threatening stack of Punsri from out of position.
Check back this time from Punsri, who took his stab at it. Now a very interesting river card. The kind that makes you want to throw up in your mouth if you're Wilson. Any jack, any seven, and we've got ourselves a problem. 2.25 million, let's call it, already in the pot, Kevin. And how do you like to proceed here?
I mean, the most we can do is a small bet, right? Very real chance that we're up against a jack or a seven. Not expecting to get called light for a large size when our range looks so strong in this spot. I think Wilson would be wise to either use another block bet. He's already kind of opened the door on that play. Doesn't surprise me to see him calling back to that and maybe thinking, okay, well, I could be bluffing this time. I just showed you my pair of fours, I think it was, against the ace high earlier.
275 is so small. And it is within Punat, by the way, to identify that this doesn't need to be a jack or a 7 or a hand that can handle the heat.
Don't know that we want to think about bluff raising. I think Punat was entertaining a payoff there.
A flat?
Maybe Wilson comes with like a suited ace that floated the flop. We've got ace 3 of clubs or something, and we've just totally whiffed. There's a few unpaired hands that get there. Deuces and 3s also come to mind, but I mean, he seems to agree with your take. It's pretty darn unlikely that the 4s are good there at showdown.
Sure. So Wilson now putting further daylight between himself and Punsri. 59 bigs, plays 40, plays 18. And every one of these orbits deeply taxing. 625K just goes poof. So you got to play some cards or you'll bleed out. 7 of spades on the button.
This is an opportunity for Yaroshevsky to get involved. I think I like the open. I don't think it's hard on the button against the 2 covering stacks. You just rarely get a raise through. 10-7 suited, still a fairly good hand on the button, and as long as we're not getting 3-bet too often, it's going to play just fine. I'd like to see Punat fold this one, I think, after Wilson calls the small blind.
Why is that?
It's a bit awkward. Like, normally, I'm sure it's close.
Don't we think that the 8 and 9, even though we can see they're not clean, are unintrusive relative to the range of both parties?
Well, perhaps not totally. I think, let's say, like a 6-5 or a 5-4 might be unintrusive.
Because of that dreaded 10-jack queen?
Yeah, it's just, think of all the straights that we flop or the 2 pairs that we make, very often covered by broadways, and Wilson's flat. Not to mention Yaroshevsky's open, just going to be overloaded with Broadway cards.
Well, instead, they're loaded with bottom pair on an ace-king-10 board. Round of checks. 2-tone texture, 4-liner on the turn.
It's a weird one for Wilson. He's going to recognize that he makes probably more straights than anyone on this board with his pre-flop range. But it's hard to think of many hands that we clear out. Oh, he is going for it.
6.
Yaroshevsky meant to connect with this board pretty often. But that's a nice find from Wilson.
I tend to agree. I was very surprised that in a 3-way affair he would lead. But you know, when you say Yaroshevsky's meant to connect with this board very often, is the presence of Punat something that that barrel can kind of leverage to make itself look that much less enticing for Igor?
Yeah, I mean, it raises the bar for Wilson to open the action in the first place. He's pretty much claiming to have straights right away. So when Yaroshevsky's there with 1 pair, no chance to improve, it's like, well, am I really going to pure bluff catch for 2 streets, put my stack at risk?
Sure. Eight, 9 suited on the puck.
Raise.
A7 for Igor, and he's gonna rip it.
Yeah, pretty clear one. When we're 3-handed, you get dealt an offsuit ace against the chip lead open. It's a big pot to pick up.
Tell you what, those are important little pickups when you're trying to avoid getting down into the danger zone. I'll tell you what. Brandon and Punat are truly a couple of characters who I think, more so than your average two opponents, three-handed, have every ounce of the patience required to make life unbearable for you as you're third in chips against them.
Yeah, Igor's not going to have an easy opportunity. Though I will say, we've seen some fight from Punat. Not that I expect it to be likely for one of the two big stacks to implode, but I don't think they're shying away from each other.
But, you know, it's more jabs than haymakers.
Yeah.
You know, I think they're staying kind of aligned with adherence to the unwritten agreement. Would you agree with that assessment, Kevin?
I would. I'm also just noting that the difference between Wilson and Punsri's stacks have kind of grown.
As has this pot, courtesy of Deuces.
This is a big jam for Deuces. I mean, it's going to work. I think maybe I would have passed that one. I don't know. It's tough. Like you said, three-handed, 625. Out there every three. If we're going to play that one, jam definitely the move.
Well, the cheetah in the chat asking, what is all that background cheering? Our set is actually not far removed from the cash game area. And if I had to guess, there's
Clicking
some
the skip break button online.
exciting things unfolding out
Nobody
there.
else ever clicks
Not
it.
our Triton cash game area, but rather just the poker room here at Landing. I'm not sure how big those games are, by the way. Producer James, you have any idea how big those games are? Not too big, I would imagine. $10K, $20K Korean won, right?
No
Not
response.
USD, okay? Yeah, I'm just, you know, for a second, James had me nervous. The casual way in which he said they start at 10K, 20K and move up. I was like, well, damn.
This game seemed to run around the clock as well. Always busy.
Someone's stuck.
Big hand, the 2-9s.
Yeah, Yaroshevsky sticking it in there. Put the punctuation point on a frame where we saw many fall. All three of the Austrians in succession giving way to the American, the Thai national, and the Ukrainian, who are all that's left here in this 50K. 766K lockup as we bring you back here to the desk. Ali and Kevin back with you. One bust out removed from a 7-figure payday, and with stack distribution as it is, it feels like we could be here a while.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the same time, there are chips going into the middle, but you said, you know, it's been jabs and not haymakers. We're seeing everyone willing to fight for a modest spot. Igor really the only one who's putting all his chips at risk at the moment. He won one of those. He's up to 23 big blinds. There's definitely room for anyone to take the top spot.
If anyone's going to be risking their stack, the man in third and on the shortest one tends to be the one to do it. So we're going to step aside ever so briefly, but don't go anywhere. We'll come back to Jeju in just a few with continuing coverage of this 50K FT.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back, analyze it all, league by league, line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker Arena. Compete, analyze, rank up for free.
Multiple customers.
This is uber black right here.
300.
But not uber big. The pre-flop raise. In fact, it's the minimum. An ace-5 suited solver bait for Sam. Once more shows discipline.
No shame in it. Just because the solver likes to activate doesn't mean you need to at 100% frequency.
Mucked around to JNT, and he says, let's go. And unfortunately for him, the destination could be right out the door. Undercards to the kings, runs into top of range. Queen 9 suited, in a way.
Good luck.
Good luck, sir.
To the flop we go. And this is a poor one for JNT. He knows it. Not wasting any time gathering his belongings as the rest of his stack could be one card away from being gathered by Clemens Reuter. And that's a wrap. GG's, big smiles for JNT. Another deep run, another final table. But unfortunately, no further ladders for him. $289,000 for the 7th place finish as the winningest player of all time from the nation of France adds to his figures.
Adding to his 8.1 million in Triton earnings. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Thank you.
Do the police need Ubers?
Listen, I don't want to live anywhere where my 911 call requires. Yeah, the guys are Ubering to you right now. Just bear with us.
He would love to keep this going. And here, probably just all in. We've got Yaroshevsky in the big blind with 20 bigs.
4 million.
He's in there.
You know, the thing is, as Muller looks down at a couple of 5s, which feel very inviting against what rates to be near 100% range for Punsri.
Snap from the 2 5s.
You know, Punat just comes with the heat from the button there. Almost always.
Yeah, this well above average.
Yeah, King Queen is really showing up for him. Here we go. 1.6 in the middle. And the fives downed by the queen high flop. Punsri, top pair. Looking to ascend even further than he already has, having dethroned Brandon Wilson and rating to finish what he started here against Sam Muller, who needs a nickel. And can't find it.
GG, bro.
You see the respect there between those two crushers. And finally, a pay ladder. Didn't rate to be Muller, who was checking out, Kevin, prior to the altercation with Punat, and yet a vacancy at the FT as young Sam takes down 6th. Saw the payout there.
How about Clemens with ace-4 suited? Not the one who really wants to get involved here as second shortest stack, although it would be appealing to directly eliminate Fritz and get the jump.
Good luck.
Wait, I still have chips behind.
Okay, it's your flop.
See Brandon.
Okay. 1 million in the pot.
Briefly overlooking the fact that Fritz left 175 back. I think we know where things are going almost all the time. Post-flop with 2.3 already in there.
So I'm going to go all in blind.
Wow.
Little math being done. Wilson decides.
I don't like the ace.
Well, I almost turned my cards over, so let's just put you in.
Fritz, concerned about the ace-high flop, of course, has no choice but to call and will be delighted to realize his 9s are good despite the presence of the ace. Unlike the fellow Austrian Muller, he's hoping to avoid similar fate. A soul-crushing queen on the turn, and the impact of her being worn all over Manuel Fritz, rather, and potentially Sam, as he looks on, not far removed from his own elimination. It's going to take Nina for salvation, and instead it's 2-pair for good measure. Brandon Wilson claiming a pelt as back-to-back Austrian eliminations here.
Good game,
Knuckle
man.
bumps, and another fallen soldier on this 50K battlefield. $500,000, not at all a bad haul. 10 times the buy-in. Fritz up and over 1 million in career Triton earnings with that one. I guess you don't get to read Fedor's memoir. For now.
Just have my phone open, scanning every page.
Yeah, that feels like it might get old pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Sprockenzie ace high for Brandon Wilson in the small. Reuter 3.3. He is still north of Yaroshevsky, but at this point, I don't think he's presuming that a war of attrition whereby he gets to just wait out.
No.
Yaroshevsky is an opportunity. So with King-Queen offsuit.
I think we take this spot, Ali. I mean, there's a very real chance Brandon Wilson just has every offsuit king in his open jamming range. That's a lot of hands we're crushing.
Well, we are definitely not crushing the ace-6. We are not exactly getting crushed, but shy of a 3-2 dog is Reuter. 7.1 in the middle, and you know what Yaroshevsky's rooting for. For that matter, so is Punsri. And that is for Brandon Wilson to bring us to three-handed play, and he's taken a step in that direction on a 10-6-4 board. Improving to 6s, but still the kings and queens are what Reuter hunts. Now swap one set of paint out for another. The ace, giving Wilson 2 pair, and Reuter the gut shot, which doesn't come in.
GG, Clem.
Well, Clemens hung around, did his thing. Certainly, I think, worked his way a little bit deeper
Good luck in the next one.
than perhaps he would have anticipated, just given the way his chips got in a few spots, but fourth is as far as he will go. As we are down to the final 3.
That's your 100, right?
Yeah, it's mine.
Just making sure. It
Enjoy
didn't
that
fall out of the
628, Clemens.
Pretty sure.
Add it to the 2.6 million in career earnings at Triton, coming in cash number 12, and already his 3rd. And welcome back to the final table of the 50K from here in Jeju. Ali Najad, Kevin Rabichow bringing you into the evening here at the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, where a champion is going to be crowned. Who that champion's going to be, well, we don't know. But Brandon Wilson certainly in the conversation, as is Punat Punsri, but we cannot yet count out Igor Yaroshevsky, who has a playable stack, Kevin.
Yeah, I mean, how long ago was it? 2-3 days ago, Ali, that we were saying Brandon Wilson among some of those rising stars who we haven't seen.
It might have been just yesterday.
The deep run on the big stage. Yesterday is a blur for me, but it very well might have been. And Brandon now in an amazing position to take home his first title. You know, it's easy to talk about the accolades of Punat Punsri and Igor Yaroshevsky, 2 titles, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
They've been here before. They're in a great position, obviously, to add another title to the shelf. But I've been impressed by Brandon Wilson so far, and he's in great position.
And listen, Yaroshevsky's had himself a good Jeju already as well. If you look at his Triton track record, 31st in the 30K 8 max, 20th in the 60K, pulled together about 150 some odd, and now here he is with a shot at 1.7. That would be tidy and bring him closer to the 8-figure club here, title number 3, of course, if he can get the job done. But for Wilson, I think there would be something tremendously validating. Not that he is somebody insecure about his talents from everything that we can observe, but if he wins this one, I think it cements him into kind of a new strata.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, it's one thing to have the success that he's had from home, and obviously there's a community that respects his game tremendously and is impressed with the results he's putting together, but you come out to these events, you're playing these stakes, obviously it means a lot to put a trophy in your case.
Bar some sort of implosion, which I just don't ever think Brandon Wilson is capable of, just given how centered and grounded he seems. Regardless of outcome here, I think there is a measure of sort of that, okay, kiddo, you're in, you know, you get that seal of approval. Clearly not in the same way that the hardware provides.
I mean, I'm looking back at Jeju 1 this year. Did he make 3 final tables in a week?
He did.
7th place in the 30K, 6th place in the 50K, this same event, and then 5th in the 50K Turbo Bounty.
But I'm going to say this. Sometimes you do that, then you don't show up and do anything after that, and it becomes the flash in the pan.
Yeah.
Sun run, right? But you show up again, get down here, win one.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, the real deal.
Yeah, it's a statement.
Yeah. Certainly statement already made last time out in Jeju. There is no question about that. But
this is interesting for Wilson. I think a 3-bet is coming. Yaroshevsky goes for the nearly 3x raise out of the small blind. He's going to have a polar range here, and I think he's willing to get it in with maybe like pocket 8s, pocket 7s at the bottom. Lower pairs just open jamming, I would think. But Wilson's trying to figure out, am I crushed by value if I jam here and get called? Do I want to flat and keep bluffs in, or 3-bet small even? Wilson's going to flat. This consistent, I think, with the very ICM-aware approach. We saw him flatting the big blind with queens against Punat earlier. Now 2 9s against Yaroshevsky.
flops bottom pair on an ace 8-7 board after Wilson chose to just flat call. And it could be an issue for Yaroshevsky, of course, because he's supposed to be able to represent the ace. Maybe presumes Wilson would be a little bit more inclined to 3-bet with an ace of his own. Igor doing well to knuckle. And of course, Wilson's not thrilled by the ace. There is some measure of top pair checking over from Igor.
Yeah, but you wouldn't expect a lot of it, because the aces that open raise from the small blind tend to be the stronger ones. Ace 10 suited plus, maybe. He's going to feel pretty comfortable on the flop. I think what Wilson's more concerned about is pocket 10s, jacks, queens, the dominating pairs. We don't want to bloat the pot against those hands.
And just look what the turn has brought. Kings and 7s after the check back from Brandon. Igor.
1.4.
Now quite a bit more comfortable barreling.
And this, setting up stacks. 9's immediately a bluff catcher. And I think it's kind of difficult to put together what the bluffs are. I mean, Igor, more capable than anyone, perhaps, of putting together some dusty hand to find a bluff here. But if we're in Wilson's shoes, maybe we just get away now.
And get away he does in the face of 1.4.
Only question mark for me there is pre-flop, and I'm sure Wilson will mull that one over for longer as well.
Yeah, the opportunity to take it seems like it was pre-flop, not necessarily post-flop, unless he came with something really egregious in position when checked to. Post.
Oh, you guys are still doing it, huh? Oh, yeah. Still going.
That sounds like Jason Kuhn. There he is. Final table bubble for Jason in this one. The bid for number 13 thwarted.
Never liked to check in on the tournament that I was eliminated from. Can't help but feel, you know, it's a little traumatic to like...
To go back to the scene of the crime?
Think of what could have been, yeah.
Go see your own chalk outline. King Jack.
Just limping. 26, 27 big blinds effective. This is consistent with Wilson's strategy. Out of position against Poonsri. Continuing to keep pots small.
Poonsri will allow it. 5-6 of clubs versus King Jack to the ace 9-3 board. And board is kind of what we rate to be from this point forward as it stands. Just given a lack of interaction. Although, let's see.
Well, we're deep enough here that I think both players could have an ace in range, in limp check. So I'm not convinced that Wilson's going to stab here with the King Jack. An opportunity maybe for Poonsri to bet when check to. He's just going to check back with his backdoor draw. How about the 8 of clubs?
Now, dampness. Poonsri waiting Brandon's choice. King Jack has a fair bit of value here.
Yeah, but I'd be surprised if Wilson tries to build this pot.
Yeah, not
Betting a
suggesting.
turn would be ambitious to get value just from draws. Punat's going to have 9x, 8x. I think this is a spot where Punat generally going to want to start betting when you're invulnerable to check raise, you have so much equity that you could call, but you also just have 6 high, and getting anything to fold is a win. See if Wilson thinks the king-jack is strong enough to hold up to 725 into 900.
What is it?
I'd be a little suspicious, Ali. I mean, this large enough that it seems to be saying I have an ace. Or better.
It's funny, I mean, Punat is just such a well-rounded player, though, Kevin, that, you know, it doesn't become a function of I can pin this guy into a range because he's brought 7 1/4. Yet Wilson finding the call. A lot of draws out there. It is a little tough to envision rivers that we adore, and I would imagine the 10 of spades is not among them, is it?
No, I mean, jack of spades interacting a little, but so many of Punsri's perceived bluffs on the turn, connecting with the 10 of spades. If we didn't have some sort of delayed flush draw, we might have 7-6, we might have 10-7. But when the bet comes in on the river, which I have to think Punat's going to stab at this one, now he's claiming to have something pretty big. A rivered straight, maybe a turn 2 pair.
How plausible are spades?
They feel a little unlikely, the spades that check back flop. Deciding to start betting on turn. Maybe 8x of spades once they pick up a pair. Oh, this is
hang on.
Sizable.
Chateaubriand. 195. Meaty stuff.
I think Wilson's going to go through everything here. Another player who doesn't just take one off. We talked about Yaroshevsky before. Nothing automatic for him.
Doesn't take a whole lot of time to muck it. What felt like bottom of range for value there? 2 pair plus?
Yeah, even a hand like 8-9. I don't know if we go near pot on the 10 of spades river. I mean, Wilson could definitely have had queen jack or spades.
That he would still check?
Yeah, so I think Punsri kind of claiming to have like a straight. That's what it felt like. Wilson's still thinking about that one. But I'm sure with the king high, it just starts to feel like, okay, let's not be ridiculous here, right? We're not gonna call.
You know, I told myself that about a king high earlier today that Bryn Kenny left us breathless with.
Yeah.
One of the more impressive calls that I think you'll ever see. Sure, it's been clipped and disseminated on the Triton socials. And if it hasn't, then it needs to be.
8 million.
Jack 3 of diamonds getting smacked up here by the queen 10. Punsri, rare, forceful. 3-bet. Now, Wilson's lead over Punat eroding rapidly.
Yeah, I like that from Punat. Stacks are starting to consolidate around the 30 big blind mark. Queen 10 suited. Other option maybe being flat, but we just don't want to get in the habit of calling out of position too often. The deep stages of the tournament. $766,000 locked up. 1.15 million for second and 1.7 for first. These are massive pay jumps.
Once more with Queen 10. Punsri taking it upstairs, this time as the opener. One queen in the bin, but one King 10 will not be doing the same, as Wilson dominates in the big, but again, cautious procedures when squaring off against Punsri. Hence the flat. Quick look over at the tournament. I want to say clock, but there's so much more information than just that. Contained payouts, average stack, current stacks at the table. And the information on the flop is ace-5-4, not what we had in mind, as Wilson pronounce queen of clubs, the focal point for him.
Hard to continue against any aggression. With King 10, no backdoor.
450 and take it. Chat loves to see it. So many of them here for what they're hoping is going to be yet another title. But not Punsri. Already holds 4 of them. This would put him up there alongside Mikita Badziakowski in the 5 title club. Still plenty of work to do, however, as Brandon Wilson has got something to say about things, and for that matter, so does Igor Yaroshevsky. 2-time title winner himself. Brandon looking to break the seal. Pick up his first. Maybe suited connector for Igor.
Mentioned the 10-7 suited earlier. 4-3 feels like it would be speedy off the 20 big blind stack.
He agrees.
And we expect Wilson to continue with the limps. Most anything playable. See if Punsri decides to take this one as a bluff raise. I've seen him do a lot of it. Trashy hand in position. He passed on the last one. Can't pass 2 in a row.
The limp being punished. Wilson's chips have been flowing in Punsri's direction.
If he folds here, which I think he may, would slide the chip lead over to Punsri. Actually, he may have taken it by a big blind before this pot, but Wilson does defend.
You surprised by that choice?
It feels slightly loose, not well off. I'd call the 8-5 suited for sure.
Finds himself a wheel draw while Punsri makes deuces. His intention, obviously, with the offsuit Doyle, was to take it pre. Felt like there was a chance he'd do just that, but Wilson with other ideas. 2.4 in the middle, and aggression is not something we hope to see with this 8-4, because finding a turn, if we're willing to flat pre, or limp call pre rather, feels like the direction in which we need to head, especially at the 600K price point.
Yeah, quarter pot here from Punsri. I suspect he'll be very aggressive on this flop. The ace is good for him. The 2 low cards are also good for him. Wilson probably feeling obligated to continue passively. Just call when he plans to continue.
Another 1.2 into the middle. Disappointing turn card for Brandon, checking once more. Now he does retain some ace-X as a limp call there, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Mindful of that will be Punsri?
I think Wilson reasonably uncapped pre-flop. I mean, the limp call when these 2 players are locked up around 35 big blinds effective, Yaroshevsky on the outside. Brandon can have some strong hands. Ace-Jack is probably in range. Oh my.
10 on the end to give Punsry 2 pair. And the check back obviously will motivate Wilson, who has nothing more than 8 high, one would think.
Feels like we have to bluff.
I mean, giving up is allowed, but it just feels weak.
We've got 8 high out of position. We can represent plenty of strong hands. Punsry's going to be in this spot. I mean, we can see he's got 10 deuce offsuit. Oh, 3 million. That's going to be headed Punat's way.
Kiss it goodbye. Punsry making the call, and that is disappointing because Brandon hauls that pot in absent 10s and deuces or trip deuces.
Yeah, I think Punsry, you know, let's call the river the 9 of spades. He'd be in a spot and he'd give it some thought and maybe just end up folding. We don't know for sure. Wilson's certainly unlucky to run into the offsuit deuce that river's a mandatory call.
Well, guess what that pot's done? No more neck and neck. No more chip lead for Brandon Wilson. And perhaps no more delightful a sight to so many who are streaming us, presumably from Thailand, than Punat Punsry, finding himself the chip lead. 55 bigs, playing 23 for Wilson and 20 for Igor.
More than half the chips in play and a commanding position to put a lot of pre-flop pressure.
Do want to keep an eye on Brandon over the course of the next orbit or two, because if there is a crack, it would certainly be showing after that one. Not alleging, just observing. Now Punsry, relentless when you give him the chip lead in these spots. Leaning, and I expect to see a whole lot more of that man. Foot on the gas of his tuk-tuk. And by the way, before you go suggesting that a tuk-tuk is really not like a fearsome motor vehicle, if you've ever been to Bangkok, perhaps the craziest people on the road are the tuk-tuk drivers. And they really get those things moving, by the way. It's not the safest means of transport.
This is the vehicle you want to step out of the way of, is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, you know, and in that way, metaphorically, I think it is very apropos of Punat.
Well, another offsuit ace. Exactly the kind of hand that can so easily apply pressure for all of it.
7 million.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Just the Warhammer being broken out by Punsry, but perhaps the antidote for Yaroshevsky. Ace, queen. Let's do this.
Card protector's on. He's flicked in the call.
This one's pivotal. 11.5 million in the middle. And issues for Punat. That's an antsy rail.
Туз дама в туз 2. Да.
I feel like I just learned the word for deuce in 5 languages.
And the crazy part is we only heard 2. Let's see what the flop has in store. Ace is up. Punsry in the lead here, so improbably. Not out of the woods. Yaroshevsky can counterfeit with the 8. Make better 2-pair with the queen. Not happening on the turn. Seven would do the trick as well. Punsri knows it isn't over. Can he dash the hopes of the Ukrainian and hold? Israel might be getting ahead of themselves. 9 outs. And Igor says not so fast. Ramin Hajiev with a kiss atop the head as the sweet kiss of a 7 on the river allows Yaroshevsky to fight on.
Back in business, he says.
Oh man, high drama with 3 left in the 50K.
Ты понял, что без тебя без вариантов уже. Все, уже уходи, уже.
Well, if I didn't otherwise know, it's just raw emotion on display in the chat. I think this was a DDoS attack, just the sheer volume of input. Disheartening there for Punat. Talk to me, Kev.
Well, you just mentioned, was it 1 hand ago? Let's keep an eye on Brandon Wilson to see how he reacts to losing that big pot to Punsri. Do we have to keep an eye on Punat?
Dare I say, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I know enough about Punat, and I feel honestly, I know enough about Brandon as well, that I'm not concerned at all about either of them.
Surely every title is still meaningful. There's some internal pressure.
Fair.
But I have to agree, I know Punat's not someone who's going to expect it to come easy. Time to get back to work.
By the way, Yaroshevsky's double through Punat puts them neck and neck at the top of the leaderboard. 38 bigs apiece.
1.1.
Wilson all alone in third with 21 bigs. Going to work with Queen 6 off. Offsuit King for Punat.
I don't know if this is a bit of, you know, let's generate something. Because Queen 6 off is a fringy kind of defendable one from the small blind. So we do often see the stuff that's not so excited about limping and facing a raise, taking a more aggressive approach. Maybe Punat feels the same way about King 4 offsuit, facing this raise. He might be thinking about a 3-bet bluff.
Big little offsuit often does just this. And that wow, in the face of this 2 million, Kevin, which pulls the predictable snap fold from Queen 6, centers around some measure of awe over Punat's
That's just a cool hand.
talents.
I mean, you get dealt Queen 6 off versus King 4 off. And 90% of players, it just goes limp check and we take a flop. And for these two, they're just
Raise,
finding
3-bet.
ranges and finding plays that, you know, you just don't see that a lot. That was great stuff.
Oh, listen, this is not a gathering of the ordinary. Referring to Triton, but rather very much the extraordinary. Which is not the adjective we assigned to Queen 3 offsuit. Similar kit to that which Brandon had to navigate in the small moments ago. Let's see what Punsri's sentiments are.
Yeah, now Punat navigating the spot where he's out of position against the equal stack. 1 and 2. Igor with the favorable seat.
8-5. Top pair versus bottom pair in a limped one pre. Advantage Igor. Queen of Hearts, of course, relevant.
Not an exciting flop if we're out of position. I like a check here from Punat. See if Yaroshevsky decides to seek value. Don't think it's mandatory. Checking through and deuce of clubs. Neither player's going to love that.
Four-liner on board. After no added chips work their way to the middle. Caginess on the flop. Chips flowing here on the turn from Punat.
I'm surprised by this bet a little bit. I wouldn't think we want additional money in the pot with this hand, and I also don't expect a stronger hand to fold. We saw Yaroshevsky quickly calling with the pair of fives.
Now the front door flush and a second deuce showing up. Does Punsri turn up the heat once more? Granted, it was not exactly a blowtorch, that 300.
No, just a block bet of sorts, and given it was a touch too thin, perhaps, I mean, Punat might be thinking about bluffing now that the heart has rolled off. No, he just checks, and I think this sees showdown.
Queen 3.
Shut down. And this one will go to Yaroshevsky. Beginning to put dents into Punat. Boy, this is a really dramatic shift of the landscape here in terms of Brandon Wilson, who once upon a time at this FT had an 8-figure plus stack.
Yeah.
Now sitting just 5.1, third of 3 remaining. And instead of he and Punat Punsri being the two trying to wait out Yaroshevsky, it is Yaroshevsky and Punsri waiting him out.
It's tough to change gears as fast as these stacks are shifting. To reevaluate who's ahead and by how much, what the implications are for your overall game.
600. 8.
Yaroshevsky having to deal with that as well. Switching from passive, covered, defensive strategy to chip leading, aggressive. I think he's going to get jammed on by this A7.
Feels like a pretty straightforward spot.
All in.
Yeah,
All in.
stuffing. But no further gravy. I'm going to ask you an honest question, and you're going to look at me like I'm a mutant.
Okay.
But just real quick, is it September or October? I'm being dead serious, bro. It's September, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I still got some time before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
Thought maybe my turkey barometer was being triggered by proximity.
Do you need to place a pre-order 2 months in advance?
No, I just, you know, I'm craving for a little cranberry sauce, some yams.
It's the best part of moving to Canada. 2 Thanksgivings a year.
What do you mean?
I get Canadian Thanksgiving in October.
Okay.
And I'm still American by, you know, by birth.
Yeah, but you're in Canada now, and it's not allowed.
It's not allowed?
If you want to celebrate our Thanksgiving, you defector, you need to be here.
I'm just going to take it underground, celebrate in private. You don't have to know about it. But I'm going to be eating turkey twice in the next 2 months.
Fair enough. 9-4 of diamonds. Attacking on the button. Punsri with a pretty one. Defending. And things getting quite a bit uglier. Post flop. No heart out there, no pair. No bet.
Small bet's the standard on monotone flop. Igor deems the 9. Worth some protection. Punchery might feel this is close, but it's just... It's hard to win the hand with king high.
Not that he shies away from the difficult. He'll get down into the weeds, and he'll drag you down there with him.
Those are hard spots to play defense. Sometimes it's not enough to just wait for a draw. Add in a little bit of ICM, though. Standard fold.
Get a glimpse at the rest of the room. And these final 3 as we spin around this FT of this 50K. Ali Najad alongside Kevin Rabichow from the Landing Casino here in Jeju, South Korea, where we're approaching midnight local time. Red 4s here for Punat Punsri.
Not going to see any more pre-flop all-ins. Blind versus blind, not between these two for now. 40 big blinds apiece.
Are we going to see a raise, though, out of King Jack?
I don't mind it, especially when we're offsuit and we can just clear out some weaker hands. Occasionally we get Punat to limp call with something dominated like Jack 9, Jack 10, King 8 through King 10, these types of hands. I do think this is a nice option, and I suspect Punat's going to call. Because again, it's just a lot of big blinds to think about a pre-flop all-in, which would be the other traditional option for the small pair.
So $1 million ahead, 2.3 in there, and 5, 6, 7. Sure, it's 3 overcards, but coordinated and providing the open-ender to Punsri, texture that you don't really assign to Yaroshevsky as a raiser pre.
No. A lot of the connected hands are not going to raise in position. The 7, 6s, the 8, 9s. I think this is a spot Igor should check back quite a lot, and then occasionally just make a larger c-bet. Some of his best hands. Seemed like he thought about bluffing with this one. Seen him utilize stuff like this before. Igor, much like Punat, I think likes to bluff with no equity in position in the bigger spots.
So pot staying static, although the board texture most certainly does not. 4-liner and 2 tones.
We've seen Punat get a little bit greedy with block marginal. I thought maybe he'd go for quarter pot here with the 2 4s. Attempt to fold out a hand like this, but checking once more.
Oh, wow. Already had the best hand, but just look at this. A set in a spot where you really don't feel worried about a straight.
Yeah, very valuable hand, and kind of tricky to figure out, though, if the best way to get value is to bet big when we kind of think Yaroshevsky is unpaired a lot at this point. Check back twice, tracks pretty well to ace high.
1.5.
Isn't the polarizing size, though, more what we think will trigger the curiosity of something like ace high, if that is indeed what this line, which suggests a fair bit of that being across the way, is attached to?
I get the idea. It might just be too much for ace high to call. Now, that's not going to stop Yaroshevsky from potentially calling a hand like, I don't know, 6 deuce offsuit that he was bluffing with pre and makes a pair, 7x, you know. There's also the odd 3x in Igor's range, which I'm slightly worried about, but not so frequent.
Yeah, in case it was one of those silly big little combos or whatever. But then post-flop,
Yeah, he checked back twice.
You know,
it
you
feels
think
unlikely.
maybe he gets after it in an effort to take it, which is what Punsri does. Instead, bringing himself into the lead.
Raise 6.
10-8 off. Punsri on the attack, and Wilson definitely with some Kevlar.
Wilson's going to pick up another uncontested pre-flop spot here. 1.3 million out there. Ace-Jack offsuit.
All in.
Very strong jamming hand.
Counter punch. Snatching up that 600, which of course looks familiar, just given the sheer volume of Brandon's chips that were engulfed by Punat, although transitory, as they in turn work their way over to Igor. Blinds up as things thin out. 2, 4, and 4. 1 million every 3 hands, 333K on average. The expense of the privilege.
This is still a very close match. So often what we see. The average stack shrinking to 24 blinds.
Not a lot, is it?
It's just, yeah, they're running out of breathing room. There's going to be more and more of those pre-flop all-in confrontations. Jack-8 suited might want to open jam even. Wilson goes with limp. It's a good enough hand to limp call a small raise, but I think Punat's going to have larger bets on his mind with ace-9 offsuit.
$7 million.
Well, larger is a fair way to describe this, as 7 million comes piling forward, and of course, Jack-8 suited, as pretty as it was, can't take this heat.
Punat's locked in on that number. 7 million, the
Lucky
size of
7?
choice. Yeah, I guess. Why not 7,700,000?
Why not 6.9 million? Slightly more sophomoric, I suppose.
6.9420.
What about 3.14? That's as far as
Well,
I get when it comes to pi.
It's not enough to cover. He wants to.
I know.
He wants to be all in.
Do you know pi?
Like the number?
No, banana cream. Yes, the number.
I'm familiar.
Can you go past 3.14?
1.5.
Wow. I feel like the more numbers that you're able to go down there,
yeah,
just kind of like
1.4.
And no judgment, but I feel like the nerd index,
yeah,
and nerds running the world, by the way, at present, so no longer some sort of pejorative.
I'm nervous to let chat know how much further.
Don't
it's
tell me
stored
you
in
can
my
go
memory.
super deep there.
No, I think I've got another 4 or 5 digits in me, though.
That's strong.
It's a problem, really. Numbers just like embed themselves in my brain pretty deeply.
No, that's not a problem, Kevin. That's a big reason why you're as successful as you are.
I remember credit card numbers from cards that have expired.
Wait, do you have one of those? Is it eidetic memories? Not photographic, but
I'm not familiar with the term.
like, but they embed and then they really don't go away. Like literally, credit card numbers from way back in the day are just singed.
Like if you showed me the first 4 of some card from 15 years ago, the other 12 would just appear. Yeah.
Wow. So listen, I watched Rain Man, and you know, I know it's an old movie, but
go on.
Am I possibly sleeping on an opportunity to kind of walk you into the blackjack pit out here and and maybe do some real damage. Oh my God, guys. Listen, this needs to hurry up and wrap up because Kevin and I have some real blackjack conversations and subsequent sessions to put in. Have you ever card counted, Kevin? Oh my God. Are you part of that MIT crew?
I'm going to abstain from answering these questions.
Oh my God. Kevin's in the Griffith book. Kevin can't play in Vegas. I'm so excited. A life of crime. Me and you. Traveling the country, Kevin. Taking off small casinos.
Wait, what are you bringing to the table?
Fun. Duh. Actually, I'm a good getaway driver as well. Sure, we may go straight off a cliff, but we're going to have a lot of fun, and we're not going to end up in prison. Thelma and Louise.
Just trying to imagine the getaway path on the Las Vegas Strip. Like you're just parked outside on the boulevard.
No, dude.
You'd take the taxi routes through the...
Hello. Chopper.
Oh. I'm definitely out.
Well, then enjoy jail. As Queen 9 enjoys middle pair here. Nothing enjoyable for Punsri.
Yeah, even the high card texture here.
Queen's
not
up.
Necessarily going to attack with 5-3 total air. But I might be corrected now that a 4 straight has come in.
Did feel like he thought about it. Let's see if Igor, sensing the need, or rather check back and decide it's the latter. Ace on the end. Surrender is permissible in situations such as this, but not often.
Yeah.
What we see from Punsri.
Does take a lot of discipline. And it's maybe not even wise always to pass on these spots. I mean, you've got 5 high, put pressure on. Nothing wrong with taking your shot, but that chip hit the felt. Before dealer could even announce the size of the bet, Igor picks up 2 million with 2 pair.
Little ink packet exploding as the armed robbery attempt goes awry. You know about that, right? I mean, might as well brush you up on kind of criminal insights. You rob a bank.
Is this training?
They give you cash that has the ink packets in it. You can't.
Right.
You got to be careful. Right? Also, you always want to wear sunglasses and a ball cap, Kev. You know.
Eyes in the sky.
Correct.
Raise 11 million.
Meanwhile, eyes on 10-9 suited on the button for Punsri.
I admit I wasn't expecting Punat to stick with the open jams with this stack distribution. Igor sitting on 25 blinds. Wilson 13. Not that that's too many blinds to open jam, but Punat doesn't cover by much.
Well, are you more surprised by the stack distribution factor or the choice with the 10-9 suited as we see Yaroshevsky call?
This is a big collision.
Natural 9 declarations.
Wilson is loving this. Any result but a chop. It's a huge swing for the short stack, standing by.
I mean, it's either Igor gets snapped and walks out of here in third, or Punsri winds up with just 7 bigs. which 60% of the time is the outcome in this massive 22 million chip pot. Well, they're rooting for numbers, and 2/3 of this board is just that. Excited to have middle pair, but the excitement could be dampened promptly if any of the alphabet that's on your screen there, aces, kings, and queens, pays a visit to this board. Two overs in the gutter for Igor. Israel trying to will some of that to the board. Instead, it's a 10. Trips. Igor's not dead, though. King needed, and it's needed now. Anything but a king, and we're going to get a little eruption out of that rail, I promise you this. Igor coming over to Panat. Critical exchange. And Punsry's heads up. Yarashevsky taking a beat there. Feels like maybe a little bit of a tease after he was so patient. Worked his stack back up into contention, but ultimately could fight no further.
You could tell he wasn't happy about it with the ace-queen.
Sure. But he got the spot that he would hope to be in. Did Igor. Third place finish. Not one of the 7-figure payouts, but certainly not at all one to be glossed over. $766,000 added to the 7.6 million coming in. Title number 3 denied, though, to the Ukrainian, who enjoys the warm embrace, but will not enjoy heads-up play as you get a look at the state of affairs where Punat Punsry is very much in the driver's seat against Brandon Wilson. 25 million, plays 4.2 as we bring you back to the desk. And I confess, I've been sitting here staring at this YouTube chat, and there's very little English coming through as it's just blistering Thai support for Punat Punsry. They are excited, and they have a good reason to be.
I mean, huge, huge pot. How can I overstate that? I wasn't expecting such a big pre-flop confrontation. I was expecting, as the chips started to consolidate and stacks come down, that there was going to be a big all-in and that was going to determine the outcome. I mean, Punat continuing to just, you know, why not be lucky and good?
Yeah, well, listen, that is a lethal cocktail for sure, and Brandon Wilson has got his hands full. We're going to step aside. 10 minutes, final table, heads-up action in the 50K. Don't miss it.
What if getting better at poker didn't mean guessing? What if strategy was an instinct, but a skill you trained? It's time to enter the poker arena. The moment you join, you begin your climb. Choose your path. Start playing. Dive into competitive mode. Play for glory, ratings, and bragging rights. Track your stats. Climb the global leaderboard. Then go back. Analyze it all. League by league. Line by line. Play on desktop or mobile. Poker arena. Compete. Analyze. Rank up for free.
He would love to keep this going. And here, probably just all in. We've got Yaroshevsky in the big blind with 20 bigs.
4 million.
He's in there.
You know, the thing is, as Muller looks down at a couple of fives, which feel very inviting against what rates to be near 100% range for Punsri.
Snap from the 2 5s.
You know, Punat just comes with the heat from the button there. Almost always.
Yeah, this well above average.
Yeah, King Queen is really showing up for him. So here we go. 1.6 in the middle. And the fives downed by the queen high flop. Punsri, top pair. Looking to ascend even further than he already has, having dethroned Brandon Wilson and rating to finish what he started here against Sam Muller, who needs a nickel. And can't find it.
GG, bro.
You see the respect there between those two crushers. And finally, a pay ladder. Didn't rate to be Muller, who was checking out, Kevin, prior to the altercation with Punat, and yet a vacancy at the FT as young Sam takes down 6th. Saw the payout there.
How about Clemens with ace-4 suited? Not the one who really wants to get involved here as second shortest stack, although it would be appealing to directly eliminate Fritz and get the jump.
Good luck.
Wait, I still have chips behind.
Okay, it's your flop.
You see Brandon
1 million in the pot.
briefly overlooking the fact that Fritz left 175 back. I think we know where things are going almost all the time post-flop, with 2.3 already in there.
So I'm going to go all in blind.
Wow.
Little math being done. Wilson decides.
I don't like the ace.
Well, I almost turned my cards over, so let's just put you in.
Fritz, concerned about the ace-high flop, of course, has no choice but to call and will be delighted to realize his nines are good despite the presence of the ace. Unlike the fellow Austrian Muller, he's hoping to avoid similar fate. A soul-crushing queen on the turn, and the impact of her being worn all over Manuel Fritz, rather, and potentially Sam, as he looks on, not far removed from his own elimination. It's going to take Nina for salvation, and instead it's 2-pair for good measure. Brandon Wilson claiming a pelt as back-to-back Austrian eliminations here. Knuckle bumps, and another fallen soldier on this 50K battlefield. $500,000, not at all a bad haul. 10 times the buy-in. Fritz Up and over 1 million in career. I guess you don't get to read Fedor's memoir. For now.
Just have my phone open, scanning every page.
Yeah, that feels like it might get old pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Sprocken's the ace high for Brandon Wilson in the small. Reuter 3.3. He is still north of Yaroshevsky, but at this point, I don't think he's presuming that a war of attrition whereby he gets to just wait out.
No.
Yaroshevsky is an opportunity. So with king-queen offsuit.
I think we take this spot, Ali. I mean, there's a very real chance Brandon Wilson just has every offsuit king in his open jamming range. That's a lot of hands we're crushing.
Well, we are definitely not crushing the ace-6. We are not exactly getting crushed, but shy of a 3-2 dog is Reuter. 7.1 in the middle, and you know what Yaroshevsky's rooting for. For that matter, so is Punsri. And that is for Brandon Wilson to bring us to three-handed play, and he's taken a step in that direction on a 10-6-4 board. Improving to sixes, but still the kings and queens are what Reuter hunts. Now swap one set of paint out for another. The ace giving Wilson 2 pair, and Reuter the gut shot, which doesn't come in. Well, Clemens hung around, did his thing. Certainly, I think, worked his way a little bit deeper.
Good luck in the next one.
Than perhaps he would have anticipated, just given. Well, that's one way to bring us back unexpectedly in the middle of the advert. Ali Najad, Kevin Revichow back with you, continuing coverage of this 50K final table, which just dramatically got down to heads up, and the drama may be short-lived in terms of heads-up play, as Punat Punsri, a closer as we know, 4 titles to his name, hunting number 5, sitting with a better than 6-1 chip lead, almost a 6-1 chip lead. Kevin, it's going to take a lot for Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what level of experience you have in this format, just get dealt good hands is the solution to this situation that Brandon Wilson has found himself in, and that's going to be difficult to do over a long enough stretch to beat someone like Punsri, who's just willing to put the chips in, willing to make difficult plays, able to close.
Now, if you're Punsri, do you do the thing where you make it really difficult for Brandon to break free of this kind of 11 big blind? Don't give him the spin sort of thing? Or do you just look down in any little marginal hand that's above average, you say, let's go?
I expect Punsri to take every spot. I think he strikes me as a player who cares about every moment, who cares about every pot, who's going to try and find an edge in every situation. And if that means we give one double up and then have to fight back, he's going to deal with that situation.
Well, Brandon is certainly hoping that that double up will be gifted to him, and gifted early as the blinds do go up and start to gobble you up. But it's going to be 62 bigs, playing 11, the American against Thailand's Punat Punsri. Who will be the victor? Let's send it down for the resumption of play, and let's find out. Up top, 1.7 million. That's what they're vying for. And a huge ladder of 500 rather, and $47,000. Gotta be one of the bigger moments in any poker player's career to play an over $500,000 sit and go. Brandon Wilson seeking his first ever Triton title. 3 final tables during our first Jeju festival earlier in the year. Here he is with another FT in his deepest ever finish, but he's got his hands full of a 4-time champ. Underway then. Button starts.
All right.
On Wilson, 2, 4, and 4. That's what we're playing. Ace 3 of clubs. Good enough, Kevin?
think we either open jam ourselves or we limp with the plan to call a jam. Brandon chooses the former.
First step.
It's also
Boards.
still 13 hands a level? It's
Post
still 13
flop.
hands a level, right? How
Playability
many
in
hands a
terms
level?
of
Still
depth.
13? Okay, cool.
Taken. You heard Punsry verifying it's 13 hands per level. And the blinds go up. Will the trophy case have a new piece of Triton hardware added to it? Or will the beginning of Brandon Wilson's Triton trophy case be the outcome? We know where the odds lie, given stacks. And the odds lie in favor of Wilson, given holdings. Jack 9, taking on 9-5. Limp pot pre, gut shot versus bottom pair now.
Not the best looking flop for Punat. Big blind, checking a lot of cards that connect with this. Think it's understandable to check this one back, even though we have made a pretty good pair, often the best hand.
Third spade, second 8. Pot steady at 1.2. Wilson's jack of spades making his draw more attractive.
800.
I like this bet. Don't know if it's going to clear out a pair of 5s, but there's a lot of king high and ace high that we can get this through against. Punat will have limped the button with some pretty strong pre-flop hands. So there are still unpaired hands to clear. I like this continue though. Pair of 5s. Need a clean river.
Well, of course, Wilson hoping for something other than that. The deuce of diamonds, arid.
Good chance this goes check, check now. Brandon could put all of it out there, make a strong claim that he has 3 of a kind or better. But Jack 9 actually could be the winner on this deuce river. Feels a little bit strong to bluff with on the end.
Does indeed get shut down. Punsry now leaving Wilson just $3.5 million. His rail can taste it.
Still lots of room to play. 10 big blinds and less. Seen how much limping is going on. Opportunities for extended decisions. And I think this still qualifies. We're getting pretty short. You don't want to play that loose on the button, but nearly any hand can try to see a flop at this price. 200 to win 1.2 million.
So the 6 high and the 4 high, not at all in the vicinity of this king 9-8 board in a limp pot pre. Punsry having checked over.
Reasonable time for Wilson to go on the attack. King high board, very much in his favor. Decides to check and he makes a pair.
Punsri checking once more. Not sure that Brandon's going to be particularly proud of the tray.
Yeah, there's a good chance it's best. Punat going to lead a lot thinner at this stack depth than you would in normal spots. Probably any 9 is going to lead the turn for value. Maybe even some 8x. But that doesn't mean Brandon has to bet the 3 on the turn. Now on the river, it's looking very strong when the 9 pairs. I'd like to see him go for value here, even though Punsri just has absolute dust, and he'll presumably be passing on this one.
$800.
Wilson doesn't even get the opportunity to deliver the declared payload there, as he did announce 800 and quick muck from Punat. Now, you've played a lot of heads up through your years, Kevin. I know a good bit of it has been cash, but in the situations in which it was a sit and go, what's the most dramatic comeback that you've ever enjoyed? How short have you gotten before you were able to come back and win one?
I don't know if one comes to memory. I was actually asking Henry the other night what's the largest deficit he'd ever commentated on that came back to win. I think he said Makita once overcame 22-1.
Wow.
For a
You're talking
Triton
about Hero
title.
Triton, yeah. I think I watched Phil Hellmuth come back against Daniel Negreanu.
Oh.
In a heads-up duel.
Yeah, the Poker Go one.
Yeah, that was like 2 or 3 blinds, I want to say.
And they were like 300 deep, weren't
was
they?
it that many? No.
Well, the blinds escalated in that,
Sure.
so yeah.
Meanwhile,
to start.
escalating to trips here is Punat. But yeah, it was like a
I remember
30
that.
to 1 chip lead or something crazy.
I remember that because I had a bet on Hellmuth and I didn't sweat the match. So when I found out that he had won.
Well, you didn't sweat it because he got down so low that you were like, shut it off?
No, I just wasn't sweating it that day, and it was only later that I found out I was like 99% to lose at one point.
Right. You would have sold, you would have bought out.
Those were fun. We got to do more of that.
Two kings. More of this, please, is what Brandon's thinking.
I like the limp here. We saw Wilson limping with bottom of range, 6-3 offsuit. Now he limps with top of range.
Showing balance and a lack of haste.
10-9 offsuit could check or jam, I think. Punsri stays out of trouble for now.
Oh, and I don't think this is a flop that's going to allow him to avoid losing some more chips as it stands. Jack-9 deuce, over pair versus middle pair. Punsri checking.
10-9 is pretty strong on this flop. 8 big blinds, effective. Wilson presumably going to bet here. Punsri might even...
Wow, he didn't bet, and instead the turn is sopping wet. A deluge in the form of the 10 of clubs. 2 pair now for Punsri, best hand. But just look at Wilson. He could counterfeit with the jack or deuce. Queen for the straight. King for a set. Club for the flush.
I really didn't expect this. I mean, it's kind of a cool check back if we think we're just so far ahead that we want to give our opponent a chance to hit a weak pair.
And now in the face of 800, Kevin.
Maybe even just jam for value.
Feels like.
Try to get it all in against Jack 5 suited or something. Like,
I mean, the board's just wet enough, and we don't have that much more. in case of emergency, we have outs aplenty, we would think.
Yeah, the argument in favor of flatting is that we have the club. We can withstand a lot of bad rivers. We can allow Punat to run some bluff with a trashy hand that misses.
Flat from Wilson. He's only got 2.3 with 2-8 in the middle. The ace isn't supposed to have affected things. And if you're Punsri, Kevin, surely you think better than 10s and 9s would have been heard from, do you not?
Punsri thinks he has the best hand.
Okay.
I still might check on the ace, just kind of recognizing Wilson's the one who can have it. If we were betting the turn with something like 10-7 or 10-8, Jack-5 for thin value, I like this check. And I think Wilson might be in trouble still. I would go for value.
Well, as you suspected, Punsri feels as though the way to wrap this one up is by checking and allowing Wilson with a hand that wouldn't otherwise move all in, and Punsri's just won his 5th. A sporting handshake, but a somewhat demoralizing erosion for Brandon Wilson. Danny Tang, Lun Lun, Kiat Lee, KT, Schwecht, so many others, all on hand to congratulate their man. Punat Punsri, so well liked and so highly regarded, setting the entirety of the Triton YouTube chat ablaze with a stellar performance. A little bit of run good doesn't hurt. Mosbach, Sam Muller there. There's Winfred.
Good job, bro.
Wykin, I believe, also emerging in the wee hours. 1:45 in the morning as Luca and company get things set. $1.7 million richer. Brandon Wilson, a 7-figure payout, the biggest of his Triton career. 1.1 and change as the big bulk of the prize pool shared between those two. And we bring you back to the desk to just unpack rather shortly before we set the stage for that particular heads-up match. And that last pot, pretty interesting one.
Yeah, I mean, I think both players played it extremely well. We saw a great deal of deception. I mean, when two hands of that strength collide in a 10 big blind heads-up match, the money goes in one way or another, but both players showing excellent skill in that moment. I mean, we talked about Brandon Wilson wanting that first title, but he's got to be proud about this performance in this series, I would think.
Yeah,
I mean, well done.
There's no doubt. I mean, it's the manner in which the money got in, I think, that was, you know, Brandon choosing not to announce himself pre-flop, and then after the flop, Punat on the end, choosing to check and allow his man to hang himself where he thought, maybe I can salivate, maybe I can find this double that I need in order to play a little bit, give me some ammo, and instead it marked an absolutely brutal end of the road for Wilson in this one, but very impressive, and obviously, regardless of the fact that he didn't win that trophy, I think this is a statement second place, dare I say, because nobody parked in his seat was going to win today.
No, absolutely. I mean, you've got Punat Punsri, and he's getting dealt hands. What are you going to do? The guy's got 5 Triton titles now. I was hearing rumors of GPI #1 in the crowd.
Was it Danny Tang, I think, even in the YouTube chat, chimed in to say GPI #1 incoming? And if Danny says that's where Punat's going to end up with this victory, I tend to think he's done the numbers, and indeed, that's where he's going to lie. Obviously, we've got some more to come here today, including, are we going to get to the interview with Punat, Producer James? Yes, I believe we are going to get down and get Punat's thoughts on trophy #5, but that's not where we're going to end things. You might be thinking, if you have the Triton Poker Plus app, well, there's 150K going on. Let's get a taste of that. But you know what? We got something else on the menu for you.
Oh.
Aussie Katola, Monarch. He's playing, and he's playing big. millions of dollars, heads-up freeze-outs. Don't know who his opponent's going to be, but I do know you don't want to miss it. So stick around. Let's send it down for the post-game thoughts, the post-match thoughts from Punat Punsri, standing by with Marianella, and then stay close as we'll bring you Katola Heads Up.
I'm here standing alongside our champion, Thailand's own Punat Punsri. Yes, please clap with this amazing rail that you have and all of these accolades. I don't even know where to start, to be honest. Just a few months ago, you were standing in this very same place with me when you took down the 125K right here in Jeju. I think it was Danny Tang and Kia that were like, hey, bro, you know you took down this same event last year in Jeju. I'm really at a loss for words. I mean, you final tabled every single stop since you started this Triton journey in 2022. Absolutely insane. Just how? How do you always end up right here, sir?
I mean, a lot of these things I've ran so good in like the key spots, but every time I've had my luck, I try to make the most out of it, and I try to come back every stop as a better version of myself. And yeah, I mean, it's lost for it's like a fairy tale for me at Triton. In the Triton 1 main as well, I came second, where we chopped heads up, but lost to a very good opponent, and that stings a little bit. Obviously, you can't complain, and I'm so grateful for the entire journey since day one. I came to the tour. You guys like treat me so well, feel part of the family, you know. So that Triton 1 thingy was like I kind of want to do for the family even, but obviously you can't have everything your way. So I thought for the Triton Super High Roller Series, I still want to like keep up the consistency, and I thought if I'm lucky enough to have a chance to make a big FT again and go heads up, I want to go one better. I mean, today I got super lucky against Matthias Eibinger, where I jammed blind v blind with ace-9 off, which is exactly the hand I busted 9th in the 25K, which I was very disappointed about because I should have called his open. This one was a little bit different, but I think he exploited me with the limp, with the hand I thought he would raise against a lot of people, and when the 9 hit, I thought, like, okay, this potentially could be my event if I played my cards right, and like a lot of my friends just toned it down a bit in certain spots, but also aggressed in the right spots, and today, yeah, everything just worked out. Whenever I'm bluffing, they just have bottom range this time. Whenever I have a good hand, they have something slightly worse. So yeah, just super grateful for everything.
I mean, you talked about that, just destiny, like that 9 spiked on the turn, and then things kind of took off from there. And, you know, Jeju is really a place where milestones are reached and records are broken. And I have to say, apart from just picking up your 5th title, this is your 10th 8-figure cash. And you still remain so incredibly humble, and we just love to see that. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in this industry for so many years. I mean, I've played cash games for so many years prior to this. I understand the variance pretty well, and I do think this is like one big, like, I'm just one crazy blessed guy. But when that's the case, I try to like not be complacent and try to improve at every stop. And I thought at this particular Jeju series, this and Triton 1, I've performed the best I have ever performed since I played Triton. So I think when I first won the main in Cyprus, which got me started, I got very lucky and maybe played suboptimally in a lot of spots, but which went my way. So I guess like getting this title after the Triton 1, slight disappointment, obviously not disappointment, like it comes full circle, you know. So yeah, very proud.
And talk us through this final table. It got 3-handed, it got pretty swingy, pretty grindy. Talk us through your experience.
Yeah, I mean, the ISM implications were quite substantial because I think Brandon Wilson had a lot of chips, more than me, and then it was the rest of the pack, plus Samu Muller, who was in the middle of the pack, and yeah, I was just lucky, like I didn't get squeezed much when I was stealing some pots early on, and luckily won a big hand against Samu Muller where he played it in his hand perfectly, and like if it wasn't him, I would have folded river, but he's so good, you know, so I have to like make these marginal calls against him, and I'm happy I found the line I did to make that happen, but yeah, just like I said, everything's falling my way. I think that's partial run good, where like I've made the best hand and it came a run out where he could bluff his hand. So yeah, like, and then it was swingy 3-handed. It was anyone's game 1 point, especially when ego double up with the 7 on the river. But I still remain composed. You know, I think like experience in these things helps quite a lot. And every time I face a setback, I try to remain like sharp and think about the next hand. You know, and yeah, I think it's like a much grown version of myself compared to 3 years ago.
Well, sir, you work hard, you win hard, and you most certainly rail hard. How amazing is to have such a loving rail, quite literally at every stop. How beautiful is this?
I mean, yeah, it's surreal. I think poker at the end of the day is still a mind sport, and under super high pressure moments, knowing a lot of people support you is very encouraging. And like whenever you feel it might not go your way, they keep us playing the best we could. And yeah, just super grateful for everyone here and also people back home who I know are still watching, and the stream will catch up in a bit. So like, thank you for everyone. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, we love to hear those cheers. Without further ado, let's bring out our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, that's going to present you, sir, with Triton Trophy number 5, numero 5. Raise it high. Ladies and gentlemen, your 50K champion, Ponat Punzri.